over the past few hours. And that emphasis is really along and south of Highway 64 here. So that's why we did have that first tornado warning that was into northern portions of Hardeman County, and then that secondary tornado warning into Marshall County. Going to go back into that tornado warning. That is in northeastern Hardeman County. It is still scooting to the northeast here at a pretty fast clip. As far as that BTI number, or the Barron Tornado Index, right now it is at a 4.2. That's on a scale of 1 to 10. A 10 means, we likely have a very strong tornado on the ground. A 1 meaning, the probability of a tornado is rather low here. So a 4.2, obviously it's not a 1, but it's a manageable number. That's probably the best way to say it. And then down to the south here into the Mississippi Delta, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning that is for Coahoma, Quitman, as well as Tunica and Phillips counties. That is until 12:15 for the potential of 1-inch hail in diameter, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. So the quote-unquote good news is that a lot of these are hitting kind of the minimal thresholds here with respect to severe thunderstorm warnings, but we are still keeping a close eye on the storm that's approaching Holly Springs right now. So that is one to be noted of too. I am with Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers. Ron, we've been on here since about, on and off, but more so on, since about 2:45 in the afternoon on Wednesday. We got the time right now of 11:30. It doesn't look like this one's really kind of too ominous for the time being, but hey, a tornado warning is a tornado warning.
Yeah, indeed. And, we've got to keep a close eye on this one that's coming in from behind it as well. There's still a lot of warm air that's down in northern Mississippi. We're seeing temperatures there that are right around the upper range of the 70s to near 80. But right now, the National Weather Service issuing that tornado warning for Marshall County. By the way, we were tracking the storm that was in northern Hardeman County. That tornado threat has moved on out, although you see a couple little notches in there. There is some indication that this whole thing still wants to rotate, but right now it is this cell that's in Marshall County that we are with you on as a result the tornado warning being issued there. And that tornado warning, that's going to go until 12:15. So here we are at 11:32 tonight, taking a look at the scope. We were watching that and even tracked it out a few minutes ago. Give folks their first alert there. Still some tight rotation that continues to linger just to the south and southwest of Holly Springs. So if you are in Holly Springs, you're watching right now, I want you to go to your storm shelter, get to the safe place in your home, let this pass on over. It is likely nothing, but at the same time, it is rotating. There's still a lot of warm air here. It was 81 degrees at 10 o'clock tonight in Corinth. So we've still got warm temperatures all across the Mid-South, and there's still a lot to get through as we get through the remainder of the overnight hours tonight, especially now in regard to northeastern Mississippi, where we could see some stronger storms developing there as it taps in now to this, I don't want to say untouched atmosphere, because we saw a lot of activity earlier today, but a part of the Action News 5 coverage area that's had time to regenerate and now produce a couple of isolated cells that have the potential to really pack a punch. So I see you're still looking at that little area right there around Holly Springs. Eric, anything that is noteworthy?
I will say it definitely looks like that there is some rotation in here. A lot of the tornado warnings that we've had as of late, Ron, a lot of them haven't necessarily looked too impressive for them being radar indicated per se, but this one is catching my eye a little bit here, and it is starting to approach Holly Springs. So the thing I want you to keep an eye on, notice as far as this little area of blue right here, that's starting to wrap up. And if I kind of rock this back and forth as far as just over the past half hour, if we're looking at kind of the evolution of this. So this is going to start off here towards the southern portion of Tate County. And I want you to kind of look at how there is kind of a little bit of a rotation, and it kind of closes itself there. So that's definitely noteworthy. And if we do look at Holly Springs right now, as far as the rotation detector goes, the greens represent moderate, the reds represent strong. So that is definitely, it's got some decent broad rotation on it. That might be the best way to say it.
By the way, just got word from the National Weather Service. They're going to likely extend the tornado watch. They're going to remove some counties, but you're going to see an extension of the tornado watch a little farther downstream. This is set to expire at midnight, and now as we're approaching the midnight hour, there is some concern about the potential for additional tornadoes to develop right here in this area. What are you watching? Anything catching your eye?
So I had a producer, Ben, in the back, who was telling me that he had one of the cameras up on on a Mississippi Department of Transportation camera up near Holly Springs, and I was kind of eyeballing that to see what we had going on near the airport. Ben, you can pull it up quick. Let's see what we got here, just to see if anything kind of catches our eye. Keep in mind, folks, obviously, it's 11:35 at night. You're not going to be able to see a whole heck of a lot here because it is literally that late. So tough to obviously see anything really right now. Looks like some cars, or a truck at least, just kind of scooting on by relatively slowly, and probably the best way to go about it here. And you see those trucks do have their four-way flashers on. So we obviously don't recommend anybody heading on out here if you are starting to, maybe if you do have to go to work, and I get it. Hey, some people, you have that third shift, you got to go into work here. You got to do so safely more than anything else. Did just get a shear marker to pop up here. Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers near Holly Springs.
Oh, that's a compact one too.
Yeah, so there's a little something out here.
On that? Was there a skit?
So unfortunately, I don't think that there is a skid on this one, but it's
got a classic hook.
Yeah,
Definitely
agreed.
has a classic hook. Let's put a new track on it. Let me show you where it's going and who could be impacted by this over the next few minutes. So let's track it from that area of rotation. I'm going to zoom in just a little tighter to it and switch over here and take a look at that area. Is this just about to cross Highway 22? So with that in mind, we'll track it on through the polygon. Holly Springs, 11:39. 2 minutes, it's either right on top of you or 2 minutes away. Atway, 11:48. Then moves into Snow Lake Shores, 11:57. Ashland, 12:03. Michigan City, 12:06. Should get into LaGrange at about 12:11. So that's going to be crossing the Mississippi-Tennessee state line here, taking it on into West Tennessee, then Grand Junction at about 12:14.
Hey, Ron.
Yeah.
I will say, literally the First Alert Weather app just got a notification here that we have a tornado watch in place until now 6 a.m. I don't have it quite popping up yet as far as my graphics are concerned, but it looks like that was just issued here throughout at least parts of the Mid-South, and I'm assuming that's for at least Memphis and Shelby County here. Let's see if I could pop that up here to see what we got coming on. Naturally, it's not going to work here, but it looks like at least the tornado watch, the new tornado watch that just got issued, that is going to be until 6 a.m. here for at least part of the Mid-South. Specifically, I'm not 100% sure yet, but that is still just worthwhile to make a quick note of here. All right, as far as what we have going on with that tornado warning here that is around, let's pop that back on here. We'll turn that back off, turn that back on. Still have a shear marker that is indicating at least some spin in the air here into Marshall County. Flip that back over to reflectivity here. And I still think, Ron, that this is looking, all things considered, kind of impressive here for it being what it is. So
yeah, and that's because of all that warm air that's down there. You know, during Action News 5 at 10, we were taking a quick look at some of the temperatures that were in the area, and I was surprised that most of North Mississippi was still hovering around 80 degrees. Now, in Memphis, our temp had dropped into the mid-range of the 60s, but you've still got areas along and south of 40 that have temperatures upper 70s to near 80. But right now, we have one severe thunderstorm or tornado warning that is in effect for Marshall and Benton County. These are the counties that are incorporated by or under this warning itself. Chester, Hardeman, Henderson, Madison County. Your warning set to expire at midnight. The one that is for Marshall County right now looks like that's going to hold together and go through till about 12:15. The big question is, what about this storm that is just to the south and west that's coming on through Phillips County and about to head in Coahoma and possibly Tunica counties? Will that one show some signs of rotating? Because as I check this out right here, I'm seeing a little bit of a notch wanting to form right there and some inflow coming into that. Let's take a look at this on the scope, show you how things are playing out on it. And we're so far from the radar, we can't even really see it. So it's very difficult. Let me switch over to this. And even there, I don't see much. What about spectrum width? See if I can get anything to pop up there. Eric, you've got a shear marker on it, but what does that look like?
So it looks like that this one might be a little bit more aloft as far as near Coahoma and Phillips counties here.
Yeah, we're hitting that at a good distance from the radar site itself, so that totally makes sense there. But tell you what, this cell that was in Marshall County, we were still watching that, we were on top of that storm before the warning was even issued. But as we take a look right now, again, still holding together, it's still showing a pretty good sign of rotating. It wouldn't surprise me if this was extended a little farther north, because if you take a look at some of the characteristics with this, you've got that inflow notch right there. You got that well-defined just hook echo. What about hail in this? Have you seen anything in regard to hail?
No, not up to this point. I'm not going to lie. I haven't been looking too in-depth at the hail with that, but
the rainfall rate with it is I would imagine pretty tremendous right now, especially just to the north of Holly Springs. The rainfall is coming down at just about 1.5 inches per hour. So there is, at the very least, some very heavy rain. And again, a rotating supercell thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. We've had damage in northeastern Arkansas as a result. It will be interesting to see what we see once the sun comes up tomorrow, because we've got another round of storms that will impact the Action News 5 coverage area during the afternoon and primarily into the evening. Tomorrow evening, another first alert weather day here in the Action News 5 coverage area. And for the first time, first alert, 4 consecutive first alert weather days for today. And now it's coming up on tomorrow already, but for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and again on Saturday. So we've got a long stretch of severe weather we've got to get through. So it is imperative that you stay weather aware. And as Eric mentioned earlier, have multiple ways to get warnings delivered to you, whether it be on your smartphone or on your weather radio. Any other method you can have to get warnings is going to help you, and especially given the fact that some of these are going to be coming through in the late night hours again tomorrow night, likely Friday night, and especially again on Saturday night. So some good advice to adhere to there. Eric, I'd see you got a skit. What are you seeing on it?
So before we get to the skid, I will say the National Weather Service saying that we might have a TDS that's over Holly Springs right now. And if you look at some of the greens that are popping up here, if we dive a little bit closer, it seems like that is a possibility here. We are a little bit further away from the radar. Keep in mind that the radar site is over in Millington right now. So that's why it can sometimes get a little bit tricky when you start getting further and further away from the radar site here. With that said, if you are over in Grand Junction, if you're in Ashland, you want to get in that safe place, put as many walls between yourself and the outside world. If you're in Atway, if you're in Lamar, Spring Hill, Michigan City, Early Grove, Sladen, and north of Ashland right now, those are the given areas where you want to protect yourself here, because we could potentially have a tornado on the ground right now. Not 100% sure about that, of course, but this is a tornado warned storm that is in place for portions of Marshall as well as Benton and over into Hardeman and Fayette counties right now. This has moved to the northeast of I-22, so there is good news within that. Holly Springs, while you still are within the tornado warning, it does look like the biggest potential here is moving to your northeast, so not necessarily on top of you. With that noted, if you are along Highway 72, it looks like near Michigan City, near State Highway 7 as well. Ron, correct me if I'm wrong. Highway 72 and State Highway 7, is that where that roundabout is?
Yeah,
okay.
There's a roundabout right
That's exactly the area that we're keeping an eye on right now. And your first alert, if you do live in that area, that's where we might have the biggest impacts right now.
All right. So again, tornado warning is going to go until 12:15 now for Marshall County. Could likely see that extended Benton County. You're under the gun, and that's about to cross the line on into northern Benton County. That's going to likely bring this across Highway 72, could possibly come just to the west of Hopewell and Brody. So if you are anywhere in that area, or you need to get to your storm shelter right now, if you're in close proximity to this, I want you to be in the safest place in your home or in your storm shelter. Again, taking a look at the tight rotation on this, really just holding together right now. Starting to see a pretty big range of circulation right there. So the National Weather Service worried about the potential for tornadic debris signature. And Eric, I see it. right there.
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Agreed.
There's the debris. So we likely have a tornado on the ground at this time. That is for right there at the Benton-Marshall County line, just to the west of Ashland, right there along Highway 4. So if you are anywhere in that area, I want you in the safest place in your home, lowest floor, away from exterior walls, windows. If you have a storm shelter, get to it right now. Get out of the path of this storm. Let's put a quick track on it once again to show you who else this may be impacting in the coming minutes as we spread this out. Lamar, 11:55. Michigan City, 12:03. Should move into Canaan at about 12:08. LaGrange at 12:09. So tornado warned storm moving through the area right now. We still have the tornado warning. That's going to remain until 12:15 tonight for Benton, Fayette, Hardeman, and Marshall County. So folks in West Tennessee, Fayette County, you just had a tornado warning. That has moved on out. And now, although the warning itself remains, the tornado threat is out, but it's this cell that is just to the south and west of you that could come on in and impact areas right here in southeastern Fayette County. So something to watch there. Eric?
Hey, Ron, by chance, do you have the that new tornado watch graphic up that indicate exactly who's in what? Oh, I guess you want to.
There we go.
Since we still have the one that's in place until midnight, I guess it's going to convolute things a little bit here. From what I can see, it looks like our northern Mississippi counties are going to be under that tornado watch until 6 a.m. The exception to that is going to be in DeSoto and Tunica counties. Everybody else, as far as it being in Coahoma, Quitman, Panola, Tate, Lafayette, Marshall, Benton, Tippin, Alcorn counties will be under that tornado watch until 6 a.m. So want to point that out. Actually, also in McNairy County as well, under that tornado watch until 6 o'clock in the morning here. So it looks like the weather conditions are starting to, I don't want to say improve, but we're starting to get at least over the.
Don't do that just yet.
Right, exactly.
Just when we think it does, then something else comes along.
Yeah.
And we get another one.
Right, exactly.
But yeah, we have the tornado watch now until 6 a.m. Northern Mississippi, I do believe that's the target area for that. May include a few counties in West Tennessee, but for the most part, I think everybody that's along and north of the 40 corridor in West Tennessee, you're in good shape. Cool air is in there right now, rain cooled air, the atmosphere is stabilized greatly, but it's areas in northern Mississippi where we're still seeing a strong southerly flow and the potential for these more isolated cells to try to rotate as they make their way through this environment. So some big problems could continue, especially in those areas right now. Eric, you've got a pretty good shot on the rotation of it. What do you see there?
So it's still the same area that we've been talking about. Now it's really not Holly Springs so much anymore. It's starting to really shift on over into, northern Benton County right now, just to the east of Lamar. So the thing I want you to kind of note here, you see this circle, the cylinder. That's what we're kind of keeping an eye on here for some of that broad rotation that could be going on, or at least just rotation in general. This is moving off to the northeast here at about 55 miles per hour. And as far as or 45 miles per hour. The storm top on this is 45,000 feet, so there's still a lot of vertical development that is within this here. National Weather Service saying that they're going to cancel the severe thunderstorm warning that is over in Phillips County, so we're kind of clearing that off here, and we're getting closer to being able to kind of clear off a lot of our given counties here from having a warning in place. Doesn't mean it can't get they can't get reissued here at some point during the overnight hours, but at least we're starting to see some progress with respect to that. As far as our debris detector goes here, a couple of scans ago, it did look like there could at least be some sort of debris potentially lofted up here, but now it's starting to look like that might have been bad data. The National Weather Service kind of noting that as well. So we're going to keep our fingers crossed that that was the case here. With all that said, though, if you are over in northern Benton County, if you're over near Spring Hill, Brody, Hopewell, Michigan City, get into that safe place right now. And make sure that you put as many walls between yourself and the outside world. Put some blankets or some pillows over you. And if you have a helmet, good idea to use that as well. And Ron, the BTI on this just bumped up to a 7.5. So that just became,
oh, wow.
Yeah, that just amplified here quite a bit. The hail size on this too is indicating 2¼ inches worth of hail here. So this is starting to look like ramp up here just a little bit, if anything. As far as our velocity or our storm winds go on this here, there definitely is at least some rotation within the sky. Now, just because there's rotation in the sky doesn't automatically mean that there's a funnel cloud or a tornado necessarily on the ground here. But we have some pretty strong winds at the least here, starting to approach Highway 72. So, Ron, these little storms at night, especially when they start to move into some untapped air, they can really start to spin up and become strong rather quickly.
I think it should weaken once it crosses the Mississippi River or the Tennessee state line, Mississippi-Tennessee state line, especially given the fact that we saw the storm that moved through Fayette County earlier. But the fact that it is still packing a punch right now, still showing the signs of rotation within it, and still showing the potential for some hail in it as well, that's a great indicator that we certainly have a rotating supercell thunderstorm. So that's what I'm looking at. More specifically, this area right there that is still holding together, cross through Holly Springs, now making its way on through northern Benton County. Let's put a new track on this. The last few minutes, warning's going to go now until 12:15 for the tornado warning. Let's take it just beyond the polygon itself, because Michigan City's in the path, 12:05, Canaan 12:09, Grand Junction 12:14. Should get into Salisbury right around 12:19, and then into Walnut at 12:26, Brownfield 12:29, 12:33. It will then move into Middleton. As we zoom out and take a look at the big picture here, we have that one tornado warning. Marshall County's now been removed. Did that just update?
Correct.
Sure did. So now just for Benton County, was it, did they?
Go ahead. That's why I say.
Did they extend it? No. Okay, so 12:15 on that. But Marshall County, your tornado threat has now ended, but we're still seeing the potential for a tornado in northern Benton County starting to approach Highway 72. And that's going to continue to move to the north and northeast, just as should say west of Walnut. You're not in any. I don't think you're in the path of this. But if it continues on this track, it's going to move mainly in this direction right here. So crossing 72 and likely bringing it into southern Hardeman County. Eric, that's still looking pretty ominous there.
I agree with you, Ron. I mean, the good news is at least it looks like it's going over relatively rural areas. But you said this to me when we were covering this on Sunday night, as far as a lot of trucks travel right along Highway 72 heading over towards the Corinth area. So that is definitely a well-traveled road. Hopefully, as far as the truckers out there go, they're avoiding driving tonight, just because it's not like this round of severe weather came out of nowhere here. We've been talking about it here for a number of days in a row. As far as the BTI numbers go on this here, was talking about how this was a 7.5. That is still the case right now. Looking at some of these numbers on your screen here, that BTI is 7.5. The hail size could still be about 2¼ inches in diameter here. And if we're talking about specific objects or things to compare it to here, well, once we start talking about 2¼ inches, not quite tennis ball sized hail, but just below that here. So figure if we have even golf ball or ping pong ball sized hail that is falling from this, that is certainly going to cause some destruction here around the Mid-South, and specifically over into Marshall County, where this tornado warning is right now. And it is still moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So good news is, at least for Holly Springs, you are now out of that warning here. But if you have any friends or family that are over in Grand Junction, even into Middleton here, we're starting to go more towards Tennessee and into Hardeman County, give them that first alert. Make sure that they are aware of this here, because while it's not necessarily confirmed on the ground, we still want to make sure we keep a close eye on this, Ron. Not seeing as sharp of... sharp's not the right word. Not seeing as much on the debris detector compared to what we had earlier today, or earlier just a couple of minutes ago. So
that was
good
kicking
news.
up as it moved through Marshall County, or as it moved through Holly Springs.
Yeah.
Is that where we saw the debris?
At least the
debris
potential of it, yeah.
Yeah.
So if we kind of backtrack it here a little bit, right in that area, right around Holly Springs. So keeping our fingers crossed, obviously. Hopefully that this is, because the National Weather Service kind of noted that it could be bad data, and hopefully that's the case as well here, because we certainly don't want to hear about a tornado that did go through Holly Springs. But you do want to treat this as if it is a tornado on the ground here throughout northern portions of Benton County.
Do we have any MDOT cameras that are on Highway 72, Ben, in Benton County? Ben's our producer in the booth tonight. If you do and you can find those, let me know. We'll take those when we can or as soon as you get them. In the meantime, let me come back and let's go ahead and
I unfortunately don't believe
that
they are any.
There aren't any, are there? Yeah, I didn't think so either. Yeah, no cameras there. But again, one tornado warning. Just to put this all into perspective for you, the only active warning we have in our coverage area right now is for this one lone tornado warning that is in northern Benton County, but it is showing us pretty significant couplet.
Yeah.
Right there north of Ashland. So Ashland, I think you're in the clear from this, but it is certainly in close proximity, and that's going to continue to move north as it's crossing Highway 5, and then will make its way towards 72. So with that, let's put another track on this from that area of rotation right there, north of Ashland. So Canaan, 1207, should get into New Canaan at 1208, and then move into Brody right around 1211 tonight. So that's what we're looking at with this cell. And I'm going to pan down just a little bit. I want to just take a slice on this, and let's just see what is in this thing as far as the potential for hail goes. Don't think we're going to see anything there. It's a low top storm. Eric, look at that. Only about, I say low top storm. Then you get down to this rotation area. Wow. It's at close to 40,000 feet on that. Look at that.
That's interesting.
So, that whole storm is probably,
I got to be in about 45,000 on mine over here.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I think my system is maybe off just a little bit. But we're coming up on the 12 o'clock hour here. We've got about another 18 minutes on this warning. We will see if the National Weather Service extends this as they move it on into, as it continues to move on into approach Hardeman County. I don't think it's going to impact Fayette County, but it may very well impact a portion of McNairy County if it continues to move on through and spin through that area.
And Ron, how are you feeling as far as northern Hardeman County goes to the northeast of Bolivar? I'm starting to think that a lot of that really is off to the northeast as far as a tornado warned area, and not really an issue. So it's really just the one cell,
no,
the one warning.
It's not. That was, and really the warning that was issued there, it wasn't tornadic. Again, Doppler radar indicated, but it didn't have anywhere near the characteristics. As a matter of fact, when we were tracking that initial cell, this is the one that caught our eye for the most part. That's the one that we were watching, and the National Weather Service ultimately issued a tornado warning on that.
And as far as what we have for some BTI numbers right now, still looking at that 7.5 range here. So that number is certainly still elevated here as far as northern Benton County is concerned. Hopefully you don't know anybody that's traveling along Highway 72 right now, maybe going from Corinth over towards just the Memphis metro in general. If you do, give them that first alert here, because it is not a wise idea to be traveling right now from Corinth over into Collierville, or say from Germantown over into Corinth right now, as this is a tornado warned storm. So this is a pretty nasty little storm that we have right now. Let's see, we will be upping the size of the hail for the northern Benton County storm to ping pong ball sized hail, and that's very understandable. So I'm going to guess that this is still going to be a tornado warned storm, but they are just going to add that tag, and they're essentially saying that there could be some hail that's about 1 3/4 inch in diameter here. The BTI number on this still looking at a 7.5. This is still moving to the northeast here at about 45 miles per hour, and it is going to be crossing over from the Mississippi state, or from Mississippi into Tennessee over the next few minutes. Now, as noted, this isn't a relatively rural area, but still want to give, it doesn't make a difference if you're one person in one area, you're one person's a person here. Excuse me. As far as Middleton goes here, this is looking down into southern portions of Hardeman County. You're looking at 1213 for that first alert. Hornsby at 1226 if this does continue at the same trajectory and at the same pace that it is going right now. So that's those are a couple of different communities that you have to keep an eye on this here. If you're in Bolivar right now, as far as the city of Bolivar goes, I do believe that this is going to stay to the south of you. With that said, it is still wise just to keep an eye on this, just to ensure that it is going to stay just to your south here. But this is still moving moving to the northeast. Want to go back to that storm that is in Phillips County and Lee County, where we are still seeing that there could be a little bit of rotation within the sky here. I don't think there's anything kind of catching my eye at this point, so there is some good news within that. Pretty much where Tunica as well as Coahoma and Quitman counties all intersect each other here. There is at least some rotation in the sky, but it looks to be relatively broad in nature. Going back to the northeast now with that actual tornado warning storm that is in northern Benton County. Looks, well, I was about to say, it looks like the tornadic activity might be starting to simmer down ever so slightly, but the hail size continues to ramp up here, as this is indicating that there could be some 3-inch in diameter size hail here, and that will certainly cause issues if that is falling from the sky here right along Highway 72. So not a great situation to be driving along Highway 72 right now. Be curious to see what the National Weather Service is going to do with this here in 15 minutes, and that's when this warning is expected to retire. It is expected to expire here, rather, as it does move off to the northeast. If you are tuning in here into Shelby County, if you're in Crittenden County, yeah, we still have some showers and storms here around the Mid-South in those given areas as far as the Memphis metro goes, over towards West Memphis, Mariana, Forest City, up to the north right now into Harrisburg, Blytheville. But as far as the actual severe warned storms right now, the only one that we have is into northern Benton County. National Weather Service saying that a new tornado warning is incoming downstream of the Benton County, Mississippi warning.
They just issued it.
And this is going
This
is going to encompass both storms in southwest Hardeman County. The storm over Hickory Valley is starting to rotate as well. So now they're keeping an eye on 2 given cells here, Ron. So not a great situation there, but we are keeping an eye on it.
Not at all. And as a matter of fact, the new warning now,
it includes Bolivar.
On this, let me give you, here we go. Let me give you the info on this. This is also going to include a large portion of, here we go, large portion of Alcorn County, Chester, really just clipping the northwestern corner of Alcorn County. It's going to also include Chester County, Hardeman, for the most part, the majority of Hardeman, and a good part of McNairy County. So this cell itself really showing signs of holding together as it moves off to the east-northeast, and that hook even becoming a little more textbook in size. So right now, 1204 Canaan, New Canaan 1205, Salisbury 1214, should get into Middleton at about 1227. Then it's going to go into Bolivar at 1237, Hornsby 1242, Raymer 1249, and then it will move into Guys right around 1253. So now a new tornado warning. This again is going to be for Alcorn, Hardeman, McNairy, Tippah counties, and that is going to go until 12:45 a.m. as a pretty significant supercell thunderstorm rolling on through there right now. Let me clear this info off. Let's take a look at it once again, and you can see that well-defined hook echo right there in that. Eric, you see anything in the way of hail within it?
Definitely looks like we have some hail, and I'm looking at some of those strong winds that might be embedded in here too, approaching Brody and Hopewell. If you're in Middleton, get in that safe spot right now. Don't have this confirmed on the ground, but I will say as far as some of the different radar indicated storms that are concerned, this is one of the more impressive ones that we've seen all afternoon and all evening long here. Looks like we could be seeing some winds approaching, say, 60 miles per hour, and that will certainly cause damage within itself here. Turn around and put some more of the tools that we have here at Action News 5
We got a new tornado warning to the southwest, I do believe.
Yep.
Am I right?
To Tunica County. Good call.
Yeah. Let me come back to me.
Go for it.
Let me take a look at this. I'll tell you what. Let's move this. So we've got that one going until 12:45. This was the other one we were watching just moments ago, and now National Weather Service issuing a tornado warning for this one. This cell is going to go until 12:45 for DeSoto, Panola, Tate, and Tunica counties. This cell moving off to the north and northeast about 40, 45 miles per hour, showing signs of rotating and entering a highly charged environment that's still in place in northern Mississippi tonight. Here we are with temperatures still close to 80 degrees in many areas, and now we're seeing this activity. Let's take a look at the velocity on this and show you, oh yeah, there's a little area that's down right there. Can you see that? That's the area. It's right there And that is, I'm surprised that northern Quitman County is not included in
Agreed.
that. But let me put a track on this, give you an idea of where this is going to go within the next few minutes. And I'm not even really sure. I'll track it from right here where I think the inflow notch is, or at least it looks like the inflow notch is there. Askew 1216, Cottonville 1240 at 1225, Arca Butler 1231, Senatobia 1237, Coldwater 1240. Then it's going to move into Hernando 1248, Alfaba at 1252, and then into Aiken at 1256 tonight. Eric, you've got a pretty good look at it there as far as the shear rate goes. How's it looking?
Definitely have at least some rotation in the sky here, Ron. Feeling pretty confident about that. This does also include DeSoto and Tate counties. So if you're waking up, if you're waking up to the alarms going off right now, this is certainly something, as far as the tornado sirens go, this is definitely something that you want to be aware of here with this storm that is racing itself off to the northeast here at about 50 miles per hour. As far as what we have for some of the debris detector, nothing really catching my eye, but this is catching my eye almost more than anything else. This is the storm threats as far as maybe seeing some rain or some hail or some strong winds. Turn off some of the different things here as far as a shear detector. Let's see what we have here as far as some of those strongest winds that are possibly in here. Could be looking at some 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. So that is definitely winds that will cause damage here if they do come to fruition and ultimately are happening here. If there's any sort of good news, the BTI on this is only at a 3.9. Yet again, that's a Barron Tornado Index. That ranges from a 1 to a 10 here. A 10 means that we have big time issues as far as a tornado being on the ground, likely causing damage and just a lot of issues. A 1 pretty much being a whole lot of nothing here. So that's kind of splitting the difference between the two. Want to go back to that tornado warning storm that is in northern Benton County. It is still racing itself off to the northeast as well here. Looks like, let's see if we have anything as far as our rotation detector goes. Looks like it's just kind of broad rotation right now. National Weather Service saying that this storm still continues to be something that they're monitoring here. So, Ron, I will say as far as these two given storms go, both of them, they have their own kind of individual characteristics that are kind of interesting right now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we haven't had anything that's been confirmed on the ground. But as far as that one that's into Tunica County, I mean, both of these here, they're still looking like they have at least some spin in the sky. And as you've noted, this is kind of air that's been untapped here for the past few hours. And unfortunately, this is kind of a sign of it here when you get some of these storms to still ignite rather quickly and become strong pretty quickly, too.
Yeah, and the Weather Service still looking at the impressive nature of this storm, too, and the characteristics that it's possessing as it makes its move north into West Tennessee right now. But we are still watching this carefully. The other one back behind it. Low BTI, but it is rotating to some degree. And again, still a lot of warm air here. But right now, it looks like the most significant cell we have, or the one that may be capable of producing any damage, is going to be the one that is moving through Benton County and is about to enter southern Hardeman County. Don't think it's going to clip Tippah County. You're included in the warning there. But if you take a look at the track of the storm itself for the potential rotation, I think you're going to be in pretty good shape. The big question is this thing going to hold together? So Rogers Springs, 1219. Then it moves into Middleton, 1226, 1231 into Essery Springs. Ceres at about 1236. Hornsby, 1241. Raymer, 1247. Then it will move into Selmer at 1253 and should get into Deanburg right around 1258. Now, the storm that is just behind that, that's going to be following along in almost the exact same path. So Marshall County is in the path again of another potential supercell thunderstorm coming into play there. Let me put this into motion for you to show what we're talking about here as we just loop this whole system here. And notice the east-northeast progression of these storms, all right? But they're also being fed a tremendous amount of warm, moist air coming in out of the south. In advance of that, that's allowing, because of this eastern movement of this activity, then the moisture coming out of the south and the strong winds associated with that, it's allowing these little individual cells to spin. So earlier today, we had all of the activity back here in northeastern Arkansas. Once again, Eric, Memphis and Shelby County faring well in regard to tornadoes and tornadic activity, as everything has been to our north and now tonight down to our south and southeast.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that, Ron, but it does look like there's almost like a band that's kind of coming out of this tornado-warned storm that's into southern Tunica County right now that's starting to sprout to the north here. Wouldn't be surprised if that does impact western Shelby County and potentially Memphis as well over the next half an hour to an hour. So not that it's warned or it has any sort of real significant sort of signature on it here. It is still one that we have to keep an eye on. I do want to dive back over into that storm that's into northern Benton County, starting to cross on over into Tennessee right now. Let's see. National Weather Service. Hardeman County will have 2 tornadic storms in the area soon. Both these storms feature impressive low-level rotation and could drop a tornado at any moment. Do not have confirmation of any tornado on the ground. So at least there is good news within that here. But as far as this storm goes, let's see if we could pop up any sort of BTI numbers. Don't have one there. That's still looking at a 7 here as far as the strength of that. Same idea for that one too. So I do think that as far as the strongest portion of this here, it is really starting to enter into Hardeman County and is starting to really transition from Benton and Tippah counties. Not that it's really quite in Tippah County. It is starting to scoot itself to the northeast here into Hardeman County. And worthwhile to note that there was a flash flood warning that had involved a bunch of counties that had been allowed to expire, or that will be allowed to expire here at 12:20. National Weather Service also issuing a severe thunderstorm warning that does include a bunch of counties just outside of the Mid-South, aside from McNairy County. And that's going to be put into place. You'll see that populate here, I think, rather shortly. That is until, let's see, what do we have there? 1 o'clock, and that includes the area where it says Henderson on your screen here. So that's an area to keep an eye on if you have friends or family over into Lexington, Tennessee. But going back to the tornado-warned storm here, this is just the one that will not quit and it will not give up. The good news is at least it's not confirmed on the ground here, so that's always something that is good to see. But if you're in Middleton, this is looking at 12:18 here as to when we are expected to be moving into your area. Right now it is 12:12 on Thursday morning. This is going to be in Hornsby by 12:29, Raymer by 12:34, Selmer, as far as McNairy County goes, 12:38, Eastview 12:39, and then Bethel Springs at 12:40. The storm is moving yet again to the northeast here at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. Down to the southwest here in Tunica County, and this is going to be heading towards the general direction of Hernando and Coldwater. Coldwater, your time frame is in about 28 minutes here at 12:12. That's the current time right now, but you're looking at 12:40 here in Coldwater. Do you want to reiterate the fact that these are not confirmed on the ground, but there's at least some rotation being detected here, and the National Weather Service turning around and issuing a pair of tornado warnings here that engulf portions of Tunica County, Tate County, a small sliver of Panola County, DeSoto County, and then off to the northwest here for Benton, Tippah, Alcorn, McNairy, Hardeman, as well as Fayette counties. Although I really think that as far as Fayette County goes, this is really kind of more on the eastern side of things and isn't towards Eads or Somerville in that general area. This is really kind of the far eastern side here of the county, if nothing else here.
So, Eric, is that storm that's down in, that's coming out of Coahoma, Tunica counties, is that showing signs of intensifying? You seen anything with that? I see a shear marker there. So this still had a low BTI. There's a new shear marker. I wonder what we're getting with that.
So this has had a shear marker for a little bit now, and it's up to a 7 as far as
it's a 7 now.
And I believe that is the highest that this cell has had.
Yeah, it was at a 3.9 earlier. Now it's at a 7. That is concerning because as that approaches Arcabutla Lake,
and over even into Coldwater and Senatobia, and obviously once we start getting into those portions of the Mid-South, we're starting to hit a little bit more in the way of population centers here. Little Texas, you're in that tornado warning. I do think that the majority of this is going to stay just to your east and southeast here, but you still want to treat it as if you are under that tornado warning. Hernando, this is going to be headed towards your general area here as we start to roll towards 12:37. Right now it is 12:14, so you still have about 23 minutes to make those proper preparations. Try to get everybody in in that lowest portion of your house and into an interior room, whether it be a closet or a bathroom. Usually that's what most people utilize as far as a safe place here when it does come to tornadoes on the ground. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside world. Get some blankets, get some pillows. If you have a helmet, ideally have that on standby too. Put all that over you as far as the blanket and pillows go. So this way, if you do get caught in that tornado, that should give you a little bit of protection. And make sure you have sneakers on your feet as well. Things that, let's just say if unfortunately something bad does happen and your house does get hit by a tornado, at least you're able to walk around here a little bit as far as that goes. So certainly pretty impressive to see these tornado warning storms just pick up here over about the past half hour to 45 minutes here around the Mid-South.
The one for Benton County just expired, but the portion of it that is now remains for northern Tippah, Alcorn County, even though it's just clipping those areas. And really the county that is under the gun with this one is Hardeman County, as that's coming on through. So Hardeman County had one that came through the northern portion of the county, now this one to the south. But Eric, this is showing some signs of possibly, or at least based on its latest track, it could come right on into Selmer. So Selmer,
Agreed.
I want to give you your first alert, because you are right in the path of that, and it looks like it may make its way into Selmer right around 12:55. So right now the warning is set to expire at 12:45, but if it continues on this track, then it's 12:55. So Middleton 12:28, Essery Springs 12:33, then into Hornsby right around 12:43, Raymer 12:49, there's Selmer 12:55, Caffey 12:59, Mickey at 1:04, and should get into Henderson right around 1:11. So that storm was even showing a bit of a debris signature moments ago, and I see it right there. So that's an indication that there's some pretty good rotation at the very least on that as it's moving on through. And it is a classic, if you just look at the structure itself, a classic hook echo that we are seeing right now with some very tight rotation, a well-defined inflow notch right here, and that is coming in from that area. Let me clear this off of here one more time. We got a brand new radar scan right now. Let's put a new track on it there. I'm going to track it just to the southwest of Selmer, but it looks like Middleton 1221, Lacey 1227, Ceres at about 1233, and then it will move into Hornsby right around 1238. Going back, taking a look at the big picture right now, these are the two cells we're watching. This one that's making its way on through Hardeman, now McNairy County, but the one that's coming in just behind it, that one too showing some signs of starting to rotate as well. Had a BTI of 7 just moments ago. As I take a look at the velocity on this,
hey Ron,
yeah, we are seeing something right there. Yeah, you're looking at that Middleton cell.
Yeah, so
near Middleton.
National Weather Service saying that a chaser confirmed that there's a tornado on the ground actually north of Walnut here. So
we have a nocturnal tornado on the ground. If you are near Walnut, get to your storm shelter right now. We just put a track on this cell. Let me move now. I tell you what, Eric, let me take a step out and let you take it over.
Sure, I got you, Ron.
There is pretty good rotation there.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So if you're in Selmer right now, or if you know anybody that lives in Selmer or is around Selmer, this is over in McNairy County. You want to make sure that they are woken up by this and that they're aware of this, because as noted, this is a tornado that was noted by a chaser that it was on the ground. Got a report actually over in Alcorn County that Walnut has lost power. So I actually thought that this was going to stay just to the north of Walnut. But if you're in Selmer, if you know anybody in Selmer, this is in McNairy County. I don't really care what time it is. You need to give them a call and wake them up and make sure that they're aware of this. Because even though this is not quite in McNairy County yet, this is headed for McNairy County. If you're in Middleton, it's a southern in Hardeman County. Unfortunately, this is right on top of you pretty much right now. And if you know anybody that's in Middleton, give them that first alert. Make sure that they're aware of this. Lacey, as far as eastern portions of Hardeman County are concerned, Sulphur Springs into McNairy County, same idea. Here, Hebron, anybody that's really south of Bolivar and to the west of Selmer, you need to give them a call. Make sure that they're awake and make sure that they know what we got going on here, especially over in Selmer, because this is a storm that was tornado warned near Holly Springs. And just to give you a point of reference here, as far as from Holly Springs to here, that's about 35, 36 miles, okay? If we keep this going here off to the northwest of Selmer, it's 21 miles. So this is a shorter ground to go before it reaches Selmer than it has when it started off here in Holly Springs. So that means it really has a shorter distance to go than it's already gone per se here. If you know anybody in Selmer, I can't reiterate this enough, give them a call, make sure they're awake, as this is a tornado that's confirmed on the ground here. As far as we have back to the west here, I want to keep an eye on the other tornado warning storm that we have right now. Haven't had confirmation that this is on the ground quite yet, but this is also racing to the northeast here at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. The BTI on this is a 6.7. That number had been as high as a 7.0, so at least that number has come down ever so slightly. But if you know anybody in Senatobia or Coldwater with an emphasis on Coldwater, make sure that they are aware of this right now, even towards Byhalia, where you aren't necessarily. Is Byhalia under that tornado warning? Let's see here. Got to see if Marshall County. I don't think it quite goes that far here. I'd imagine the National Weather Service is going to update this here rather shortly. Let's see. Firm substantial future. Okay, so looking at the National Weather Service, they did note that there is a tornado on the ground between Middleton and Walnut. And it's been on the ground, I believe, for 12 minutes, if I'm reading this correctly here. So, as we were talking about here, Lacey, Sulphur Springs, the far eastern corner of Hardeman County. If you know anybody that's over in McNairy County, make sure that they are awake and that they are aware of this, because this is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground here. The BTI number continues to remain rather impressive at a 7.3. And keep in mind, as far as the Mid-South goes here, this is an area where, as far as nocturnal tornadoes go, a lot of people unfortunately are killed by these just because it's obviously at night. A lot of people are sleeping, not necessarily aware of their conditions right now. So not a great situation that we have going on right now into McNairy County, and it's eastern Hardeman County. I can't say this enough. Make sure, if you have any friends, family, heck, if you have enemies that live over there in Selmer, make sure that they're aware of this right now, because this is really a serious situation here.
Yep.
And we
Call
don't
them, wake them up.
Yes.
Eric, I'm looking at this cell back in Tate County. Let's zoom in on this one right now, because this is showing some signs of significant rotation as well. And let's take a close look at what we're seeing here. We still have the tornado warning that's in effect, and that warning remains now until about 12:45, DeSoto, Panola, Tate, and Tunica counties. But right now, Tate County is under the gun with this. And let me zoom in a little tighter here. Looked like it had a pretty significant shear marker, but I'm looking at velocity right now.
The velocity is pretty strong.
Significant velocity within that. That is strong. There is, I would dare say, we've got a tornado on the ground here as well, just to the west of Senatobia. Let's put a track on this quickly. And from right, this may even be rain wrapped, Eric.
Yeah.
Looks like it's rain wrapped, and it's going to make it even harder to detect. But Strayhorn, 1225, Crockett, 1229, Senatobia, 1238, Coldwater, 1241, and into Love at 1245. We're looking at what could be a significant tornado possibly on the ground. All indications are right now, and let me see if I see a debris signature on this. Starting to see a little bit of a debris signature right there around Senatobia. We may have something being lofted up into the sky, but just to the west of Senatobia, we are seeing a pretty good indication of what looks to be a tornado right there. Just again, we don't have the visual confirmation, but it's nighttime. Very difficult to see. I'm going to put the scope on here. Track it again. I'm going to look for the main area of rotation. Wow.
That's impressive. And I mean that in a respectful way. That's, oh, man.
All right, let's go back and let me put the track on this. And let me give you an idea of where this is going to go. And here we go.
Hey, Ben, are you still in the back?
Rain-wrapped tornado coming right through right now. So Crockett, 1229, Senatobia, 1237, Coldwater, 1240. Should get into Love right around 1244, Hernando, 1249, then into Barr at 1253, and Thyatria right around, and that's the first time I think I've seen that, 12:55. So if you're in the path of this, get to your storm shelter right now. Get to the safest place in your home, because we do believe we have a significant tornado and some very well-defined rotation just to the west of Senatobia, Mississippi right now. That is going to make a move. Will likely move just to the north of Senatobia, but it is going to be very, very close as it moves on through. So that's the path of the storm right now as it's coming in. But there you see that well-defined hook echo, or center of circulation right there. Eric, you've still got an eye on that storm that's crossed into West Tennessee. What's it doing right now?
Man.
It's relentless.
Yeah,
absolutely relentless.
Yeah, and you know, Ron, I thought we were about to really enter a little bit of a lull here about an hour and 15 minutes ago. But you know, reality is we have a tornado that's on the ground right now near Middleton, Tennessee, and this is moving to the northeast here. I know I've said it a number of times, but I can't say this enough. If you know anybody that's in Selma right now, you got to wake them up. You got to make sure they know about this, because this is headed towards Selma right now. Let's see. We got some new skit numbers on here. This is still producing a 7 on the BTI, which is that Barron Tornado Index. That's a high number. Once we start seeing that number eclipse or reach a 7, that likely means that the confirmation that it is still on the ground and it is moving to the northeast here. And that's going to be a strong storm that is moving itself to the northeast here towards Selma and McNairy County. So if you know anybody in Selma, make sure they're awake. Make sure they know what's going on here. I know the National Weather Service did note that there are potentially 2 tornadoes that could be on the ground here, or at least around. Let me rephrase that. I don't really see a secondary one that could be around here, but over into Middleton, it's a far eastern portions of Hardeman County. That is the potential area that we have to really keep an eye on right now. And this is going to be over in McNairy County in a jiffy here. So,
What's that moving at? What's the speed on that?
So the speed of this given tornado warned storm here, let's see. I want to use the numbers that the National Weather Service has, because they've been the one that have been kind of on top of this one, especially here. This is moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. So it is moving at a pretty quick forward pace here as well. Let's go over into the storm 2. And this one that's that's approaching Coldwater. And this is going to be reaching I-55 here before we know it in a matter of time here. We got to, okay, let's see what we got here as far as the camera up here. I'm curious what we got here. And if possible, where is this camera at here? So this way we could see. Okay. Gotcha. So this is I-55 between Senatobia and Hernando right now. You know, obviously this is one given spot, and there's a lot of lightning going on here. So it's going to be tough to really depict a tornado that could be around here. So this is right at the rest stop here along I-55. Can't really see too much here as far as there being an actual tornado on the ground here, but at least still gives us a good idea what we have going on here. Let's go back to what we have going on here. Thank you. With this, so this is still registering as a 6.8 here. And Ron, if you look at this, this is starting.
Yeah, that's on the ground tornado right now. Yeah.
This is west side of Senatobia. If you know anybody, honestly, Ron, would you agree with me? If you know anybody in Senatobia, I'd give them a call right now. Make sure that they're awake and they know about this. Over towards Coldwater as well. Arcabutla, same idea. And this is moving to the northeast here at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So these are still racing off to the northeast here. This one isn't confirmed on the ground here, but I feel pretty confident that we at least have a strong potential of this being on the ground right now, just to the west of Senatobia and to the west of Coldwater as well. Want to get people a first alert coming down the road here. So Hernando, I do think that this is going to stay to the south of you, but you should still continue to monitor this. If you're over in Byhalia, you need to keep an eye on this. You do see that as far as these lines go, and this is kind of projecting where these storms are going to be. This is anticipating it being in Byhalia here in about a half hour at 12:57. While you're not specifically under that tornado warning in Byhalia, you do need to keep a close eye on this right now.
All right, so the National Weather Service is not seeing a tornado debris signature on that Tate County rotation just yet, but they are seeing the very strong strong rotation, and they're concerned that a tornado may drop there very soon near Coldwater. So if you are in and around Coldwater, Mississippi, and this is the one I'm looking at right here, this is the one we have visual confirmation. There's a storm spotter on it, chasing it right now as it's moving on through Hardeman and into McNairy County. But this is the one that caught my eye and my attention moments ago, maybe starting to fall apart a little bit, but man, that velocity signature, it's still strong in there. That's just relative velocity, or that's just base velocity. Let's look at storm relative velocity. So we're taking into consideration not only just the rotation within it, but the movement of the cell itself. And that still seems somewhat significant. So with that, I'm going to put another track on this as this starts to approach Senatobia. I think it's going to move just to the north of Senatobia.
Agreed.
But man, you're close. So
yeah.
Senatobia, 1238. Excuse me, Love, 1244. Polkville, right around 1247. Alfaba at 1251, then 1254 into Barr. Aiken, 1257. Ingram's Mill, 102. Cedarview at 105. You are currently under a tornado warning right now. That warning remains for another 15 minutes. We're approaching 12:30 right now. This is going to expire at 12:45, but just to our north and to the east, we're seeing this cell is something else, and that's still holding together well. Eric, that is a classic hook echo supercell thunderstorm producing a tornado right now, and that one, Selmer, you're right in the path.
Agreed.
Let's track it. I'm tracking it from that area of rotation. Selmer, here you go. You're getting heavy rain right now, maybe even some hail, but looks like it's going to move to you about 12:49. We'll get into Rose Creek at 12:44, then into Gravel Hill at 12:53, 12:57 into 40 Forks, Finger at 101. Then it's going to move on into Chambers at 105, 108 into Adamsville, and then 113 it will move into Crump. Already got a brand new scan on that, so that cell is rapidly starting to move through. And look, we're also dealing with flooding with these cells as well. Just to the west, you get into Hardeman County, and in northern Hardeman County, we've got a flood warning there until 3 a.m. That's for Crockett, Hardeman, Haywood, and Madison counties. Flood warning for you. Now a new tornado warning. Let me just clear this off because they've now extended it. This warning is now going to go probably past 1 a.m.
1:30.
Yeah, till 1:30 now. So that cell rapidly moving through. Selmer, you are in the path of the storm. Get to your storm shelter. If you have friends, family, you're watching right now, you know people in Selmer and McNairy County, anywhere around this area, give them a call, let them know, wake them up. I know it's 12:30, but hey, if I was sleeping and that was bearing down on me, I would not be mad at anybody who called me to tell me about it right now. Looks like it's also trying to become rain wrapped a little bit.
Agreed.
That could make it a little more difficult to see. And when I say rain wrapped, so there's so much moisture out there, the rotation's so strong, it starts to draw in some rain around it, and you can't see it. It looks just like a rain shaft, even when it's lit up by lightning. So that's what we're looking at there. Eric, you've got a significant storm threat. Let's take a look. Let's go to Eric. Take a look at that.
Ron, this does not look good. So right now we're looking just to the west of Senatobia and Coldwater here. Let's take this full, see what we got going on here as far as this goes. Hey, Ron, as far as what we have going on with this one, I think this one is, I wouldn't be surprised if this one becomes a tornado or a...
tornado emergency?
Maybe not an emergency, but man, we're getting close there. At the least, I mean, it's pretty impressive what we have going on here for the returns on this.
Okay, so look,
Yeah.
we've got a tornado crossing State Road 4 west of Senatobia. That was at 12:31. So west of Senatobia, this is from my buddy Brett Adair, storm spotter west of State Road 4, Senatobia, a tornado is crossing there. So we have a confirmed tornado on the ground near Senatobia, just to the west of Senatobia. So We're about to get an update on the warning there as we now have visual confirmation. Let me zoom out, take a look at the big picture here. Let me come back to my first alert radar. So here we go. Whenever you see a red polygon outlined in white, that means that it's not just a tornado warning. We have visual confirmation. Storm spotters are in this area here. We've got storm spotters on this cell here, and they are giving us visual confirmation tonight that there are tornadoes, 2 tornadoes on the ground. One has been moving from right around, came on through Benton County, I do believe, Marshall County, then up through Fayette County or Hardeman County, and is now moving into McNairy County. But it's this cell that's just to the southwest of that, almost following along that same track, and that's coming in. But we've got confirmation that there is a tornado on the ground right there, right now. Eric, you got a decent shear marker on it?
So let's
Hard to see.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a good situation. So Ron, let's just kind of reset here as far as we do have 2 confirmed tornadoes that are on the ground right now, okay? One that is really starting to approach Selmer, Tennessee here over in McNairy County. Let's take a closer look at that one right now. As far as what we have with that one here, I want you to make sure you're in that safe place here if you are in Selmer. That is a look at. So right now, quite frankly, I'm showing Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers a picture that I can't show, unfortunately, on air here, but this was just to the north of Walnut, Ron, that you're looking at here.
Yeah, that's tornado on the ground.
Yeah. I really wish I could show that one on air. But Selmer is about to get hit by a tornado here, especially on the north and the west side of town here. So if you know anybody that's in Sulphur Springs, Bethel Springs, over into Selmer, Mud Creek, 40 Forks, those areas, you want to make sure that you put as many walls between yourself and the outside world here because that's a dangerous situation. What you got?
Can you get that on the air?
Yes.
Do it.
Okay.
Show it to me right now. We'll ask forgiveness instead of permission.
I agree with you, Ron.
All right.
Okay, so let's pop me up.
Let me show you this right now.
So let's pop me up here. What I'm going to do.
North Mississippi Storm Chasers. These are great. It's a great group of folks. They chase storms all over North Mississippi. That is the image that they just sent. Was that sent to the National Weather Service?
Correct.
Or was that, so they sent that to the National Weather Service.
Yeah.
So North Mississippi Storm Chasers. I'm showing this without your permission. I apologize. You've got my cell phone number. You can yell at me tomorrow. We'll get through this, but it's more important that the people in that area see what is coming through and what is definitely on the ground. Any indication where that was when they got that shot?
If you give me about 30 seconds and I'll look back into it here and try to figure it out here. Let's go back over to Ron.
I'm looking at this cell that's now moving just to the north of Senatobia. We've got a lot going on here tonight. We were really hoping that we would see this activity just kind of turn into just some severe thunderstorms. Now, 2 confirmed tornadoes, and on the ground, we have storm spotters on this one right now. This is just about to cross 55. Take a look at the velocity. This thing has really just been showing some serious, just holding together, and still, look at that area right there. That is just on the velocity. I'll put the scope on here. This is storm relative velocity. It's right there, and it's rain wrapped. So now we put this on the next rad. Let's track it. It's going to go beyond the polygon. You can expect this to be extended most likely within the next few minutes. That warning is set to expire at 12:45. I anticipate that being extended out. Polkville, 12:45. It's going to move into Bowman, 12:47. Alfaba, right around 12:49. Then we'll see it move into Bet right around 12:54, Rock Hill at 12:56. Tornado on the ground just now crossing 55. That is moving through Tate County. If you are in the path of this storm, and just as I say that, the warning has now been extended. So here we go. Let me give you the new information. And what a great job by the National Weather Service tonight. So much activity, so many storms, and they've been on top of it all night long. So tornado warning now goes until 1:15 for DeSoto, Marshall, Tate. Considerable possibility that this is creating damage as it's moving on through. It is on the ground. There are spotters in that area. So right now, just to reset and show you, and for folks here in Memphis and Shelby County, we're fine, okay? This is going to stay just to our south Here's Memphis and Shelby County right here, but I tell you what, that is going to move on into Marshall County and could quite possibly hold together
And go over.
and follow almost along the same path as this storm that's moving through McNairy County right now.
And Ron, they have a considerable tag on that one that is over closer to Coldwater right now as far as the National Weather Service goes. So they elevated that risk a little bit.
Yeah, so what have you got up there?
All right, let's see what we got going on here as far as, well, just the weather conditions in general here. Obviously, we're still tracking some strong and severe thunderstorms here around the Mid-South. I'm meteorologist Eric Briley. You've been with Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers and myself here over about the past hour or so here around the Mid-South. Right now, we are tracking 2 confirmed tornadoes that are on the ground right now. It is 12:39 in the evening. If you know anybody that's in Selmer, Tennessee, in McNairy County, give them a call now because we have the tornado. I mean, it is really bearing down on them right now. So as far as what this is anticipating for times here, it's 12:39. This is saying 12:44. Selmer's going to be getting hit by a tornado. This has been confirmed on the ground. As far as just the general location of Selmer, especially on the north side of town here, this is going to be an issue. If we go,
It's headed right toward the town of Selmer.
It really is.
We cannot emphasize that more.
And Ron, I mean, how many times have you been over to Selma here? It's not like that's a community of a couple dozen people. It's a decent-sized little community that we got
That
there.
area has had a history of being hit by tornadoes over the years. McNairy County, also Hardin County just to the east. We've had some strong tornadoes. Really, this area just right here is really prone to tornadoes. And tonight, we've got a ripe environment for more activity, and this cell now coming right in behind it, and we got to keep a close eye on anything that may develop just to the south and southwest of that. These little discrete cells that are back here, they're about to enter this environment that's been pretty much untouched.
And Ron,
there could be some big problems.
Now, got a report that they're affirming that the tornado is on the ground in McNairy County. It's the same people that confirmed it earlier too. So
good deal. Mississippi storm chasers?
I believe so, but they weren't the ones that said this, but this is about 3 to 4 miles west-southwest of Selmer here.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right, good deal, Eric. Look, I'm going to zoom in. Let's put another track on this, and I'm going to go in just a little tighter. Bear with me 1 second. There is that well-defined rotation right now. I'm going to switch over here. That's going to allow me to put this track on. Man, Selmer, you're right there.
This is rough, man.
All right,
Selmer.
you're right there. This is going to pass through. We'll get through it, but 1246 moves into Selmer, so we're about 5 minutes away. If you are in the town of Selmer, get to your storm shelter now. Get to the lowest floor of your home. Put as many walls between you and the exterior as possible. If you are in a manufactured home, see if there's a place where you can go sturdy shelter. Get to some sturdy shelter as quickly as possible. Do not travel west, travel east, or travel south. But if you are anywhere in this area right here, you want to be away from what is coming towards your direction from the west. So Selmer, 1246, Stantonville, 1 a.m., 105 into Adamsville. We'll see it get into Morris Chapel right around 111, 117 into Savannah, 123 into Sardis. Then it's going to move into Scotts Hill at 131. It should get into Bath Springs right around 137. That takes it right outside our Action News 5 coverage area. But right now, we've got a tornado warning that remains in effect with a confirmed tornado on the ground that's going to go until 1:30 a.m. Now, let's reset. Let's take another look. This cell back here, again, confirmed tornado. That's what you see when you see this red polygon outlined in white. Visual confirmation, spotters in the field. And look, there are spotters from all over the country in this part of the Mid-South tonight. They are chasing storms. The Mid-South has a higher propensity for deadly nocturnal tornadoes than any other part of the country. That is due in large part to the right nature for tornadoes to form at night here, but also the terrain. We also live in a very heavily wooded area. I remember the storms that came through Highway 72 right around Marshall County back in 2015, just before Christmas. Trees down everywhere, and it's the trees that create the big problem. The tornadoes, left most structures untouched. There were a couple of homes that were just really hit hard, but the trees create huge problems. But right now, this is what we're dealing with. We've got this cell. Let's put a track on it, show you where it's going. I'm tracking that. We believe we've got a rain-wrapped tornado right there. Alfalfa, 1249. Cockram, 1254. It's going to get into Ingram's Mill, 1258. 107 into Byhalia. 113 into Red Banks. Casey, 117. Holly Springs, 122. And then Piperton at 124. So that is the cell we're watching right now. This cell itself is continuing to maintain its momentum. And as a matter of fact, it's really intensified from the time it was moving through Tunica County. We've also got some activity coming in behind that. I want to keep a close eye on Tunica County. Looks like we've got a bow echo just about to cross Highway 61, or maybe already crossing 61. So there's the potential for some significant wind damage with that. As a matter of fact, let me just go ahead and take a look at the velocity on it and see. Oh, yep. Here we go. Got some decent wind. Can you see that, Eric?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Hey,
There's straight line wind right there, just about to cross Highway 61, or it's coming across right now. So that could, in and of itself, create some damage. But look at this area right here. That's a well-defined hook as that's moving on through, and that is part of the tornado-warned cell that's now making its way through northern Tate County, and it is just about to move into southern DeSoto County. This is going to bring this right into southern DeSoto County. If it continues on this track right here, this whole area is going to likely be impacted by it. Eric, you've got a pretty good view on it right now.
Yeah.
Let me throw it over to you. You want to talk about what you're seeing?
Sure. So as you said, Ron, this is moving to the northeast here, and it's been moving to the northeast here at about 50 miles per hour. If you know any, really between Holly Springs and Byhalia, if you're in both of those given areas, you really need to be, you're under the gun again. You were just under the gun here, what, about an hour or so ago? You got to treat this again like you are under another tornado warning, because you are under another tornado warning. This is now cleared I-55 here. We're keeping our fingers crossed that everybody's doing okay between Coldwater and Senatobia. As Ron said, over towards Alfalfa, Byhalia. I think this is going to be closer to Byhalia than it is going to be to Holly Springs, but it's going to be a really close call for both these given communities here, right along I-22. Byhalia, you're looking at 1254 when this is going to be in your area. I think this might be accelerating this just a smidge too quickly here, but still, I'd rather tell you earlier than later. Now this is saying 1259 here, and remember, this is a tornado that is confirmed on the ground here, so this is a real threat that we have with that.
That's throwing debris 20,000 feet into the atmosphere.
So I think as far as that goes, yes, you're right. I thought at first that was the one approaching Selmer, but no, you're right.
Yeah, that's the one. We're getting, in other words, we're seeing debris with this cell, this very cell. It's being lofted about 20,000 feet into the atmosphere right now. So that's the tornado debris signature. I'm not supposed to have my energy drink
Ron,
on the
that's
air.
fine.
I apologize. It has been a long day, but let's take a look at what we've got going here right now. I want to take a look at the velocity, still holding together very well, but now take a look at the tornado debris signature. Still a little messy, but it's this little area right here. We think that debris is being lofted about 20,000 feet above the surface. Now, keep in mind, it's also a heavily wooded area, but this may have impacted some structures along Highway 51 as it crossed through, now entering northeastern Tate County as it moves on through. Eric, you've got a great look at that. That's the Selmer tornado. Yeah. We're watching two different cells, folks. If you're just joining us right now, we have two tornadoes on the ground tonight. We've got one tornado right here that's moving through North Mississippi. This is impacting Tate County. It is about to clip DeSoto and Marshall County. And then we're watching another one that is coming on through McNairy County. That's just about to exit the Action News 5 coverage area, but it is still wreaking havoc as it moves on across, I believe 40. Has it crossed 45 yet?
I would say, I would lean
like
yes.
It has.
I would lean yes.
So here we go. Let me take a closer look at that. Yeah, so here we go. It is now just to the north and east of Selmer, but it is still in close proximity to many communities there. And again, this is looking rain-wrapped as well. That's going to move off to the east. So Purdy, 1251. It's going to move into Old Lawton at 1256. Then we'll see this get into Gilchrist at about 1259. Adamsville, 103. Morris Chapel, 109. Milledgeville, 111. Savannah, 115. Hinkle, 117. So this tornado-warned storm velocity is still intense on the, and look, we're more than 90 miles away from the radar site itself.
Wow.
And look at that.
Wow.
That is something else. Look at the debris signature once again.
You know, Ron, I don't think that doesn't look quite as
debris?
impressive as the one storm that was in southeastern Craighead County from earlier today, but it's not far.
Something to keep in mind, though. The ones in Craighead County were closer to the radar site.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
We're more than 90 miles away.
You're right.
And that's what we're seeing. So we're probably hitting that cell. The radar beam's probably hitting that right around 3,500, maybe 4,000 feet. So, and that rotation is all the way down to the surface. We know because storm spotters have been in the area. I want to hit this with the scope just quickly, just to get a look at the storm relative velocity.
And Ron, we're about to get us another tornado warning here for Tunica County in that area you were noting. So
that's the one I was watching back south of that. Okay, so we have the two active tornado warnings right now. Selmer, you're almost in shape to give a little sigh of relief. But now I want folks in western DeSoto County, I want folks who are eastern DeSoto County and who are in western Marshall County and Holly Springs. This includes you again, another one coming through. But now we're watching what's coming in from the west, southwest. What are they looking at? That Tunica? Bow Echo? Is that it?
Yeah. So
looks like there's a little notch. There it is right there. Just popped up, Eric. Let me give you this, and then I'm going to throw it over to you.
Yep, you're good.
So this is... We're going to hear sirens going off in Shelby County.
You're right.
Whitehaven, you're under a tornado warning right now. The storm itself is still a few miles to your south, but Shelby County under a tornado warning. Folks in the city of Memphis and all around Shelby County are going to be hearing sirens in just a moment, and I hear them already. I can hear them in Midtown right now. Let me zoom in quickly on this. No visual confirmation on this cell. I've had trouble with that.
Hey, Ron, does that surprise you that Shelby County is included within this here? Because I feel like these are certainly moving to the northeast, but I feel like there's more of an easterly component with them than they are northerly.
Well, I tell you, and you're absolutely right, but at the same time, because, and let's see if I can do this. Keep in mind, we have a strong flow from the south. So these cells want to drift a little more to the north, but at the same time, they're still trying to make a move. They're actually right movers that are being forced a little more to the north. So we have to, out of caution, include a portion of Shelby County. So the airport area, I would imagine an airport emergency is going to be issued in just a moment, as well as for the Whitehaven community in southwest Memphis, you're under the gun there too. Let me put the scope on this, Eric, and then I want to see if I can get a good picture of the rotation. Not nearly as impressive as what we saw come through Tate County, but at the same time, these storms are hitting this part of our coverage area, and there's still a lot of instability, warm air, and a tremendous amount of moisture in the atmosphere. That's the fuel these storms need to continue to persist and just drive to the east. So right now, this is the area I'm looking at. Let me come back over here. Let's put a track on the potential area of rotation. Looks like it's right there. I'm going to go east, northeast with it. So look, given this area, and I'm tracking it from right here, okay? Ideally, you would like to think it's going to move in that direction. But look, this could also put Collierville into the path of the storm if it clips southeastern Shelby County. But right now, Hernando, 118. Here we are at 12:53. Sirens going off in Shelby County. 126 into South Haven. 132 South Memphis. It's going to move into Memphis at 138. Byhalia, 145, 150 into Barrett, 201 into Millington, and then we'll see this get into Arlington at 1209. This has all the ingredients needed to hold together and to continue to track north and east. But this one, radar indicated tornado. The polygons you see in red outlined in white, visual confirmation from storm spotters on the ground. And the one in Tate County, now entering Marshall County, had a significant shear. And the BTI on that, at one point, it was above 7, wasn't it, Eric?
Correct. And something I do want to kind of note here, too, unfortunately, Rod, as far as the tornado that was over in McNairy County, the debris detector on here, unfortunately, as it did go over Selmer, it looks like it did actually start to intensify a bit here.
Can you roll that through? Let's see it.
So this is what I want you. Let's keep this on here for right now, guys.
Let's take it full. Okay.
So I want you to keep an eye on this blue area here over in Selmer. Now let's take it full, and I'm going to re-explain to you the area to keep an eye on. So this is just below and to the left of where it says Selmer, where specifically that S is. Notice that small area in blue. That's what we're looking at here. As this moved itself to the east here, notice how we started seeing those blues and purples kind of get amplified here. So, Ron, that's not a good sign.
All right, and for our folks in the booth and in the newsroom, we need to make some calls to McNairy.
Yes.
EMA, also to the Selmer Sheriff's Department. Let's find out what we can get. Our Selmer PD, and let's find out if we can get any confirmation of a touchdown or damage. We know that it was on the ground, but let's see if we can get some reports of damage on that. We've got another one. Byhalia, you're in the path. And look at those shear markers. Do you see that, how it's crossing? They're trying to figure out which way it's going to go.
And I just want to note, too, as far as the Selmer tornado goes, it was noted as a large wedge tornado.
Oh, yeah, not good. That covers a wide swath of ground. A wedge tornado. And look, tornadoes, give me a tornado over a hurricane any day. That covers the state. Tornadoes are more surgical and oftentimes stay primarily into unpopulated areas. But here we are. We're now seeing this that came through a populated community of Selmer. And look, I think it hit some other towns along the way because we were getting confirmation of it on the ground as it was exiting McNairy County.
I mean,
it had already crossed 22.
Really?
Or not McNairy County, but Marshall County.
Ron, pretty much from, I'd say, from just outside of Holly Springs, all the way to Selmer. It's pretty much been on the ground ever since then.
Yeah.
Rolling just to the north of Ashland and Walnut, rolling through Middleton, and now over towards Selmer. That's not a great situation there. Okay, National Weather Service saying confirmed tornado entering Marshall County is approaching I-22 between Byhalia and Red Banks. So let's go drive over to that right now and see what we got going on here. So a little bit closer look right now. I know that some of these colors here, they can kind of get confusing. So the green, generally speaking, represents rain. The purple represents, generally speaking, where there could be some small hail. The red is where we start to keep an eye on things here as far as maybe seeing that actual tornado on the ground here. So this is still moving to the northeast here at about 50 miles per hour, and it is confirmed on the ground right now. So this is another situation that is not good to see here. What do we have for some of those shear rates? Those aren't necessarily looking too impressive. Let's see. Fellow meteorologist.
So there is debris on I-55 at the overpass north of Senatobia near Slocum Road. That's what we're getting. Some indication that debris is on the ground at 55. That is from the storm that was on the ground. Confirmed.
And still is on the ground.
It's still on the ground. That moved through Tate County, crossed 55, just barely to the north of Senatobia. I do believe Senatobia may have dodged a direct hit from this, but right now we're dealing with the tornado that's coming in, or possible tornado. This is Doppler radar indicated. This is confirmed on the ground. And I got to tell you, I got to put another track on that, Eric. I can't let that go. Let's take a look at this because that's entering Marshall County, Holly Springs. You've already dealt with one. Now you've got another one coming your way. Let's zoom in just a little tighter, show you what is going on there. First of all, you can see that well-defined inflow notch right there. I'll bring it up on the scope. You'll be able to see the rotation within it. And right there, can you tell that? Can you see that little area? I think I can still draw with it right there. Here we go. That's it. Right there. That's the rotation. Right now, just to the north and west of Holly Springs, Mississippi, but it is making a quick move to the north and northeast. Let's put the next round radar back on there and let's track it. A classic hook echo from this. Here we go. We'll track it out from that. And I'm going to take it beyond the polygon, all right? Because I think this is going to hold together. And that's going to put it in Red Banks at 112. Mahan, 115. Holly Springs, 121. Atway, 125. Hudsonville, 128. Early Grove, 132. 136 into Moscow, 144 into Ashland. If you have family or friends in these areas that you are aware of, I know it's late at night. A lot of people are sleeping right now, but we have a tornado on the ground, and I want you to call them.
Hey, Ron.
Wake them up. Tell them Ron Childers said call, all right? Hopefully everybody there has multiple ways to get the warnings on the First Alert weather app, weather radio, what have you, even sirens going off. But right now, this is a serious situation. Eric?
And Ron, something I think needs to be noted as well. Some of these areas are going to be the same exact areas that were just hit by a tornado. So if you call someone, if you text them, you need to reiterate the fact that this is a second one coming through. This isn't the first one again. This is the second one coming through there right now. And yet again, this is confirmed on the ground. Man.
All right, and we need our folks in the booth also. And I'm not sure. I think we still have some reporters out in the field, so we may want to send them south to 55. Once we get this through, let's wait until this warning goes out, but we need to get some confirmation from EMA officials and sheriffs in Tate County to find out what they're saying, what they're seeing there. But right now, 3 active tornado warnings. This one is just about to exit Selmer. You're almost in the clear. That's approaching the Tennessee River, Hardin County. You're in the mix right now. A lot of folks with property and family, friends in Pickwick, that's moving in that direction. But Chester, Hardin, Henderson, McNairy County, considerable tornado or considerable damage likely with this. And it is producing a confirmed tornado on the ground. It's going to go until 1:30. So that's what we're dealing with there. Then we've got the other storm coming through. Yeah, Eric, what do you got?
Destroyed. So this is Strayhorn. If you're not 100% sure where Strayhorn is, this is west of Senatobia. Yeah. Okay, you're on it. Destroyed houses on Waverly Cove relate to one of the systems to Strayhorn Fire Department here. So that is not good along Highway 4 right now, just to the west of Senatobia. And this is still going back, I'm going to say probably about an hour or so ago when that did happen here. So this is not that's not good. Do you want to know too, as far as the storm that hit Selmer? Man, it's not looking good as far as the debris that is still lofted in the air here. Good gravy. 42,000 feet as far as the storm top on this one here, and it is still racing to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. If you know anybody that's in Sardis, Tennessee, so this is starting to get a little bit further outside of the Action News 5 coverage area, over into Decatur County, Hardin County, even Henderson County. Man, you gotta wake them up here. You really gotta wake them up here and make sure that they're aware of this. This is a nasty tornado here that we have on the ground right now. This marched on through Selmer. And it just continues to race off to the east here. This is a brutal storm that we have going on right now. Let's go back over to the west right now into Marshall County. This is another storm that was confirmed on the ground between Byhalia and Holly Springs right now over towards Warsaw. The BTI on this is a 7.1, but we also have had confirmation that this was on the ground here as well.
And this has a history of producing damage.
Great call.
All right?
Yeah, you're right.
History of producing damage. If you are near Byhalia, Atway, Watson, you need to be in your storm shelter right now. Byhalia, get in your storm shelter. Red Banks, get in your storm shelter. Victoria, get in your storm shelter right now. Atway, it's coming your way. Holly Springs, looks like it's going to dodge you, but just barely. You need to stay weather aware and monitor this as it's moving through. Eric?
I was just told that we had a camera along I-22 here. Let's pop it up quick here and see if we got what we have on here, and we'll kind of reevaluate from there. I heard it's along I-22 right now.
That's got a 42,000 foot top on it, Eric. That's a significant cell.
Ron, both of these are monsters.
Yeah,
they really are. All right, so let's see. I-22, this is west of Mississippi 309 right now. Ron, do you know off the top of your head? Okay, Mississippi 309. So this is going right into Byhalia. So I'm going to say that this actually isn't too far away from where we could be seeing that tornado ultimately at right now. I know that there's another DOT camera. I'm looking on the side here that it doesn't look like this. I mean, it's dark. You obviously can't see a whole heck of a lot on this right now. Ron, look at the road here. Just as far as that truck that's going along, you can really see the rain's coming down here.
Yeah.
Man, if this was daytime, this would be something we wouldn't want to see here.
And this is what makes it even more dangerous. You can't see it.
Yeah.
We're having to rely heavily on radar and brief flashes of light from lightning to even be able to detect anything. And the fact that couple of these cells could be rain wrapped makes it even more difficult to tell.
Agreed. Do we have one more camera that we could pop up here? Potentially, and see what we have on it.
Let's do it, and then I got to track this one coming towards Shelby County.
Yeah,
all right?
I agree with that. Okay, let's
you
pop
got
that.
the camera?
Yeah, let's pop. If we don't have it, no worries. Let's flip back over to Ron here.
Whichever one you can do fastest, that camera or me.
Yeah. Go over to Ron then.
All right, here we go. Because I want to track this, and I thought I was on a zoom in. Let me get over here, and let's zoom into this. We've got a tornado warning. Shelby County's included in this, all right? So tornado warning right now, Doppler radar, but it's for DeSoto, Shelby, Tate, Tunica County. It's going to go until 1:30. Let's clear this off. Let's take a look at the scope on this and see if we can notice any indication of rotation. Looks like there may be a little bit of an inflow notch right here. There may even be a little one right here. There's something going on there, certainly. But at this point, take a look at velocity as well, just base velocity. Something is right there. Let's see how that lines up with the NEXRAD radar. They removed Tunica County, by the way. So Tunica County, you're in better shape. Shelby, DeSoto County, still under the gun. And I tell you, here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to track from the leading shield, rain shield, north and east. This cell is going to impact Memphis and Shelby County. We could have a tornado coming into the city of Memphis and Shelby County within the next few minutes. Hernando, 114. South Haven, 115. You're in the direct path of this entire supercell thunderstorm right here. Memphis, 126. Bartlett, 139. Gets into Collierville about 145. Arlington at 158. Should move into Oakland at 1204. Then we'll see it get into Mason at 1216. That is for the Doppler radar indicated tornado that has moved through Tunica County, now making its way through Benton or DeSoto County, headed into Shelby County. But we have the tornado warning for Memphis and Shelby County, as well as DeSoto and Tate, that's going to go until 1:30. But more importantly, and the one we're watching very closely, we were on this storm, by the way, before it even tornadoed. We were watching this and saw the characteristics. It's still holding together very well tonight. You can see that well-defined just hook right there. So we've got the inflow notch coming here. So all your rotation is right there in that area. All right, so when you hear us talk about a hook echo, we call it that simply because this portion of the cell just kind of starts to hook. This whole thing is just rotating, all right? So as it moves through the atmosphere, this whole cell is just rotating. But you get that wind flowing in there, and then you get that little hook coming in behind. That is called a hook echo. So now with that, let's track it from the center of rotation. Circulation looks like it has just crossed 22. That's going to take it north and east. I'm going to give it a little more of an easterly movement with this. So Tasca, 116. Mount Pleasant, 121. Atway, 125. Early Grove, 131. Should move into Moscow about 136. Then we'll see it move into Michigan City at about 142. So that's the broad shield of this. And we do a wedge because this has the ability to maybe move a little bit to the north, could maybe move a little bit to the south, but the general movement of that rotation itself is in that direction. So early Grove, you are in the direct path of this, and you can expect that rotation to reach you right around 131. Let's go back now and take a quick look at this cell that was moving through McNairy County, where we know. Did we get confirmation of damage in McNairy County, Eric? Okay, have not had confirmation yet, but that cell is still rotating, and we're hitting that all the way out. There's more than 100 miles from the radar site itself, and you can still see. You see that little area right there? That's a rain-wrapped tornado, most likely. Let's put the scope on it. You see the area. I'm going to draw this out of where the rotation likely is occurring right there. And then let me move that scope away, and that should line up that little area right there. So that's moving on into Hardin County right now. But look, there's another little cell. It's just to the west of it. I think that's just rain. This little area right here. Selmer, still want you to stay weather aware. There's a little something going on with this cell right here. Looks like it is trying to do something. There may be a little rotation in there. Don't think there's much for that to work with. We've had two cells that have come through there. Should have zapped a pretty good amount of the energy from the atmosphere. But right now, and now we got a new tornado warning. I think our visual confirmation has now ended, or at least it may have lifted. I got to look and see. Yeah, you got new info on that, Eric?
So let's see here. National Weather Service just issuing this. This is moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. Radar indicated. So
okay.
I guess this is still the same area, but I did get a couple of people kind of noting here as far as the National Weather Service chat goes that it looks like it might have crossed over 22 near Victoria right now. So we're gonna hope it's not on the ground right now, but I mean this has been on the ground. This has caused damage here just outside of Senatobia, just to the west of Senatobia.
And that is still holding together very well. So let's put the scope on here one more time. Not quite as organized with the rotation. Let me clear some of this off, and that's going to help you see it a little better. Let me clear some of this off. By the way, just to the north, we've got flood warnings there. But still, some decent rotation. Now, this is traveling over part of the area that has already had a pretty significant cell roll through it. So that first cell that came through took a lot of the energy. Doesn't leave a lot to play with, but you got to keep in mind there's still a strong southerly flow that's coming in, and there's still a lot of warm, moist air that's driving north as a result of this. And, well, there could still be a tornado on the ground, although we may have lost our visual confirmation on it, but it is still showing some signs of some decent rotation right here just to the north of Holly Springs. Again, Memphis and Shelby County still under a tornado warning right now, mainly for southwest Shelby County. I do not believe Memphis and Shelby County at this point are under a tornado threat. This part of the storm right here, that's mainly heavy rain. There could be some small hail in it. The center of circulation seemed to be a little farther south, a little closer to Hernando. Hernando, you are under the tornado warning right now. That's going to continue until, what, 1:30, I do believe. It'll be interesting to see if that gets extended. But just zooming in and taking a closer look at that. Let's zoom in, and then let's see what we're seeing in here, because there are a couple of little notches in there, but this is also coming in behind that other cell. May have taken a lot of the energy as that moved on through Tate County, but we do believe we have damage tonight in Tate County and Senatobia, all right? So we do have some reports of damage along Highway 51, just to the north of Senatobia, but this is what we're looking at right now, the cell that is set to possibly impact Shelby County. That is now working its way through DeSoto County. Looks like it may become more of a straight line wind event. You see this area right here? We could be getting a pretty good either a microburst, maybe some rotation within it, certainly showing some indication of broad scale rotation, but I'm a little more concerned about the potential for now straight line wind following in behind that. So taking a look here on velocity, oh yeah, we've got some decent wind. Let's see if I can get some wind info from this. Maybe some indication of what potential winds may be, and I knew it was going to do that. Let's see. We could have winds with this about 70 miles per hour. That's in the mid-levels of the atmosphere as it's hitting that, probably around 2,000 feet. Is that making its way to the surface? Likely not, but we could still have 50-mile-an-hour winds along the surface. So let's put a track on that leading edge of the wind itself, show you where that's going to go as it moves off to the north and northeast. This is tracking wind within a tornado-warned polygon. Crockett, 119. Hernando, 121. We're looking at winds possibly in excess of 50 miles per hour coming through you. Coldwater, 126. 136 into Cedarview. Then 140, it will move into Fairhaven. Byhalia, 149. Should get into Casey at about 156. And then move into Tasca at 201. So the potential for straight line wind damage coming on through southern DeSoto County, northern Tate County, crossing 55 between now and about 2 o'clock is very likely. And also, we're dealing with a tremendous amount of rain with these cells. Look at this, just to the west of 55 there. 2 inches per hour. You get just south of Hernando, west of 55, about 1 inch per hour. Northwestern Tate County, we're seeing rain come down close to 1.5 inches per hour. So a lot of rainfall in there. So now we also are likely dealing with folks who've lost power. And by the way, should you be tracking storms with us tonight and you do lose power, you can continue to watch us on your Action News 5 First Alert weather app. You can also watch us on actionnews5.com or on Facebook. So make sure that you've got your electronics charged, your phone, your tablets, your computers, plug them in. If you still have power right now, you want to make sure you've got a charge because we still have a lot of activity moving through the area right now. Looks like our one confirmed tornado remains on the ground as it moves through Hardin County. Right now we're dealing with Doppler radar indicated tornadoes that are coming through northern Mississippi, but the one that moved through Tate County north of Senatobia has had a history of producing damage, and you can see all of this activity just kind of moving along in this direction. And look, through the overnight hours, we're likely going to see this try to lift a little farther to the north, and by the early morning hours, just lingering around the I-40 corridor. So that's what I expect we're going to see in the coming next few hours. Eric, we started tracking storms right around 2:45 this afternoon. Here we are right now. We're coming up on 116, and this system is relentless and continues to drop tornadoes, continues to produce a tremendous amount of rain, and the straight line wind damage. That continues as well, especially in the cells that are coming in behind this just because of the profile that's in place. So any thoughts on what we could see as we get into the remainder of the overnight hours into the early morning?
So, Ron, I'm not going to lie. I haven't looked too far ahead as far as that goes. But with that said, one thing I do want to point out here, as far as the general Senatobia area goes, it looks like especially on the west side of town and the north side of town, getting close to Coldwater, that's where this went through. There is damage reported. There's a barn that's gone, trees down, power poles down. Several neighbors' houses have been destroyed. Yeah, this is not a good situation here over into Tate County here, especially just west of Senatobia. As far as the tornado, as far as the cluster of showers and storms that we're keeping an eye on the most, and the reason why I word it that way is because we don't have a tornado confirmed on the ground right now, but there's still one. It's been oscillating up and down. It's been fluctuating up and down here as far as to the northeast of Byhalia. The thing about this given storm is that it's headed to areas that have already gotten hit over the past 12 hours or so. Some of those are tornadoes as far as that have hit here, and some of them are just kind of strong, severe thunderstorms that have rolled through here. So this storm is moving to the northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. At the least, we probably still have a lot of rotation going on with those clouds there, as this is starting to move itself from northern Marshall County, and we'll be starting to enter far southeastern corner of Fayette County here, over towards Moscow and Williston. Get inside that safe spot right now. If you know anybody over in Grand Junction, this is looking back into Hardeman County here. This is another area that is being affected by this right now. Got another flash flood warning that's on the way for Shelby County here, so that's
just got word state troopers are being called out for search and rescue in McNairy County.
Honestly, Ron, I'm not surprised about that. I don't think you are either.
Governor Bill Lee issued a state of emergency for the state earlier today as a result of the storms coming through. Now we have confirmed damage in Selmer, and I'm still looking for images to see what we've got here.
Well, and obviously, Ron, we got to keep in mind too, as far as when this rolled through Selmer, this was at about 12:30 or so. So I mean, how many people are unfortunately probably sleeping at night? You know, maybe thinking that they were kind of in a decent spot right now, and unfortunately, I don't think that's the case. I'm going to ask you this kind of out loud, and I probably shouldn't, but do you know where Sladen is? Slayden.
Yes, that's right there along Highway 72. That is in northern. It's right there between Marshall and Benton County.
So hey, this is confirmed on the ground again. So this is okay. So right now, this is the same cell that you see on your screen. That is moving to the northeast here at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. National Weather Service noting that this is confirmed on the ground, or at least that there's a TDS or tornado debris signature near Sladen, and this is moving to the northeast yet again. And it's not too far off from areas that were just hit here. Man, that's not ideal. Oh, this really needs to dissipate here because, Ron, if nothing else, if this continues at the same trajectory, I don't like saying this, but this is headed generally towards Selmer yet again.
Yeah.
I do think the trajectory of this is slightly further to the north and slightly to the west, so I might say just northwest of Selmer, but it's going to be close yet again.
All right. I just got a tweet from somebody. They're in Lewisburg. This is in DeSoto County. Nervous about what's going on. Yes, you are under a tornado warning right now, Lewisburg, but it looks like for the most part, let me clear this out of here. You guys are dealing with wind, all right? The tornado threat, I don't see it. I'm not going to completely, why does that always do that? Let me do this and zoom in right here. Lewisburg is just to the south of Olive Branch, Mississippi. You've got some serious rain, some strong wind coming through right now, but let's put a quick track on this. Let's take a look, first of all, at the velocity on it. You can see this area right here, there's some decent wind that is coming on through there just to the east of 55 near Hernando. Let me zoom in just a little tighter. Take you down a little just to the south of Olive Branch. You start to get, there you see Olive Branch right there, Lewisburg just to the south. Strong wind coming through, but no indication of rotation. But the rainfall rate right now, look at this, just to the south of Olive Branch, coming down at about 1.5 inches per hour. Back to the west of you, you've got rain that's coming down at close to 2 inches per hour and close to 3 inches per hour. So something to keep in mind, this is drawing in a lot of air from the upper levels of the atmosphere. As that heavy rain falls from the upper levels, it's bringing a column of air down to the surface, and then as it hits the ground and spreads out, that can bring down trees, that can bring down power lines, that can create some big problems with just straight line winds. But right now, I don't think you're dealing with a tornado threat, even though you are technically still under a tornado warning right now. Your main concern is the potential for damaging straight line wind, as well as torrential rain that will follow that could create some big issues with flooding.
Hey,
tornado warning until 1:30. Eric, what do you got?
This is going to be upgraded for a tornado emergency for northern Marshall County.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
And we get a report that quote-unquote massive tornado crossing in front of the person who spotted this over in Sladen right now.
All right. Listen. Look, if you're anywhere in northern Marshall County, all right, if you are from Holly Springs north, just get in your storm shelter, all right? Right here. That is significant looking.
And if you're in northern Benton County and southeastern Fayette County too, if you're in Moscow, Grand Junction,
Look at that
Lamar,
debris
Early
ball.
Grove, oh man,
That's a rain-wrapped tornado. Right now, we're getting debris lifted into the atmosphere. As a matter of fact, Eric, you've got a TDS on it. Do I see a TDS on yours?
So
There we go.
I'm assuming, as far as this being this
Yeah.
the silver detection that's
Yeah.
here, so
That is a tornado debris signature right now. So we're seeing debris lofted into the air. For the one that came through Selmer, or wait, was that the one that was Tate County? I'm getting mixed up right
Go
now.
ahead.
There was
Talk
one
about
of the cells that was lofting debris. It was the one through Tate County that came north of Senatobia. That was lofting debris about 20,000 feet into the atmosphere.
And Ron, I'd
It was
imagine
being sucked up into that vortex.
that one that was in McNairy County too. I'm going to guess it might have launched it honestly higher than that here. That was a nasty tornado that went through Selmer.
I got to put a track on
Yeah,
this.
go for it,
All right,
Ron.
Eric, take a look. You analyze. I'm going to put a quick track on this because this is now about to cross the Mississippi-Tennessee state line. This is going to clip southern Fayette County, and it's going to come into southwestern Hardeman County. So once again, Hardeman County dealing with yet another tornado-warned storm, and this one, significant. Again, the red and white polygon you see, when you see a red polygon outlined in white, that's the indication that a tornado is confirmed on the ground. So right now, let's track it from that area of rotation just beyond the polygon. So Early Grove, 124, 45, 135. It'll get into LaGrange at 138, Grand Junction, 143, into Hickory Valley at 153, and then moves into Middleburg at 158. If you are in any of these communities, I want you to get to the safest place in your home, get to your storm shelter, put as many walls between you and the exterior as possible as this tornado is coming in your direction. I'm going to put one more track on here that is more specific to the area of circulation. It's going to be a little tighter, but it's going to follow in this path, and let's just bring it on north because I think that's where it's going to go. LaGrange, you are in the path of the center of circulation and rotation. You are right in the track of a tornado. Grand Junction, 142, that's coming through you. You too, in the track of the tornado. Van Buren, 155, that will come through you. You are in the direct path of this tornado right here as it's set to move on in. So as we take a look once again here on the scope, you see the well-defined circulation that's in this area right there. That is just about to make its move across the Mississippi-Tennessee state line. As we take one more look at velocity on this, oh yeah, that's tight. That's holding together right there. Let's see if we can see a debris signature on this. I see some right here. And you know, Eric?
Yeah.
I think we've got debris within the vortex. Look, all right? And I'm just thinking out loud here, so
That's fine.
feel
Go
free
ahead,
to
man.
correct me, all right?
Yeah.
But here's what we have right here.
Yep.
This is rain. All of this is rain, okay? But look right here. This
That
is
area
the
blue.
vortex. That is the circulation itself. We're seeing the blue. The radar is indicating there's stuff flying in there. It's not raindrops. It's something other than, it's either biological or it's some sort of debris that is being lofted up into the atmosphere. And given the fact that that cell was lofting debris about 20,000 feet in the air as it was moving through Tate County just earlier this evening, put this in the loop for you. You'll see it come on through. That's an indication that that is still a potent cell, and that is still packing quite the punch. I know I'm rolling it through quickly here, but look, you can see it as it came on through that area right there. You hit that loop one more time. So we had it come right through just to the north of Senatobia, and that's the path of that storm right there, following right along that arrow.
Hey Ron, let's talk about what we got coming down downstream with this specific cell here, as far as it going to the northeast. these given areas aren't necessarily under a tornado warning right now. But as far as Bolivar and Selmer go, I think both of these areas need to really continue to monitor this as well. And obviously, Selmer just really took it on the chin here, about an hour or so ago?
Yeah. And another supercell thunderstorm coming right in behind it.
Yeah.
This is going to clip southeastern southeastern Fayette County, southwestern Hardeman County. You are in the direct path of a tornado, a confirmed tornado on the ground, a tornado that has a history of producing damage. This is a tornado emergency right now for this supercell thunderstorm that's just now beginning to exit northeastern Marshall County, and it's just now beginning to cross Highway 72. This is a potent, rain-wrapped supercell thunderstorm producing a tornado right now, and we can tell just because of the circulation we see within the scope right here, velocity, it is right there. Once again, if you are anywhere near this area, if you are near the Benton Marshall County line along and north of Highway 72, get near storm shelter. Get to the lowest floor of your home. If you are in a manufactured or mobile home, get out of there. Go find a safe shelter and find a safe building in close proximity. You do not want to travel to the west. You want to move east, all right? Move east. Do not go north. Go east or go southeast, but get out of the path of that right now.
Hey, Ron, take the velocity off of that. You know, if you, just before you turn the velocity scope back on here, man, it almost looks like right in the middle, just to the right of where it says 72, where there's a little bit of a gap right now.
Yeah.
Is that literally the center of circulation of the action? Yes, right?
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, so there's, there's literally an eye within the tornado. That's a huge circulation.
And Eric,
that is huge.
What's happening right there, there's so much moisture in the atmosphere that now the rain is wrapping into this. The circulation itself is extremely strong. So that's what we're seeing. All of this giving a lift. That's going to make it, and there are a lot of storm spotters that are still in this area tonight, so that's making that very, very difficult to see. Let me zoom out. Let's take a look at the big picture. Memphis and Shelby County under a tornado warning earlier. That has now been allowed to expire. That warning no longer a threat. DeSoto County, you're in good shape. We still want to watch these cells, however, that are coming in from the south and southwest, simply because these cells, and notice, we pick up a little more activity. Yeah, I'm tapping into the Little Rock radar. You think it's ending as it gets right here, but there are more cells coming on through. This is going to continue to churn through the remainder of the overnight hours. But right now, we have one confirmed tornado that is on the ground, that is moving across the Mississippi-Tennessee state line. Yes, sir.
Okay. The National Weather Service in Memphis, they just took a power hit. So the radar is going to probably have some issues embedded within that.
Okay. All right. So we're going to have to rely on Columbus radar. We're going to have to rely on Little Rock radar. We're going to have to rely on Paducah radar.
Nashville.
We do have the terminal Doppler radar. The Nashville radar is not going to help us. The terminal Doppler radar in DeSoto County, because I'm really concerned about these cells that are developing back here to the southwest. These are going to continue to move on out, but more specifically, we got to keep a close eye on that cell that's just about to enter Fayette County and will impact Hardeman County in the next few minutes. So all we can do is continue to track, continue to watch, and just hope that the National Weather Service radar remains online. National Weather Service taking a direct lightning hit. So that is impacting the radar, or the Millington radar site taking a direct hit. So do believe we could lose our radar here in the next few minutes. Also, Eric, these little cells that are right here that are starting to develop right there around Lafayette, southern Benton, Tippah County. Let me put this into motion for you. Watch that area. Those are going to start intensifying soon.
And Ron,
Still
that
warm
is
down
literally untouched air, especially in Lafayette County right now.
And temperatures down there still right around the 70s, I do believe. Let me do a quick check on the temps. I'm going to let you track for a minute. You doing all right,
Yeah,
buddy?
I got you. No, we're good. We're good.
Doing a great job tonight on the radar. Thank you for your wonderful work there.
Hey, you know, I'm learning from you, Ron Childers. So, okay, I will say, as far as with this radar being out, this is going to cause some issues as far as just being able to track some of these storms, because as far as that radar goes, we're able to depict and see and track these storms literally from wherever they go to wherever they're going to. So I want to go back to LaGrange. If you are in Grand Junction, if you are in these areas that are in southeastern portions of Fayette County, put as many walls between yourself and the outside world. More so than even as far as what the radar is depicting right now, I almost want you to keep an eye on these actual lines that we have right here as far as these red lines go. This is almost going to give us a better idea exactly where these are headed towards. And it looks like right now this is going to be really close to Grand Junction as well as into Moscow right now. Let's see. National Weather Service noting that the signature is starting to tighten back up here with the southeastern Fayette County storm. So, if you know anybody that's over in Bolivar, now we're talking Hardeman County, give them a call. Make sure they're aware of what's going on here, because even if this doesn't directly hit them in Bolivar, they're going to know somebody that's relatively close to there, and they need to be woken up. Honestly, the same idea really goes for Selmer as well as Hornsby and over towards Middleton. Unfortunately for Middleton as well as Selmer, those are two areas that got hit by tornadoes already here over the past about hour and a half or so at this given point. The area along Highway 72, if this did cross over here, we have severe damage that occurred. I guess this would be in northern Marshall County near Kennedy Road and US 72, as far as where this kind of, I guess, really ultimately went over Highway 72 here. And this is moving to the northeast here as well. So, yet again, if you know anybody in Bolivar, Middleton, really all throughout Hardeman County, you got to wake them up. You got to let them know that this is a dangerous situation. This is a confirmed tornado that's on the ground right now, and it has caused damage all the way back in Senatobia. So before the radar went out, I do want to note that into Tate County, into DeSoto County, there were a couple of areas that we're seeing some pretty strong winds here near Coldwater, Senatobia. Yet again, this is the same area that just got hit by a tornado. This is the tornado warned storm that's over in southeastern Fayette County. That delivered damage on the western side of Senatobia and over towards Coldwater and marched itself off to the northeast here. So that's not a great situation with that given cell and the fact that we're seeing those stronger winds return right now. So let me flip this on over.
Somebody's asking about Lake Cormorant, right around 301, 169. They were hearing the sirens going. That was from the tornado warning. That was for DeSoto County. That was for northern Tate and southern Shelby County. That has now been expired. Allowed to expire. By the way, the tornado watch remains in effect for northern Mississippi until 6 a.m. Eastern Arkansas, West Tennessee removed from this, but Fayette County and Hardeman County still could see some tornadic activity as this cell is coming out of Marshall County right now, and that is moving right into southeastern Fayette County, southwestern Hardeman County as it makes a move to the north. Could clip McNairy County again. And by the way, we do have confirmation of damage in and around Selmer right now. We also have confirmation of damage in Tate County, just around Senatobia, along Highway 51 with debris in the roadway there. And that same cell that created the damage produced the damage in Tate County, now churning as it's working its way on through in Marshall County and really or Benton County, I should say, and starting to make its way into West Tennessee. This paints the picture.
Yep.
It's 77 in Corinth right now. You've seen very little in the way of activity. We've still got a lot of strong to severe storms that are trying to push in your direction. It's 73 in Oxford. where we're finding temperatures at or above 70, that is an area that is still ripe for tornadic supercell thunderstorms. Look, we can't rule them out here, but we're starting to see more rain-cooled air moving in through there. This environment right here, although it saw some thunderstorms this afternoon, and I say this afternoon, we're already on Thursday, but Wednesday afternoon as this came through, the atmosphere still had the ability to rebound, pushing temperatures up to near 80 at 10 o'clock tonight. So now we're looking at the cooler air just to our north, and really areas along and north of I-40. You're in great shape, but this is now making that push south of the 40 corridor, and the forecast models were pretty much right on line with this. So we've got a confirmed tornado on the ground right here that is moving on out of northern Marshall and Benton counties, and now it's making a move to the north and east, and that's putting it into southern Fayette, southwestern Hardeman County. Let's put a track on it and show you where it's going. This is a potent storm as it moves on through the area there. So, with that in mind, tracking it just outside the polygon, 45. That's going to come in right around 146. Then LaGrange, 148, Grand Junction, 152 should get into Hickory Valley at 203, 206 into Newcastle, 208 into Middleburg, and then moves into Bolivar right around 218. So we do have some significant rotation with this. I'm still seeing a bit of some debris in and around where the more significant rotation is. I do believe this thing may be rain wrapped, but there is certainly some well-defined rotation that remains within it, although
keep in mind, Ron, just as far as the radar kind of picking back up now.
Yeah, okay. All right, so that could be it. That, maybe the radar may be just catching up with things.
Yeah, it seems like it is back online here. So
what are you looking at there? You've got a pretty decent view, Eric, of what looks like some debris within it, maybe coming up within the vortex itself.
Yeah, that.
Let's take a look.
Man,
right there, Grand Junction.
Getting
Getting your storm shelter, Grand Junction.
Hopefully you've been in there for a bit, honestly.
Yeah.
This is the area that we're keeping an eye on right here. This blue area, and it's got purples embedded. There's debris being lofted. Now, hey, it could be trees. That's what we're going to hope that's the case right now. North of Michigan City, Grand Junction, Center Point. If you know anybody in Bolivar, I do think that this is going to stay just south of Bolivar, but it's close enough. You got to give them a call right now. Wake them up. Let them know. We had this same situation just happen in Selmer here a little over an hour ago. You got to wake these people up and let them know. Central and southern portions of Hardeman County, you need to wake them up and let them know right now. Same idea in Hornsby, same idea in Selmer, yet again. Same idea in Hebron, same idea in Lacey. Wake these people up. They got to know to get into that safe place right now. As far as what this is indicating here from a wind standpoint, and really what you see here, these yellows and reds, this is an indication how strong the winds are. This is indicating less than 80 mile per hour winds, but I think that how far away this is from the radar, this isn't necessarily doing the best job. This is almost kind of indicating the middle of the tornado almost more than anything else. You hear about an eye of a hurricane. I kind of think this is really that more than anything else here. As far as approaching Grand Junction right now, man, that's a brutal storm.
I think we had a wedge tornado on the ground that came through.
With this one? Or
when that came through Tate County earlier.
Through Senatobia?
I think it was a wedge. Yeah. Reed Timber just posted a picture of it. I can't show it to you, unfortunately, because we don't have permission, but there is a distinct wedge tornado lit up by lightning all around, and you can see it on the ground. And again, we had the confirmation from other spotters in the area, visual confirmation there, and the debris that is in the track or path of this storm as it moved on out. Interesting polygon the National Weather Service has there. Let me clear this out. Let's take a look at the big picture once again. Let's go here.
New tornado warning,
all right,
too.
so they did extend that. I was wondering about that. So now the new tornado warning is going to go the confirmed tornado for Chester, Fayette, Hardeman, and McNairy counties. McNairy County, Selmer, just took a direct hit from the tornado that just crossed the Tennessee River. Now we're looking at another one coming in behind it, and that could be on track to deliver a second blow to McNairy County and the town of Selmer. Let me zoom in. Let's put a track on this. Let's show you where it is, where it's going. Right now, you can see that hook echo still hanging in there, and absolutely amazing because we've had a couple of strong, potent cells that have already moved through this area, yet that's still holding together. Now, as I put a track on this, let's track it from the center of the rotation itself, which is right here. I'm going to zoom in just a little tighter on that. Let me pan this way just a bit. And then let's put a track here, and we are going to go in this direction with it. All right, so Grand Junction, 143, Hickory Valley, 155, 210, Bolivar, you're in the path of this. Hornsby, 218, Cypress, 224, Raymer, 231, Selmer 235. So Selmer, you've got about 45 minutes before another round comes through your area, then into Henderson at 12:44. I want to clear this out, and I'm going to put a tighter track on here, all right? Just from the area of rotation, it's going to be right here. Let's move it to the north and east. If it follows along the path, this one may move north of Selmer, but Van Buren, you're right in the direct path of the rotation. That's going to move in at 156. So here we are at 144. You got to get to your storm shelter right now. It's coming down hard and heavy. There may be some hail in there as well, some strong wind, but a possible tornado or a confirmed tornado, let me say that, a confirmed tornado is moving directly toward you. Hebron, 210. Hornsby, 218, 232, Masseyville, and then it will move into 40 Forks right around 240. So that is following this direct path of the storm itself, and that area of rotation as it comes on through. Looks like Selmer's going to be spared from this one, but man, it's going to be close.
So, Ron, Highway 18, this is south of Grand Junction. Apparently, that road is impassable right now because of numerous large trees being down. So Highway 18, just for perspective too, that's essentially Highway 7 that goes from Holly Springs all the way up towards Bolivar.
Right. All right, so let me put this in here because Grand Junction was in the path just a little while ago. I'm having a tough time getting it to pop up on the radar site itself. And look, this is right there on it, Eric, right there, just crossed 64 as it was coming on through there. So now crossing 18, it's just now making its way across. So that's a pretty quick storm report already. So I assume that's coming from a spotter that's in that area, or is that from law enforcement?
That's coming from a spotter. It looks like a member of the media that's kind of following this here, and he's been pretty reliable, just kind of following him. It's not from the Mid-South here, but been keeping an eye on it.
Good deal. Let's put another track on this once again, show you where it's going to go and who it could impact in the next few minutes. So we'll track it from right there along the highway, all right? We'll track it north and east. I'm not going all the way through the polygon. This is just to get you through 210. But Salisbury, you're in the path. Van Buren, right in the path of this, and that will move in at 158. Then moves into Roger Springs at 204. Should get into Lisbon right around 210. So, Eric, we're coming up on what could be 12 continuous hours of storm tracking tonight, beginning at about 2:45 this afternoon. Or Wednesday afternoon, I should say. And here we are approaching the 2 a.m. hour on a Thursday, and we've still got a tremendous amount of activity, strong to severe storms, and confirmed tornadoes on the ground right now that have impacted parts of northern Mississippi from just to the north or right there around Senatobia, on through Marshall County, up through Benton County, and now coming on into West Tennessee, clipping southeastern Fayette southwestern Hardeman County. We know Selmer took a direct hit from a storm that moved through there this evening, or tonight, late tonight. It's now east of the Tennessee River, but that cell moved right through the town of Selmer, and we are getting reports of damage in the area, and it could be considerable. Tennessee State troopers being brought in for search and rescue as a result of the storm that is moving through there. So this is what we're seeing right now. Doesn't look like a lot. Still want to keep a close eye on this line right here because this is still a juicy environment. There could still be some spin as a result of the strong southerly flow, and then the eastern trajectory of this whole line could allow some of these individual portions of the storm to spin themselves. But right now, the most concerning is the one that is just now working its way back into West Tennessee, and that is starting to make its way a little farther north, and that's going to push on into Hardeman County within the next few minutes. Eric, what have you got there? That's a good-looking view of the rotation itself.
Yeah, definitely, Ron. It's we definitely have that spin that's going on here as far as that.
And it's just relentless. It won't stop.
Agreed.
This is held together. Long track tornadoes. We talked about that earlier today. The environment ripe. We really thought we'd see them earlier in the evening hours, but now here we are, late night, approaching 2 a.m., and we are looking at what is likely. And what is the distance? Let's say from, I think you've got the distance tracker.
Yeah. It was 60 miles.
We saw that actually form right around northern Tunica County or central Tunica County.
Agreed.
Can you track it from, let's say, Highway 61 up through where it is right now?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Because I think that thing was holding together from that very time on. And that's a monster. See what the distance is on that, because I think that could be, what are we looking at, Victoria?
So on the right-hand side, that was from the Selmer storm. I know
it's hard to see, but yeah, you kept those flashes of lightning. I see debris on the ground.
Yeah, and like I said, that was the one that was from Selmer here.
Okay.
Chief meteorologist Ron Childers myself. We're looking at something that's on social media. I am currently retweeting this, eBrill WX, if you want to see the retweet of that. And we got a report from somebody that it's from a person's son's backyard over in Selmer right now. If you want to check that out, unfortunately, just as far as just things go, can't really show that on air here, but we have a pretty nasty looking storm that looks like it was on the ground here over in Selman. Yet again, this is going back about an hour and a half ago. Let's talk about what we have on hand here.
Can you give me the distance quickly
from
Highway 61 right there from Tunica on through Tate County? Sure. I would track it from right there and to where it is right now. That's been on the ground for about 80 miles.
Right. There was a point when it was in Marshall County that it did lift. Maybe for about 5 miles at the most here. So, this has been on the ground for a good 75 out of 80 miles that we've seen here.
Okay.
Worthwhile to note from the National Weather Service, they are saying that as far as Hornsby goes, and that is in Hardeman County, this is headed for your area here, and it's going to be here very shortly, very quickly. If you know anybody that's in Hornsby, give them that first alert, make sure they're awake, make sure they know what's going on here. This is a dangerous storm, folks, and this caused damage back in Senatobia, and we're talking about this being in between Bolivar and Selmer, Tennessee. So this has been able to cross state lines, and it has moved itself to the northeast here over the past about hour and a half or so. As far as debris getting lofted here in the sky, it looks like we still might have some, without a doubt. So, Ron, if you look at the hook echo that we have on this right now with some of that debris embedded.
Yeah. And the debris is wrapping into the vortex and being lifted aloft.
You know, Ron, I understand that I'm kind of putting you on the spot with this, and if you don't know the answer, you can not answer it.
No,
how big does a tornado have to be able to have to see that debris loft in that vortex? This is not a small tornado.
It doesn't necessarily have to be big, although I think this was a wedge tornado. It all depends on the upward vertical velocity of that rotation itself and the strength of it. But tonight, that's what we're really seeing are these strong UVVs and this warm, moist air just shooting straight into the sky. I was really surprised we weren't seeing more in the form of large hail as a result, but that's an indication that we've got the warmer air that's aloft as well. So really the environment perfect for supercells and tornadoes tonight, not necessarily the larger hail that we would see in a similar environment. But when you've got that warm, moist air shooting up right into these cells and continue to feed them, you're going to see that debris go right into that vortex as we're seeing right now. So that is the case. Let me clear this out of here.
Hey, Ron,
Yeah.
let's talk about this a little bit out loud right now.
Okay.
So we both really do believe that Selmer, Tennessee, I think this tornado literally went straight through the downtown area of
Think
Selmer.
so.
And this tornado that's warned right now, it at least has the potential to head towards Selmer right now.
I think it's going to stay north.
I tend to agree with you, but as far as just talking about this out loud, if you know somebody that's over in Selmer, I'm telling you, folks, you got to make sure that yet again that they are aware of this, because if nothing else, people might try to be getting away from Selmer right now as well. Make sure they don't head to the north or to the west. Head towards Corinth, if anywhere, if they're going to avoid that area. Bolivar looks like is going to be spared out of this too, but it's close yet again. Really between Bolivar, Middleton, and Selmer, this is going to go right kind of in the middle of all those right now.
Yeah, now look, I put a track on this. These are the communities that are in the direct path of the rotation itself, all right? So based on where the rotation is and its direction at this time, I'm tracking it right through the center of that polygon. If it continues in that path and in that direction, it's going to get into Hornsby at 214. Should get into Masseyville 227. We'll see it in McNary at 233, and then get into 40 Forks right around 237. Confirmed tornado on the ground right now. This has a potent hook to it, and we're getting a signature of debris being lofted into the atmosphere. At one point, as this came through Tate County, it was lofting debris about 20,000 feet into the air. So that's everything from shingles to branches, limbs, tree limbs, whatever, you name it. Any type of debris was being lofted about 20,000 feet into the air. This still has a potent look to it and showing a well-defined debris signature right there. And we're also seeing a really, really strong couplet. Let me zoom in.
It is unbelievable how well together this has stayed through the duration of its life.
It really is
unbelievable.
And that just gives you an idea. That's why we had the high risk environment over the area today. Now, this area was actually just on the periphery of it.
Yeah.
The Storm Prediction Center really targeted it well with the storms that came through northeastern Arkansas earlier. And by the way, Lake City and Monette, Arkansas took a direct hit from a tornado. Those towns shut down tonight as a result of serious damage in that area. But now the focus has shifted south and into northern Mississippi and south and west Tennessee, south of the 40 corridor. But this cell itself still holding together. And look, did the debris signature just tick up? It sure did. Look at that, Eric.
Yeah, National Weather Service saying that it's evident.
Do you have a skit on that?
So let's
I'm thinking that's at least an 8.
So it's 7.8 right now. So I mean, we're right on track.
7.8.
Yeah.
All right, so I was thinking it was going to be an 8. Look at that. Give that a little bit of a tilt and take a look at that shear marker that's right there. It's low, it's compact. When we see these shear markers tall, that means the rotation is in the upper levels of the atmosphere. When it's short and compact like that, that's an indication that that rotation is in close proximity to the surface, and that's what we're seeing tonight on our Barron Link system. The BTI, the Barron Tornado Indicator on that, at a 7.8. Anytime this gets above a 7, we're pretty confident that we have some serious rotation and likely a tornado on the ground. Eric?
Yeah, hey, Ron, as I'm kind of looking back into the northeast, this is not a warned storm. The northeastern corner of Marshall County, we have at least yet again some more greens and reds kind of interacting with each other.
I see it. What's the BTI on that?
Let's see if we have some over here.
Not necessarily a debris signature, but there could be some straight line wind.
Dude, another 7.1.
Yeah, that's trying to tornado right now.
Man,
that is trying to tornado right now.
and this is in one of the same areas that had the Sladen area, which had that confirmed tornado not too long ago too.
Can you go down to street level on that? Let's get some streets
Sure.
that are in the path.
All right. Let's dive a little bit closer towards Mount Pleasant. So we're looking at Coopwood Road over towards Rosevale Road. This is Highway 72 right now in northern portions of Marshall County. North Red Banks Road, Goodman Road, Lofton Road, East Cox Road. This is yet again in northern portions of Marshall County that we are talking about right now. Now, this isn't confirmed on the ground, but this is an area that we do need to keep an extremely close eye on because that Barron Tornado Index number, last check, it was at a 7.1 here. Once that number really starts to get to be a 7, that starts to draw our attention here. So, you know, Ron, if we go back over to the one that we pretty much, it is confirmed on the ground here. If we're trying to dive into some closer roads here, and keep it.
This is rain wrapped.
It is. And the fact that the fact that it's rain wrap and how dark it is. I mean, we're literally in the middle of the night right now.
Yeah.
You know, as far as 7A, 7P, as far as the sunrise, sunset, we don't get really almost more any dead center in the middle of the night than we are right now. Hebron, if you know anybody that's there, man, call them right now. Hornsby, same idea. You need to let them know that this is a tornado warned storm and this is headed towards your area. This is an area that just had a tornado warning near there. Maybe it didn't necessarily eclipse there. Well, actually, I say that, but Middleton, that was an area that just got hit by a tornado. So, you know, Ron, that first tornado that ultimately looks like it hit Selmer here, and it went to Middleton, you know, the difference of 8 miles right now, this is how close, look at how close where
That's right there. It's like back to back.
And just as strong. So worthwhile to note, National Weather Service, going back to that area that I was just talking about, severe thunderstorm warning that they have just issued here for that area that maybe it's not quite tornado warned, but has at least some rotation to it. So, you know, if you're in Moscow, Ron, is it Moscow, Moscow?
I call it Moscow.
Okay. So if you're in Moscow, if you're in Williston, Grand Junction yet again, this was an area that literally just got hit here. You have another severe thunderstorm that is headed in your direction here, and that's another really nasty storm.
That's starting to hook.
It is. Ron, this is going to be another tornado warning. I mean, this is going to be literally
I think so too. Grand Junction, stay in your shelter.
Yeah.
That's coming at you. That is going to move into the Grand Junction area. You just got that one that passed by. Was there damage in Grand Junction? Is that what we said? Did we some debris on the road?
Yeah.
Trees on the road.
But they were noted as being large trees too.
All right, so that's already come through and done some damage over there. Trees on the road. I think it was around Highway 5.
Yeah,
is that it?
Correct.
All right, so trees on the road right there at 64 and Highway 5 earlier. Now we're seeing another rotating supercell that's really trying to get its act together right now. A couple of distinct areas, one that is to the southwest of Holly Springs, the other that is just to, or the northwest of Holly Springs, and then the other that's just to the northeast of Holly Springs. So a couple of areas of rotation. The BTI on that, Eric, what was it?
So the one that's north of Holly Springs, we got a 4.5.
That's ramping up.
I think that number was actually just out. It was up at a 7.1.
Okay, all right, so it's ramping down.
But something that I've seen with a lot of these throughout the evening, though, they honestly have been going up and down like drastically. I mean, going from a 7.1 to a 4.5, that's a pretty big difference in one scan.
Which we were looking at on a forecast models, the ramp up or pulse up, pulse down. Similar situation to what we saw on Sunday night with the storms that rolled through.
Hey, let's jump back into that cell that's over in Hardman County, though, because, I mean, this is still a tornado that's on the ground, and this is still headed towards Hornsby. So the good news is, at least for Bolivar, Ron, correct me, obviously, if I'm wrong with anything that I note here, this doesn't look like this is going to be an issue for Bolivar. With that said, especially if you're on the southeast side of town, you still got to treat this like a tornado warning and get into your safe place, get into that storm shelter right now. Hornsby, this is headed towards you.
Yeah.
Can't emphasize that enough. If you know anybody that is in Hornsby in the eastern side of Hardeman County, you got to make sure that they're awake and they know what's going on. This is a serious tornado over towards Finger, Sillerton, Bethel Springs. Fortunately, this looks like this may stay just north of Selmer, but it's going to be another really close call with this one here. Oh, man.
Yeah, there's a lot going on right now. Absolutely amazing. And what a night this has turned into with the, we thought we were going to see a situation where this would turn into just a bunch of thunderstorms, severe thunderstorms, but the temperature profile, 10 o'clock tonight, temperatures were still near 80 from Corinth all the way down to Clarksdale. And we've still got warm air that's still firmly in place just to the west of Oxford, or right around Oxford. Look at this. It's 73 there right now. It's 77 degrees in Corinth. Along and north of the 40 corridor, where we're finding temperatures in the low to mid 60s, a bit more stable atmosphere, but a lot of rain still coming down there. We still have the tornado watch that's in effect. This is going to remain for northern Mississippi until 6 a.m., but we've got a tornado-warned storm that is now in West Tennessee outside of that tornado watch, and that is in Hardeman County right now, and it's about to make a move into northern McNairy County. This will be the second storm to come on into McNairy County just within the last few minutes. So let's put another track on this. I'm going to track it from the center of circulation on through the polygon. Hornsby, 210. Pine Top, 217. Masseyville, 223. Bethel Springs, 228. Then it's going to move into Montezuma at 12:30. We'll see it get into Finger at 2:30, excuse me, and then 2:33 into Finger. Henderson at 2:37, and should move into Old Lawton right around 2:40. So that's the tornado warning that remains in effect. That a confirmed tornado on the ground for Chester, Hardeman, McNairy. Tornado warning remains until 2:30. Just to the south and west of that, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Benton, Fayette, Hardeman, and Marshall County. A tornado is possible in there as we're seeing the potential for some rotation. That's going to remain until 2:45. And now I think we've got a tornado warning. Nope, still a severe thunderstorm warning. So excuse me for that. Let me pop out here, but I want to take a little closer analysis of this storm that's moving on through right now, because there are a couple of distinct areas we want to watch closely for the potential of some rotation. Right now, I see a little bit. I think this is going to try to tighten up here in just a moment. That area right there north of 72. Is that what I'm looking at? Do you see that, Eric?
Eyeballing.
Yeah.
You point at the same area that I was eyeballing.
I tell you what, let me go ahead and track that.
Yeah.
I want to track that out right now because we're probably going to see a tornado warning. I'm going to track it from right here. All right? National Weather Service saying anything about that cell right now?
Just as far as it being a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag, as you noted.
Okay. So 45 moves in at 209, LaGrange 214. Then it moves into Grand Junction 219. Those two communities have already seen some pretty stout storms coming through the area there. Hickory Valley 228, should get into Middleburg about 233, then into Bolivar 243, Hebron 246, and then moves into Pocahontas right around 251. So we've got two cells we're watching right now, two very potent cells, but this whole line of storms itself still holding together very well, and that's really the firing line, simply because we're seeing moisture feed into that and giving that a little extra lift and some spin, and it's going to be a little while before that line pushes on through and starts to stabilize to some degree. Here we are, we're coming up on just after 2 a.m. Typically, in a situation like this, the atmosphere stabilizes considerably, but it is still warm to the south and southeast, and all the fuel still remains for the potential for more tornadoes to continue, especially along and north of the Highway 278 corridor and south of I-40 from West Tennessee into northern Mississippi. But this area right here, right now, and for the remainder of the overnight hours, certainly under the hot zone for additional tornadoes. And again, keep in mind, we still have the tornado watch that remains in effect, and that's going to stay until 6 o'clock.
I wouldn't be surprised if that got extended.
It's going to have to.
Yeah.
I think it's going to have to. They'll likely extend that to probably till maybe 8 to 10.
Yeah.
And look, we were still seeing indication of strong storms up around midday on Thursday, with another wave that's likely to come through on Thursday night. But tonight, you can see where the greatest potential for the stronger storms will be.
Well, the temperatures are in the 70s.
Bolivar, the temperatures dropped to the mid-60s right now, so the rain cool there is certainly helping to stabilize things. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out as these storms override that and move off to the east-northeast on through Hardeman County. So now that cooler air moving in, that may allow some of this to subside to some degree and give us a little bit of a break. But here we are at 2:08 right now, and we still have tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect. So one tornado warning right now, that is for Chester, Hardeman, McNairy County. Considerable hail and the possibility of damage with this and a tornado on the ground. That's going to go until 2:30. We've got the severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of it. That's going to go until 2:45. A tornado is possible with that cell as well. But that's the area. That's what we're looking at right now. And this is the general movement of all of that activity as it comes on through. Eric, what have you got over there?
So Ron, the severe thunderstorm warning, that has 2-inch hail, the possibility of 2-inch hail within it. But apparently we have Garner Montgomery. He's actually down in Senatobia, hopefully with some sort of report. So Garner, if you can hear us, what you got going on down there? Garner, it's meteorologist Eric Brill. What you got going on down there in Senatobia?
All right, so right now I'm down in Tate County where there were several houses hit by this severe weather. I know y'all have a lot more knowledge about what's happening, what happened, what passed through here. I can't say certain if a tornado touched down, but I can tell you multiple houses were affected. It's still dark out, so I can't make a good look, but I do see a house on a hill that looks like it was wiped out. About half of it is not clean out. I can see the living room right now, and the tree is down on the driveway too. I talked with some Tate County firefighters who say that they have taken 2 people to the hospital with minor injuries, but so far everyone that they found and recovered has been okay. So only 2 minor injuries here. I'm on a Waverly Circle in this neighborhood that's around, it's a good ways out from Senatobia proper. But I shot some video, got a couple shots that I will go ahead and email to the newsroom while I'm out here. So y'all will get that pretty shortly as soon as we're done with this call. But that's what I see out here. Looks like Tate County firefighters are starting to clear the scene. So that's a good sign that things are clearing up out here and people are getting the help and recovery they need. Of course, it's going to be a long road ahead for the people here who were affected. Looks like some houses were hit pretty hard.
Garner, and this is Ron Childers. Great job tonight in the Comfort Dynamics Storm Tracker with Patrick Ellis. You've seen all forms of severe storms tonight. That was a confirmed tornado on the ground that moved through Tate County and the community of Senatobia. So we do know for a fact that it was a tornado that touched down. There were storm spotters in that area to confirm that, send back pictures and images, but now you are bringing back confirmation of the damage. So we're looking forward to seeing that. Thank you for your great reports late into the night tonight. Garner Montgomery down in Senatobia, Mississippi, where a tornado struck earlier this evening, I should say in the late night hours, right there around Senatobia, Mississippi. Let's get back to the storms and tracking. Right now, we're still looking at 2 cells. We got to keep a close eye on this one that is moving in behind the tornado warned cell. I am encouraged by what I'm seeing back to the south and southwest, but I'm also
hey, Ron, we got a new tornado warning that will be coming here for southeast Fayette, northwest Benton, and into Hardeman County. So
they're going to issue for that little cell right here?
Right. I get the impression pretty much where the severe thunderstorm warning is, that's going to be replaced here with a tornado warning. One thing to note as well, the storm that is going through Hardeman, McNairy, Chester counties between Bolivar and Selmer, they have put that now as a base tornado warning here as opposed to it being considerable. So it looks like that's trying to simmer down a touch.
Yeah.
But the energy might be just going from one to the other, though.
Yeah, it's very true, but it's interesting how these individual cells are following almost along the same path. But now here's the new tornado warning. Let's give you the info on that because it was just issued moments ago. So a tornado warning now for Benton, Fayette, Hardeman County. That's going to go until 3 a.m. So Benton, Fayette, Hardeman County until 3 a.m. under a tornado warning right now. Let me clear this off. Let's put a track on this. Selmer, you could very well be in the path of this next one as it's coming on through. I don't see as well-defined rotation as I have seen with the others. I do think what we're seeing right here, some pretty decent wind right there. If there is any rotation, it's likely going to be in that area right there, but we're not getting the debris signature with it. That's good news. But I tell you what, let's move that off and let's put a track on it and show you where it's going to go because Selmer has already been hit tonight. I'm going to extend this out beyond the polygon. Grand Junction, LaGrange, 213 should move into Grand Junction, 218. Then we'll see it get into Hickory Valley at about 228. Bolivar, 243. Then into Tune at 253. Should make its way into Silerton right around 301. Selmer, 310. This supercell thunderstorm is moving in your direction, and just after 3 a.m. is likely going to make its way through the town of Selmer once again. Whether or not that area of circulation is going to hit you, you're certainly going to see some more very heavy rain, strong wind coming through an area that we believe is already taken a direct hit from a tornado earlier tonight. So Henderson right around 318. By the way, just a quick FYI for Memphis and Shelby County, we're dealing with rain. Sirens were going off earlier tonight as a result of a tornado warned cell that was coming out of Tunica into DeSoto County. We did not see any of that rotation move into Memphis and Shelby County, but I tell you what, it did rattle some folks out of bed as a warning was issued right around the Whitehaven and airport area, but the sirens all over the county sounding as a result of that tornado warning that was going off. But right now, a calmer pattern for Memphis and Shelby County. The real action right now confined to primarily northeastern Mississippi and really from McNairy, Hardeman County, down south along Highway 72. I would say DeSoto County, you're pretty much in the clear in regard to any stronger storms. Tate County should as well, but we still have to keep a close eye on Panola and Lafayette County, who've seen very little in the way of activity. But these storms that are just to your west, those could be firing up soon and create some big problems there. So that's what we're watching right now. But now we have the new tornado warning just issued. That's going to go until 3 a.m. And that is for southern, southeastern Fayette County, southern Hardeman County, and may be extended into McNairy County. Although we still have this tornado just to the north of McNairy County for Chester, Hardeman, McNairy. That goes until 2:30. That should wrap up probably in about another. I don't think that will be extended. I can't completely rule it out, though. That's the volatile environment we're dealing with tonight. Yeah.
I know that we have Tavares Haywood up in Craighead County with some of the damage that occurred up there. Do you want to take him right now, or do you want to?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Eastern Craighead County, near the town of, are you in Lake City or are you in Monette?
Monette.
You see the flip car behind him? They took a direct hit from a tornado. T. Wood, tell us what you're seeing.
Hey, good morning, Ron. Hey, guys, I'm in Lake City right now. I'm at 3054 Highway 18 here in Lake City. I just want to show you this. This is the wildest thing I've ever seen weather coverage-wise. I just saw a police officer just pulled up to the scene not too long ago and showed me video of a huge tornado coming in this direction, going right across the road here. Unfortunately, when we pulled up to this house, we saw a dog. So if you are watching this right now and you live at 3054 Highway 18 in Lake City, Arkansas, your dog is here, right here, Bo, right behind us. Let's show folks the dog right here. Unfortunately, he's scared right now. If this is your dog is safe. Understandably, it's scared right now. But again, the devastation here, we've came across at least 2 to 3 homes that are significantly damaged right here. If you could show folks both over here, you have folks right here who are also right here behind us. You have folks right here who are kind of going through their things that are left behind. We're going to see if we can chat with him in just a sec. But again, the devastation, you guys, is just wild. Bo, let's just try walking over here. Now, walk behind me, Bo. Walk behind me, Bo, please. You just don't want to walk across any lines here.
Be very careful, T. Wood.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Very careful.
Good. I'm Tavares Haywood with Channel 5. How you guys doing? Is this you all's home?
It's my cousin.
Is your cousin home? Is everybody safe?
Yeah, everybody but my mom's dog. That's what we're out here looking for. He was in the cage when the storm hit.
That's not the dog over there barking. Is it a brown pit bull?
No, it's it's like a little black Doberman Pinscher dog.
Okay.
It's specked.
What's your thoughts seeing all of this?
Man, it's crazy. This house was just here last week.
Yeah.
We're working to bring that back up, but you can go to the Action News 5 First Alert weather app on your smartphone or your tablet, or go to actionnews5.com and you can continue our live coverage there. We are streaming live on that. And by the way, we're also on our digital platforms on the Action News 5 app on Amazon Fire, Roku, and Apple TV right now. We are tracking tornadoes tonight. Confirmed tornadoes right now. This one seems more Doppler radar indicated.
Correct.
But I tell you what, it is still, every aspect of that tells me there is something on the ground moving through there right now. The only thing missing is the debris signature. And we just don't say, oh, and there it is. Just as I say that, look at this. And that was holding together.
Yeah.
Looks like it's kind of stretching out a little bit. It looked like it was a little more, oh yeah. Just as it was about to move through Grand Junction, that had ramped up or pulsed up pretty quickly there.
So I want to go back out west because there's another skit that's popping up here outside of Byhalia. It looks like that's a little bit tamer here, but it's still just worthwhile to kind of backtrack and look at some of the stuff. But, you know, it's got to get to a certain point, Ron, where, you know, a lot of these storms that just keep recycling over the same areas, the energy just has to run out here at some point. The thing is, though, we still have a large portion of the Mid-South from pretty much Batesville, Mississippi, all the way to Corinth that has largely been untouched, especially into Lafayette County. I mean, fortunately, you know, there's nothing really catching our eye right now, but good gravy.
This is a lot. It's been a long day. We started tracking storms almost 12 hours ago. We went on the air about 12:45 Wednesday afternoon. We're coming up on 2:30 a.m. Thursday, and we are still tracking storms. We stopped down for probably, 10, 20 minutes?
Give or take.
Just to regroup, take a look at what was going on in the area, and then bang, the next round comes through, and now we're still tracking it as these storms continue to make their move through the Action News 5 coverage area. Let me back up. Let's show you the big picture and what's going on. Right now, the focus to the east, and really from right around eastern Fayette County on through Hardeman and McNairy County. I want everybody in Hardeman and McNairy County to stay aware as this is moving on through right now. As we take a closer look at that area, still getting some rotation right there around northern McNairy County, but this little cell that's back here just passed through Grand Junction, now headed towards Middleton, is showing some signs of ramping up as well. Tornado warning remains in effect, I believe, for this until 3 a.m. We've got the tornado warning for northern McNairy County. Not sure if it's going to let me post that. That's going to stay until 3:15. So Chester, Hardeman, and Hardin and McNairy County under the tornado warning there until 3:15. But Selmer, you're in the clear. However, we do know Selmer took a direct hit from a tornado earlier tonight. There are search and rescue teams in that area. Tennessee Highway Patrol being called in to assist with that. But right now, we're still seeing some decent rotation right here. And it was even showing a debris signature. Wow, and that is still holding together as that moves on through. Let me put a track on this because Middleton, that is coming right toward you. So
Again.
if you are in Middleton, get to your storm shelter now. Rogers Springs, 247. Middleton, 245. Hebron, 250. Essery Springs at 252. Then it's going to move into Hornsby at 258. That is a supercell thunderstorm. We are getting all of the indications of rotation within it. The BTI on that was well above a 7, closer to an 8, still holding at a 7.4 right now. But you see that couplet right there. That's the rotation. It is moving to the east, northeast, and this is going to create some big problems as it continues to move on through southern Hardeman County. Let me zoom out just a little bit. Let's take a look at the bigger picture here. Still a lot of, and there's a little something trying to develop back here, and even in northern Marshall County. Let me just throw the velocity on here quickly. And Not as impressive. There's a little something right there. That may be a little wet microburst, but I think we're likely seeing the rotation and a confirmed tornado that remains there. And again, the warning until 2:33 or 3 o'clock, excuse me. Here we are at 2:33. We're coming up on 3 o'clock. All areas north of the 40 corridor, you're in good shape. All right? If you're north of the 40 corridor, severe weather threat for the night is pretty much ended. We could see some redevelopment as we get into the early morning hours. As a matter of fact, I'll put up future casts in just a moment. Let's take a look at what we're expecting to come our way as we get on into the remainder of the overnight hours and into the day tomorrow. But right now, the real focus is really right here along the 40 corridor, south of the 40 corridor, I should say, and that's where we're still seeing strong southerly winds, warm air still firmly in place, and that's what's allowing these storms to continue to persist and drive off to the east northeast. And if you notice, they're making more of an easterly progression than a northeasterly progression, although I do think as the morning goes on, we may see some of this lift a little farther north. But the majority of the Action News 5 coverage area right now just dealing with rain, but we do have confirmation of damage near Senatobia in Tate County. We have damage in McNairy County near Selmer, and there will likely be damage found as the sun comes up all along Highway 64 from Fayette County east. Memphis and Shelby County has fared very well in all of this. The last three, this is now going into the fourth severe weather event we've had this spring so far. Consecutive weeks of severe weather, but we're not finished with this by any means. We've still got 3 more days of severe weather to get through. There is the potential for more tornadoes Thursday, especially during the afternoon and evening hours. Eric and I will likely be back on television tomorrow evening tracking storms and maybe even through the morning hours as well. Patrick Ellis will be back in here at 4:30 for Action News 5. He was tracking storms well into the late night hours. Did he even leave here? What was it, midnight?
I would have said about 11:30.
About 11:30.
Oh, and he's back awake. I caught him up to date here, just as far as kind of what we got going on here. And you know, I know as far as the three of us go, like we do take this stuff personally and make sure we keep you guys safe. That is more important than anything else.
And look, going into this, we knew we were looking at an 86-hour period of severe weather. We've not seen an outbreak like that or a sustained period of severe weather potential in years.
Hey, Ron, think about it.
Think about it.
You know, as far
recall it.
I'm going just off the top of my head right here. I mean, we've had over the past 12 hours, and that's what we've been on, I believe at least 6 confirmed tornadoes on the ground. At least 6,
Absolutely.
and it's probably more than that.
Absolutely. Memphis and Shelby County has been spared thus far, but Eric, with 3 more days of this to go and Memphis being right in the bullseye tomorrow, we can't let our guard down. I say tomorrow, it's today already. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to let you do this. I want to take a look at the new Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook, and let's see if we've got any new info on that, and we'll talk a little more about what's coming our way. So I'll let you go ahead and track.
Copy. Sounds good. So what I'm going to focus on right now is the confirmed tornado warning that is in the northeast corner of McNairy County. It is worthwhile to note that this is moving into Hardin, Chester, and into Henderson County. So it is starting to move outside of the Action News 5 coverage area, but I still want you guys to be aware of this here, especially if you are towards Sardis, Tennessee, as well as Enville and over towards Saltillo. That is another area to kind of keep an eye on right here closer to the Tennessee River Valley. This has been moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. Let me just get confirmation on that right now. Yep, moving to the northeast here at about 50 miles per hour. It was actually near Morris Chapel, or just northwest of Morris Chapel. That is an area that I did see earlier that sustained some damage from that Selmer tornado here. So that's not a great situation that we've got going on here. Let's give us a track here. So yet again, this is moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. We'll put that to 50. If you're in Enville, You're looking at 241, Milledgeville at 245, Sardis 252, Saltillo at 256, and Liberty at 257 here. So those are just a few different communities that we are keeping an eye on here as this does start to transition from McNairy County over into Chester, Henderson, Hardin, and Decatur counties as that's racing off to the northeast here at about 50 miles per hour. Now, the one storm that we've been keeping an eye on right now that is still into southern Hardeman County, this continues to move to the northeast as well. It looks like this is still trying to get its act together here, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we do at least have a funnel cloud or the potential of a tornado on the ground here just outside of Middleton. It's starting to get a little bit more of an ominous look to it, and we certainly have at least some winds that would support a couplet occurring here. Let's see. If this is moving to the northeast, this has to be going at about 50 miles per hour as well, I'd imagine here. Let me just get clarification on that. This continues to move to northeast or east. Let's see, what do we have here for confirmation? East at 50 miles per hour. And this is heading, unfortunately, I think, towards the general town of Selmer again here. I'm going to kind of trace it out here for 50 miles. Let's even try to give some of the benefit of the doubt here. So even if this does head towards Selmer, we're looking at just after 3 o'clock in the morning here. Middleton, 242. Right now it is 239 on Thursday morning. Raymer, 3 o'clock. Selmer, 303 as noted. Eastview at 305. That's also the case for Guys and Bethel Springs as this is moving to the east here at about 50 miles per hour. As far as if you are north of I-40, Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers talking about that right now. If you're in Millington, Munford, Ripley, Tennessee, Marktree, Osceola, Wynne, Arkansas, those areas for right now, we're doing okay in those areas. And, you know, it's really just kind of the Tennessee River Valley, or approaching the Tennessee River Valley here into Hardeman County as well as McNairy County, where we are seeing some of the worst storms right now. And some of these are still trying to really get strong here. So we're really going to hope that this one that's just north of Middleton stays weak because, folks, I'll tell you, Selmer, Tennessee, I think we had a tornado go straight through here about, what time would that have been? About 1 o'clock or so in the morning, I believe. And there's another one that went just outside of Senatobia. Gardner Montgomery, he's down in Senatobia, kind of keeping an eye on what happened there. Northeast McNairy County, the area that is under that tornado warning right now with it being confirmed on the ground, this is starting to scoot out of McNairy County. And folks, this is the same storm. If you've been following us here, as far as Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers and myself, this is the same storm that was an issue over just to the west of Senatobia, and it's starting to get closer to the Tennessee River Valley. So this is going to end up traveling here. It looks like about, I'd say, 125 miles, even if it wasn't consecutively on the ground here. So, Ron, I'm going to find out, let's see if we have another skid over here. We still have a bunch of 7.4s on the ground with that one that has been confirmed on the ground quite yet, and we're hoping it obviously stays that way here. But it's still the one we got to keep an eye on just to the northwest of Middleton.
All right, let's take a look at what's going on right now. We have the tornado watch that remains for northern Mississippi and along and east of the Tennessee River until 6 a.m. We're going to have to watch this closely, but look, today, it's another first alert weather day. We've got an enhanced risk of strong to severe storms that remains over the area through the day today. So this is the day one look. The Futurecast, we're starting it off at 2:30, and it's initializing very well with the placement of the storms overall. But from now until 4 a.m., it's still showing the potential for strong to severe storms to continue even to around 6, especially around Alcorn and McTippa and Benton counties. By 8 in the morning, can't rule out storms still firing mainly around Alcorn County. And then, look at this, by 10, I think we're going to be dealing with heavy rain in these areas. But as we get into the afternoon, right around 1 o'clock, we start to see the heat of the day, and these storms to the south could start to fire up once again. And by late afternoon and into tomorrow evening at 7, we're going to see another wave come through, and that one is going to have this potential to punch the Mid-South once again. And this time, it looks like the threat's going to be a little greater along and south of the 40 corridor by 2 a.m. Friday morning. So we're talking about getting through Thursday night and another long night into Friday morning, 8 o'clock, as a warm front lifts north. and that's going to make for a highly unstable environment as we get into West Tennessee and northern Mississippi and eastern Arkansas into the afternoon hours on Friday. There could be individual discrete cells that are working their way through the area while a stronger line of storms moves on through the north. But temperatures right now still warm and juicy, especially from Corinth to Oxford. We're still holding in the low to mid 70s in those areas, even near 70 right now in Marks, Mississippi. Our first alert Doppler radar at this time showing the bulk of the activity right now in West Tennessee and northeast Arkansas just getting rain. I think I just saw a brand new tornado warning go up. Let me zoom in on this.
That's right.
Let's
for
take
Selmer.
a look. That's for Selmer. That's going to take that well past 3 a.m., I do believe. Whoops. I came in a little too quick on that.
So that's till 3:30, Ron.
Till 3:30, another tornado warning. This is for McNairy County and Selmer. You're back in it once again as we take a look. Tornado warning, 3:30, Hardeman and McNairy counties. That is going to go until 3:30. Right now we have the warning that is just to the west of that, and that's where the circulation is. That's going to move or remain in place until 3 a.m. So basically, we're going to see the warning for this particular cell just be extended as it makes a move in that direction. Now, let's put a track on this. Doppler radar indicated tornado, but this cell has had a history of producing damage. So with that in mind, let me zoom in just a little tighter on this. Give me 1 second, and then we're going to track from the area of rotation. I'm starting to see a pretty distinct notch that's developing right there. What was the last BTI you had on that? Oh, wow.
7374.
Yeah, there's a tornado right there. Look at that right there, Eric. Right there. Let me now move the scope out of the way, and let's see how that lines up with the area of rotation. So there we go. Let's track it then from right here, and we're going to take it. Man, Selmer's in the path again. So Selmer 307. That's going to be moving through you at 307. Rose Creek 301. Robertson 303. Should then move into Selmer 307. Eastview 311. Finger 317. Stantonville 321. Adamsville 326. Then it will move into Morris Chapel at 332. And that is for this individual cell right now that we're continuing to track right here as that moves on through, but more specifically, that area of rotation. And I tell you what, I can give you a more specific track on just that circulation itself. So let's track it from right here, and let's take it on through the middle of the polygon. Selmer, you could be in for another punch here at about 308. If that continues on that path, there is a very distinct possibility that Selmer could take a second tornado hit. No visual confirmation, but keep in mind, it's dark. This may very well be rain-wrapped. Very difficult to see. The BTI on that was what? Above a 7, I think?
7.3.
7.3. So, Selmer, I just want you to prepare 308, the potential for a tornado to come through your community once again. 314 into Purdy, Old Lawton, 319. It'll move into Hickory Flats at about 323, and then Adamsville at 326. We've had tornadoes hit Adamsville in the past, doing major damage in that area. Now we're looking at back-to-back punches with this as it's moving on through. I'm looking for a debris signature on this. I see a little bit right here. That may be kicked up by some straight line wind. There may be a pretty good little wall of wind that's right here, but there's also some indication that it is rotating. And that's what we're looking at right now. And we are seeing this just continue to push on through the area. The other concern is the potential for flooding, because this is going to be the third high precipitation supercell that has moved through that area. Oh, I wanted to check on the rainfall rate.
Hey, Ron, we got a new tornado warning coming for northern Marshall County.
Yep. that little area that was back here.
Yeah.
Let me see. Hold on 1 second. Here we go. Let's track that off to the east, northeast. And really interesting, because I would think it's more for Benton County than Marshall. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me put the scope on here. Oh, I see. Right there around Holly Springs.
Just to the
That's what they're looking
northeast
at.
side of town.
Yeah, that's it right there. So tornado warning just issued moments ago. That tornado warning is going to go until 3:30 for Benton, Hardeman, Marshall, and Tippah counties till 3:30 right now. Brand new tornado warning just issued. So let's put a track on this. We know where the center of circulation is associated with this. Let's track it from that area right here and move it off to the north and northeast. That goes until 3:30. Here we are at 2:48. Snow Lake Shores, you're in the path at 2:56. Ashland, that's coming through at 3:02. Then it moves into Canaan at 3:09. Should get into Brody at 3:14. We'll see it move into Faulkner at 3:22. Walnut 3:27. Then into Middleton at 3:34 and Collinstown at 3:39. So these are the areas that are going to be impacted by this storm as it moves on through. Doppler radar indicated tornado, but at the same time, there is a pretty good little area of rotation right there within it. Eric, you got a shear marker on it?
Yeah, and so around the BTI, I think when we were just chit-chatting about this was I'm looking more at the Hardeman County storm right now. This is more in the range of a 7.6, and it had been a 7.3. So that number's unfortunately starting to inch itself up here a little bit for that storm that is approaching Selmer. Don't see a skit or anything kind of popping up here with the other tornado warning storm, but there's clearly at least some broad rotation going on here.
Absolutely.
Just to the between really midway between Holly Springs and Ashland right now. As far as any sort of shear rates popping up here, definitely have at least some turbulence and some rotation going on right now here. As far as any sort of debris goes, it doesn't seem like that's popping up here, so there is at least good news within that. But we've seen. I guess this is now going to be the 6th storm that is going to go through this general portion of the Mid-South, and I believe that we have had warnings on 5 of we've had them actually touch down on 4 or 5 of them here, so that's worthwhile to know. All right, meteorologist Patrick Ellis, he just actually joined Chief Meteorologist Ron Cholers and myself here at Action News 5. Let's kind of regroup here and see what we got going on. So, as noted, I'm meteorologist Eric Brill. We got Chief Meteorologist Ron Cholers and meteorologist Patrick Ellis here. It is 2:50 on Thursday morning. We do have 2 tornado warnings right now across the Mid-South, or actually technically 3 tornado warnings right now around the Mid-South. As far as where we're keeping a closest eye on right now, there is one that is on the ground that is just outside of northeast McNairy County. This is one that we are keeping a very close eye on, even though it is starting to depart the Mid-South over into Hardin, Chester, Henderson, and Decatur counties. This is continuing to race out to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. Another area that we're keeping a very close eye on right now is approaching Selmer, Tennessee. And the reason why this is relevant is because it appears that Selmer, Tennessee took a direct hit from a tornado here going back about 2 to 2.5 hours ago here. So this fortunately isn't confirmed on the ground. BTI, or Barron Tornado Index, that is reading a 7.6 right now. That number, it goes between 1 and 10. When it gets to be really above a 7, that starts to catch our attention, and we think that we could be seeing an actual tornado that's on the ground here. But fortunately, we don't have that confirmed on the ground. It just looks like it might be an actual tornado. Down to the southwest now to Marshall County, Benton and Tippah counties we go. Another storm that we are keeping a close eye on right now. This is racing to the northeast here as well. Looks like it's trying to really get wrapped a bit here and trying to turn itself into a couplet. There's at least some rotation starting to occur here really midway between Holly Springs and Ashland. As far as that storm goes, this has been moving to the northeast as well at about 50 miles per hour. If you know anybody that's over in Ashland, Blackjack, over into Faulkner, give them that first alert. Make sure that they're aware of what's going on here. So still northern Mississippi, closer to the Tennessee River Valley, seeing the worst of the storms right now. And it looks like we got another shear mark around that's starting to pop up here just outside of Selmer. So
yeah, I see.
Not good.
And look, this is the town of Selmer, as Eric mentioned, took a direct hit earlier this evening. We've got another tornado tornado that is approaching the town right now. Hopefully we can get a bit of a calmer pattern to emerge here within the next hour or so. But at the same time, we've still got a lot of activity, and it's for areas that I'm watching closely now from Lafayette County to Alcorn County. There's still a lot of warm air there, and, well, we've still got several more hours of severe weather to get through, and this whole system is not going to exit our area until late Saturday night, early Sunday morning. We've got another first alert weather day for today. We have another first alert weather day for Friday, and we have a first alert weather day for Saturday. So 3 more consecutive days of strong to severe storms, all capable of producing hail, tornadoes, and damaging wind. But today and tonight, this has actually been the most significant activity we've seen in the Mid-South in quite some time. Then comes into play the flooding issue, because there's a tremendous amount of rain that's going to fall as these storms continue to move through the Mid-South through the remainder of the overnight hours. Through the day tomorrow, I think we could see significant flooding in and around the area. But I also think as the sun comes up on our Thursday, we're going to see a lot of damage, especially around northeast Arkansas. Tavarius Haywood is up in Monette. He's headed to Monette. He gave us a live shot earlier from Lake City. Widespread damage there. We know we have widespread damage down in Selmer. There are reports of damage in Senatobia tonight, and our tornado warnings continue as the overnight hours continue. Let's take a look at what we're looking at. Tornado warning remains for Benton, Hardeman, Marshall, and Tippah County until 3:30. We see another one just to the east of that. This is for Hardeman, McNairy counties until 3:30. Selmer on track to take another direct hit. There's also confirmed tornadoes still on the ground approaching the Tennessee River. This is for Decatur, Hardin, and Henderson counties. That's going to go until 3:15. Rain's coming down pretty heavy here in Midtown right now, but no severe weather threat for Memphis and Shelby County. However, the severe weather threat overall continues for the remainder of the week and into the beginning of the weekend. We also have to keep a close eye on these storms that are back here, especially as they move now along the Highway 278 corridor. There could be some more regeneration of strong to severe storms in that area as that continues. But right now, the main focus for these 2 storms right here, it looks like we're going to continue tracking these at least until 2:30. That's barring any additional warnings being issued for the area. Let's zoom in now. Let's take a closer look and put some tracks on these storms to give you an idea of where they are and where they're going. Right now, the one that is in McNairy County still moving on through, and that's the one I'm going to go to first because that rotation's still holding together. Eric, what was your BTI on that?
So let's see. Diving into.
Did you have something?
Still 7.5.
Okay, so I'm looking right here. Looks like there's a little something, 7.5 on the BTI, the Barron Tornado Indicator Scale, 10 being the highest threat there's a tornado, and I think we're seeing something right there in that area, maybe even a little debris as well. Let's take a look. Yep, looks like it's picking up on a little debris. It's trying to loft something into the atmosphere. Those are not raindrops, but let's go back and let's put a track on this to give you an idea of where it's going to go, who it's going to be impacting. And I tell you what, I'm going to do a different type of track on this because I want to track it really all along that area and bring it right through Selmer as it's moving off to the east northeast. We'll bring it right through the heart of that polygon there. Selmer 305. So now 305. Tornado warned storm is going to move through the town of Selmer at 305. Purdy 312. It's going to move into Old Lawton at 316. 321 into Gilcrest. We'll see it move into Adamsville at 324. Should get into Box Elder right around 331. Got another tornado warning. This was just for Marshall County. It's back to the west. This, by the way, This tornado warning that's right here, this is just about to expire at 3 o'clock. Don't think we're seeing anything in the way of rotation within that at this time, but that's not to say that it can't regenerate. There's something, it's still spinning, but we're not seeing that tight couplet that's typically associated with that. However, we are still seeing the tornado warning that remains. Let me clear this off of here. That tornado warning should expire, I think, at 3 o'clock. Yeah, so that's going to expire at 3. Now let's pan back to the south and west. Let's look at this cell that's starting to come together as it makes its way through Benton County. Ashland, you're in the path of this storm. Looks like it's going to move just to the north of Ripley. I'm looking for potential rotation within this. There is a somewhat of a little bit of a maybe something right here, could be something there. It's not that impressive, especially compared to what we've seen through the overnight hours tonight. Looks like it may be starting to try to cross Highway 72. So let's put a track. And I tell you what, kind of tough to see. I'm going to track it from about right here. Let's do that. All right, I'll put a wide track on that. So Canaan, 304. Brody, 309. 322 into Walnut. Then Brownfield's going to move in there at 325. Middleton at 329. Essery Springs, 333. And then 336, it moves into Lone Pine. So 2 distinct tornado-warned storms right now moving over areas that have seen successive storms tonight. And the activity continues well into the early morning hours here on a Thursday as this system is just relentless in continuing to push on through. If we can get some air, some rain in here around Corinth, that's certainly going to help to cool the temperatures down. We just have to worry about these storms pulsing up as they encounter that moisture-rich, warm environment that's still in place in Tippah and Alcorn counties. So that's what we're looking at there. Eric, I noticed your rotation track. You could show basically the long path of this. Let's take Eric's computer and let's talk about what you're looking at there.
Yeah, and Ron, I'll tell you what, man, it will humble you, honestly, how long that we've had some of these presumably on the ground for here. If we go all the way back to really west of Senatobia, I mean, it might not be consecutive, but we potentially had a tornado on the ground here for about 125 miles. And that's not an exaggeration. It might have, oscillated up and down a few times here throughout the duration of its life. But, Ron, would you agree with me? That's not an unrealistic thing to say?
No, not at all. And long track tornadoes were one of our greatest concerns going into this event, especially for today. I am thinking Thursday is going to be more of a day of isolated individual tornadoes popping up, but the long track tornado threat was today, thus the high risk area. And now in hindsight, Eric, that high risk could have been drug a little farther south and east, quite frankly.
Yeah.
So, but we do know we have had 3 distinct areas of damage tonight. One in western or eastern Craighead County, another one in Tate County near Senatobia, and now the town of Selmer. There's also been some reports of damage around Grand Junction with trees on the road there. We've not had any reports of structural damage, but we do know there was structural damage in Senatobia. We do know there was structural damage in Selmer and in the towns of Monette and Lake City.
Yeah. One thing, Ron, obviously it's 3 o'clock in the morning now. We got to talk about today because we're just starting to see Thursday really unfold here.
Yeah.
As far as we have for that severe weather outlook for today, yet again, this is talking specifically about Thursday. There's an enhanced risk of severe weather that extends from Clarksdale to Dyersburg and really from Selmer back towards Jonesboro and Batesville, Arkansas here. So this is a wide area that is under that level 3 out of 5 here as far as that enhanced risk of severe weather goes. There is a slight risk of severe weather here once you start heading into Lafayette, southern Tippah, and Alcorn counties. But in the grand scheme of things, pretty much everybody's under that enhanced risk of severe weather here. As far as the specific different tornado threats or the tornado hail and wind threats go, The area that has the best chance of seeing a tornado for today, yet again for Thursday, includes Memphis, Hernando, down to the south for Clarksdale, Marks, Mississippi, Tunica, Helena, West Helena, Mariana, Wynn, Forest City. As far as the winds go, it engulfs pretty much all the Mid-South here as far as a 15% chance. And then that hail threat here, that looks to be amplified here just a little bit as far as a 30% chance engulfing just about all the Mid-South here. So
yeah, I think hail could be a big threat. Isolated tornadoes and hail are going to be the bigger threat as we get it, especially the afternoon and evening hours. And quite frankly, we could get smacked again late tonight, or not late tonight, but during the evening hours, extending on into the late night hours and possibly into the very early morning hours of Friday.
And Ron, if we flip this over to day 2, fortunately, this risk level isn't quite as great as what we have seen with some of the other ones. This is looking ahead now towards Friday. Pretty much all the Mid-South is under at least a marginal risk of severe weather with the amplification here over into northeast Arkansas. And then if we flip this over to day 3 here, this is for Saturday, that another enhanced here, especially into the Mississippi Delta. So that's the area. I mean, we still have a few days of this to go here around the Mid-South.
And really, I think that could be nudged a little farther north and east.
Agreed.
Into West Tennessee to include Memphis, Shelby County, and really areas all along the Mississippi River.
Yeah. I almost think day 1 and day 3 could almost be similar to each other here.
Yeah. Day
just
3,
angled a little differently.
I think I would include more of northern Mississippi, and that may very well play out.
Yeah.
Because they will adjust as, and I say they, the Storm Prediction Center will adjust as we get closer, and that's what we have seen. It was this morning, or really the late night hours, or was it the early morning hours or the late night hours? We saw I do believe it was the late night hours of Wednesday night that we saw, Tuesday night. I'm losing track of days here, quite frankly. But it was late Tuesday night we saw the moderate risk that was placed over the area for today.
Correct.
Or not the moderate, but the high risk.
With respect to with respect to Wednesday. Yeah, so that was issued here on Wednesday morning here at about 1:30 in the morning or so. As far as that high risk being here across the Mid-South. Let's dive back into just what we have going on here, though, with some of those severe warnings or some of the tornado warnings that we have. Right now, we are keeping an eye on 2 specific tornado warnings here across the Mid-South. One that does engulf McNairy County and the vast majority of McNairy County, for that matter, and then another that is in place for Benton, Tippah, a small sliver of western Alcorn County, and southern portions of Hardeman County. Right now, as far as what we're seeing here on Doppler radar, I will say that the one that's closer to Selmer, that's one really kind of catching our eye at this point here. As far as the velocities go, I mean, there's at least some turbulence or some rotation that is going on right now. It looks like some of those strongest winds right now are going straight through Selmer, so that is not an ideal situation here as far as Selmer goes. Hopefully we don't have another tornado on the ground here, but well,
that is certainly indicative of it. Look at that. Yeah, that is indicative of a tornado on the ground. If you're in Bethel Springs, get to your storm shelter right now. Selmer, it looks like it's going to try to stay a bit north of you, but at the same time, we still got to watch this very, very closely because the town of Selmer could take another hit from this. Maybe it is a little farther to the north. What's it looking like, Eric?
It's close.
Yeah, it really is.
I can't tell if that side lobe or not.
Well, it's very true, and it may very well be, but just because, and look, that rotation detector, that's still pretty significant, and that would that algorithm would eliminate any side lobe contamination. As a matter of fact, because it's taking into consideration the Columbus radar, I do believe, when it's calculating what is and possibly there. So
that's
it is just to the north of Selmer right now. No visual confirmation in that area right now, but the BTI
Ron, quite frankly, there's probably not much power in Selmer right now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because think about it. I mean, that area got hit. So as far as getting any sort of confirmation, it's going to be tough to be able to get that signal out.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. The BTI on that, what are those skits showing, Eric?
4-6. I mean,
That's
you know,
low. That's good.
We'll,
good.
We'll try to hold our hat on that.
Let's slide down southwest, and let's take a look at that cell that's still, look at that thing.
That's a 6-2.
Yeah, that's pumping up. That is pulsing up. That is.
And Ron,
north
this
of
is headed back
Ashland.
towards Middleton again.
Yeah, sure is. So this is going to be coming in. This is likely going to impact Cross Highway 72 within the next few minutes here. That is going to move. If you're in Brody, you need to be in your storm shelter right now. If you're watching, you're in Brody. If you're up and Adam, get to your storm shelter right now. There is possibly a tornado bearing right down on you. Mount Moriah, that community in northern Tippah County, I think it's going to move north of Claviette, but north
Walnut.
and east of you. But Walnut, you're in the path of this. And it looks like it could hold together to bring it into Essery Springs as well. So we've got to continue to watch this over the next few minutes. Although I must admit, that cell itself, it looks like that may be more of a bookend vortice. I think the straight line wind damage around Blackjack, from Blackjack to Brody. You see that Boeing segment right there?
Yep.
So that's probably a northern bookend vortice.
And as you say, though, we get a shear marker to come on here.
Do you have a skit?
I think this skip might be a little old, so we might have to hold off on this. This was still the 6-2 that just popped up here.
All right. So still looking, but we're also starting to see a little bit of debris picking up. But notice how the debris is a little more significant just to the east of Blackjack. That would be more indicative of straight line wind damage, or just the straight line winds coming through and kicking stuff into the atmosphere. That may very well be the case. I don't know. It's just a guess right now. Just a guess. But again, relentless. So here we are, 3:09, still tracking tornadoes tonight. It all began right around 2:45 Wednesday afternoon. We popped off the air for maybe 20 minutes. Back on it right now and have been ever since as a result of these tornadoes coming on through the area. And right now, Eric Brill driving the radar, showing you where that shear marker is near Brody, Mississippi, just about to cross Highway 72. Hopeville, you're in close proximity, although I think you're south of the rotation itself, but Mount Moriah, Brownfield, you're right in the path of this. So if you're in, Brody needs to be in the storm shelter. Mount Moriah and Brownfield, you need to get in your storm shelter right now as that storm is coming on through there. We could have a tornado as a result of this cell that's moving on through. Looks like a portion of Benton County's been removed. They've scaled back that polygon to some degree. But look, that cell's going to then come on into McNairy County. So McNairy County, you're looking at what is shaping up to be the third or fourth. Is that the fourth supercell to come through there?
It's at least the fourth.
Yeah, I think so. It's the fourth one to come through there. So McNairy County, looks like this one will move south of Selmer. But Guys and Mickey are in the path of this as that comes on through that area. So right now, as we track this out, Raymer right around 340, all right? And that is from the area of rotation that we're seeing on the Doppler radar. Again, Doppler radar indicated tornado, but this is what the warning is based off of. That's what the track is based off of tonight. The BTI on that, a 4.4, was a 6.9 earlier. I'm encouraged by that, so it is going down a little bit. And really, quite frankly, Eric, I don't know how this has anything to even hold together.
No kidding. I mean,
I really don't.
This given cell, I will say, the one that's in northern Benton and Tippah counties, that area has, we've seen a lot of storms. That area I feel like might be kind of recharged because there hasn't been a storm there for the past couple of hours. And shoot, Ron, you've seen this here. It's not like it takes really much time before these start to ramp back up again.
And look, it's still 75 in Corinth right now.
That's crazy.
Here we are, coming up on just after 3 a.m. It is 75 degrees in Corinth. Now, Bolivar is at 66. Holly Springs still a little warm. Oxford at 75. we've got to keep a close eye on that 278 corridor from Quitman County on through Lafayette County and then into northeast Mississippi up around Oxford and in between Bolivar and Corinth primarily.
Riding the boundary.
Yeah, they are riding that boundary.
And unfortunately, that's going to be the case all day long. Anytime that the storms can ride that boundary, it is going to be like that.
Yeah.
Where we're going to have storms that are flaring up right along the actual boundary. Anything north of the boundary is going to be heavy rain, flood threat. South of the near or south of the boundary, severe weather potential.
Yeah.
And that may be the constant threat that we have all day long.
Yeah.
And especially as the front starts to waver back north.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it opens up to more people.
But I'm more concerned this morning about that boundary making a subtle shift to the south and southeast a little bit. Yeah. And again, just bringing relentless storms up through northeast Mississippi and more specifically from around Lafayette County to Corinth and in that area. So that is what we are looking at there right now. But here we are, 313. Come back to me, guys, on the First Alert Doppler radar. Let me advance forward. Let's show you what we've got working here. Still 3 active tornado warnings. This warning that is for McNairy County, that is going to hold right now until 3:30. The other cell that we're seeing moving out of Benton County into northern Alcorn County, that too is going to extend until 3:30. I think we're going to have to watch this and just really see how it plays out over the next few minutes. Those are the 2 warnings that are in the Action News 5 coverage area at this time, but these 2 warnings also still showing signs of rotating, holding together. And again, as Patrick mentioned, there's that warm air. It's right here. So that warm air is right here. You got a strong southerly flow coming out, and these little cells just riding right along that. As they hit that juicy atmosphere, they start to spin. You get a spin here, you get another spin here, you can see another spin here. So now we have to watch these cells that are back here around Lafayette County and keep a close eye on that activity because these cells could start to show some signs of intensification as we get on into the early morning hours. Right now, it looks like some pretty decent wind moving along 55. Looks like a little wind back to the west, but overall, I am encouraged by the fact that we're just seeing rainfall at this time right now, but still a lot of activity. Then Lee, Phillips counties, south of 40 in eastern Arkansas. Temperature profiles a little cooler there in the 60s, but more specifically right now, this area right here that is showing the signs of the tornadic activity and possibly potential tornado producing storms. No visual confirmation, but radar certainly showing some rotation within these. So right now, it is these 2 cells, and more specifically, this portion of the cell right here, along Highway 72. It looks like the threat for McNairy County, maybe just to the east, or Selmer. Yeah, right there. But there is still definitely something rotating right there in northeastern McNairy County tonight, but this other cell coming in just behind it. So I'll tell you what, let's put some new tracks on this. Let's track, first of all, this cell right here that's going to move into southern McNairy County. So Walnut 321, Middleton 329. It'll get into Raymer at 348, then Corinth 354, Mickey 403, then moves into Finger at 408, Adamsville 414, Crump at 418. That is for this particular severe tornado-warned storm. This is for northern Benton, northern Tippah County. That remains in effect until 3:30 this morning. We go a little farther to the east, track this storm that is moving out of McNairy County right now. And I'm going to clear that track off. This is going to make its way across the Tennessee River into Hardin County. But right now, it looks like the better probability for rotation is just to the north and east of Selmer. We'll track it in that direction. Adamsville, 322. Adamsville has had a history of tornadoes coming through there. Morris Chapel, 338. Savannah, 344. Sardis, 350. Should then move into Scotts Hill at 358. Bath Springs, 403. Clifton, 408. Cromwell Crossroads, that's going to be at 419. So here we are again, taking a look at the big picture. 2 active tornado warnings remain in the Action News 5 coverage area. One just about to exit as it moves out, and that will cross into Hardin County. But this other cell that's beginning to approach Alcorn County and will likely move into, although I think it'll move into southern McNairy County, still showing some signs of holding together there. Eric, do you have a new BTI on these?
Yeah, so the one that's right outside of Middleton right now, the BTI just coming in at a 7.0 right now, and
Wow.
that's higher than what it was here not too long ago.
Yeah, because it had dropped to what, a 4?
It might have been a 3.8 actually.
Was it? Okay.
And this one is moving off to the east-northeast here, so this is another one that's headed towards a not ideal position. National Weather Service noting that the Tippecanoe County storm, and this is what we're looking at here, is starting to develop a little bit better here. So I anticipate that they're going to carry this on through here, potentially into southern Hardeman as well as McNairy counties here over the next couple of radar scans and just overall just time frame here. As far as some areas that are still, we're keeping a close eye on here, it's really all throughout McNairy County as of this time. Just north of Selmer here, this has been a storm we've been keeping a close eye on. It has a BTI right now of 4.7. That is it's a moderate number here. Once that number starts to climb above really 7, that starts to really draw our attention. If we look really near Selmer right now, that's another one that has a 4.7 as well. So that's another one that has a relatively high number, but not crazy high, but certainly keep an eye on that number. And then that's 7.0 that's right now pretty much near Middleton, Tennessee. This is expected to be in Middleton by about 321, Raymer at 338, Selmer yet again at about 342. So hopefully we're going to see this number start to fall and maybe start to see a little bit of disorganization.
They're
with
thinking
respect to
they
that
may
cell.
need to extend that tornado warning for
They have
County.
to. They have to. And I mean,
Yeah.
that's going to include Selmer County yet again, or McNairy County and specifically Selmer yet again. I don't know how that wouldn't be included, unfortunately, within there, because that's making another beeline straight towards Selmer.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, absolutely.
good gravy.
Go back again and take a look at that rotation tracker, and you can just see the whole. Let's take a look at the whole view, the whole Action News 5 coverage area view.
So what are we looking at here, Ron? Let's talk about this as far as just to everybody watching here at 3:20
This is
in
a
the morning.
path of rotation of successive supercell thunderstorms tonight that produced significant rotation. And really what I think we have been dealing with, one long track tornado for sure, likely 2, but overall about 3 to 4 successive cells, maybe even more than that just kind of developed and flowed along that boundary as it set up there.
So, Ron,
just
I think
south of 40.
I think literally consecutively, as far as storms go, I think we had 4 in a row that were confirmed on the ground.
Yeah, we do. We do. And when the sun comes up, we're going to see what those 4 did as they move through the area late night and early this morning. But here we are coming up at 3:21. Got about 9 minutes left on these 2 tornado warnings. We'll likely see an extension of the warning that is in Alcorn County and Tippecanoe County. That's likely going to extend into McNairy County for a bit longer tonight. But the one that is in northeastern McNairy County now showing signs of moving on out. It looks like that rotation is about to cross the border of McNairy and Hardin County. Savannah, you're just to the north of that. But this next one has the potential to come in and possibly hit. You getting the S shape on it?
It seems like it, Ron. It's trying to, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is trying, isn't it? So it looks like the one that's now moving out of northern Tippecanoe County, that's about to enter southern McNairy County. Cypress, you're in the path. Looks like we could see it come close to Guys and Mickey. So if you're in those communities, the big question is that going to stay south of Selmer? Hopefully so.
Yeah.
Because the town of Selmer, we do know, took a hit.
By at least one tornado.
Yeah, by at least likely, well, we saw 3 cells come right through there. So it's going to be interesting to see what's on the ground when the sun comes up in the morning. And we are about 4 hours away from sunrise, still dealing with significant activity in and around the area.
And Ron, the National Weather Service noting that they're going to, no surprise, have a new tornado warning that's going to be issued for southern McNairy County and western Hardin County. Got to imagine that this is the cell right now that's south of Middleton, what they are specifically referencing towards. I don't really know how it wouldn't be that one here. So, yeah, we'll have to see, obviously.
Yeah, that is going to be that cell that we were looking at. So hopefully, there it is. Let me go to First Alert Doppler radar. Let me give you your first alert on this one. Here we go. Brand new tornado warning right now. It's for this cell that's moving out of Tippah County. But now, tornado warning until 4:15 for Alcorn, Hardeman, Hardin, and McNairy counties. So 4:14 or 4:15, we are going to see the tornado warning continue. So we're looking at least another 50 minutes of tornado tracking with this as it continues to move through, especially into our extreme eastern counties. Memphis and Shelby County, you're in great shape. The morning commute, I think, is going to be messy with scattered rain and thunderstorms all across the area. The more specific areas for the stronger storms will likely remain in northern Mississippi through the morning hours. But as we get into the afternoon, I think we're going to see more activity develop, especially into parts of West Tennessee and back into eastern Arkansas once again, as an enhanced risk remains in effect for the area for just about the entire Action News 5 coverage area, making Thursday another first alert weather day. We've got a first alert weather day for Friday, and we'll have another first alert weather day on Saturday as we're looking at several consecutive days of strong to severe storms moving through the Action News 5 coverage area. And this is just the first round and the first night, with many more to come over the remainder of the period. So going into this, we were looking at about 86 hours of storm tracking. We've got about 12 hours under our belt right now, just over 12 hours under our belt. So we're probably going to deal with another at least 72 to 74 hours of storms, or the threat for severe storms to remain across the Mid-South. So this extends well into the weekend. We fared well here in the city of Memphis today, but flooding is now a great possibility, and we have a flood warning, flash flood warning right now for Crittenden and DeSoto and Tunica counties. That's going to stay in place until 5:30. So again, flooding could exacerbate the early morning rush hour and the commute. But as far as things go right now, it is the tornado warnings we're tracking. This one for Tippah County, it is just about to expire at 3:30, but that's going to be replaced by a new warning that will be in place for Alcorn, Hardeman, McNairy, and Tippah counties until 4:15. The other warning that is just now moving on into Hardeman County, that will expire at 4 a.m. That's for northeastern McNairy County. So that's what we're looking at there. Let's take a closer look, zoom into these storms, put some tracks on it, show you where it's going, who's going to be impacted by it. I'm going to start with this cell right now. It's just about to enter, move out of Tippah County and enter the extreme northwestern corner of Alcorn County and come into southern McNairy County. So let's put a track. I'll track it just beyond the polygon. Lone Pine, 332. We'll see it move into Raymer at 344. Should get in Selmer at 352. Then into Mickey, it's going to move in at 358. 410 into Adamsville, 415 into Nixon, 420 into Savannah, and 430, this cell will move into Sardis and the potential rotation. And that's what I was tracking, just the area of rotation on that. We're still getting a decent signature, an indication that the storm itself is rotating significantly. And yeah, just taking a look right here, you can even see that. That is just to the north of 72 right now, but that is just about to push on into McNairy County. And really, there's another little area of rotation that's already in the county right there. We've got another one that's just exiting. That's moving on into Hardin County. But the hot zone right now for the strongest storms really starting to bear down on McNairy County, and that's where we're finding all the activity this morning and the concentration of the tornado warnings that we're continuing to deal with. Eric, what are you seeing out there?
So National Weather Service just noting that over towards Tate County, another kind of cluster of showers and storms that they are keeping an eye on. This looks to be just east of I-55 and to the east of Senatobia. Keep in mind, Senatobia is one of those areas that did receive damage from a tornado earlier this morning. And unfortunately, it looks like we could be seeing at least some turbulence within the air. Fortunately, we don't have any sort of severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning right now, but if you're in Holly Springs, this will be an area you want to keep an eye on here throughout really western Marshall County. Fortunately, as noted, right now we don't have any sort of warning that's in place here, but this area has developed a number of supercells and a number of tornado warned storms here around the Mid-South. So, Ron, it's right now as far as this area goes, you just got to monitor we just have to monitor it here for the time being.
That's just going to say north of Sardis Lake, I do believe.
Agreed.
But we've also, that could bring that on through Holly Springs. If it continues to make that east-northeast progression.
Agreed.
So the area of potential rotation, we could see another tornado warning for Marshall County here within the next few minutes. So we've got to continue to watch this. We're coming up on 3:30 right now. So the cluster of storms itself, the majority of the activity is in northeastern, or in our eastern counties, northeast Mississippi, and right there along the Mississippi-Tennessee state line, and just track after track after track of supercell thunderstorms moving on through. You just got a brand new shear marker up there. Did you get any? And that is a tight one too. It looks like. Do you have? Can you tag the skit on there, Eric? 4-4, not bad, but it's still looking like some pretty decent rotation on there. So again, a potent storm system. You saw the warning just expire at 3:30 now for northern Benton County, north central and northwestern Tippah County, but the warning still remains now for northwestern Alcorn County. Corinth, you are under a tornado warning. You may hear sirens going off in Corinth right now and around Alcorn County, but the threat itself is going to remain away from Corinth for now. But at the same time, we're still going to see this come right on. I think it may come between Raymer, north of Corinth, but looks like it could come between Raymer and Guys over the next few minutes. So we've got to continue to watch this and just continue to track it as it moves on through the area right now. So we're dragging on into the early morning hours. Here we are at 3:31. We've still got active tornado warnings. That's going to remain in effect again until 4 a.m. at 4:15 this morning. And then once we get through that, that's where we're going to see the activity hopefully wind down. But now the new area of concern is right here in Tate County and in Marshall County. So we've got to continue to watch this area for the potential of some redevelopment and possibly an additional tornado warning. As I put the scope on here, let's check out, because there's a little something there, but it's not as well defined. I just don't see anything. Although, Eric, you've got some pretty significant, it looks like the rotation detector is picking up on a little something on your computer. As I zoom in and take a look at that, this is Tate County right now, eastern Tate County, and that's just to the west of Marshall County. So we've got to watch this particular area north of Sardis Lake for some potential development right along there, and possibly a tornado warning, as the National Weather Service is watching that area closely this morning. But right now, tornado warning, and it looks like the rotation has now made its way into southern McNairy County. Yeah, there it is right there. Let me put a track on this once again. Let's go right here, take a look at the track. We'll track this off to the east. So Chewala, 337, Raymer, 340. Then it's going to move into Eastview at 346, Cathy, 350, Mickey, 355, Stantonville, 359, should move into Gilcrest around 401, and then into Childers Hill right around 404. But right now, the warning itself remains until 4:15 this morning. This is for, again, McNairy and northern Alcorn County, but I'm going to go ahead and tell you, Corinth, you're in the clear at this time, but we still have to watch this very, very closely. So here's what we're looking at right now. I'm going to throw it back to the big picture. Jerry Askin is standing by at the desk this evening, or this morning, I should say. Jerry, it's been a very active night. You've got some new info to bring to us?
That's right, Ron. Very active this morning. Great job keeping us all safe here, the entire First Alert weather team. We've just found out one person confirmed dead in McNairy County. It's a weather-related death. That's from the Department of Health. If you're in that McNairy County area, you are asked to take shelter immediately. We do have a crew, Action News 5, Stephanie Douglas, heading to the scene, heading to that direction to make sure everyone is safe. But again, in McNairy County, one confirmed weather-related death from the Department of Health. We also know right now that Tennessee, the Governor Bill Lee has declared Tennessee a state of emergency right now. So again, this is a very serious matter. You want to be weather aware. As far as our outage map, we're making sure it's to you right now. Memphis, light, gas, and water. We do know there are more than 6,200 people without power at this time across the Memphis metro, 6,200 residents. But again, McNairy County, one confirmed weather-related death this morning. Again, our First Alert weather team led by Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers, Meteorologist Patrick Ellis, and Meteorologist Eric Brill working around the clock to keep us all safe. Make sure you get our Action News 5 weather app right away to make sure you can keep up with our weather alerts and be safe. According to Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers, we are 12 hours into 86 hours of storm tracking. They've declared today, tomorrow, and Saturday all First Alert weather days. We're talking possible flooding, confirmed tornadoes across our area, if that's correct, Ron. We're talking lightning.
Correct, yes.
Okay, lightning strikes at a home in Olive Branch. This is a very serious matter. So at 3:35 this morning, make sure you are keeping in touch with our weather app and actionnews5.com. This is a very serious matter. Again, thousands without power this morning. Our First Alert weather team working to make sure you're all safe this morning, Ron.
All right, Jerry, good job. Thank you for that. Did we get confirmation that house fire in Olive Branch was from lightning? Was that confirmed?
I think so.
According to our website.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good deal. Good deal. So right now, Patrick Ellis back in the saddle. He had a long day yesterday. Got what? About 90 minutes of a nap?
About that.
Yeah. So I'm going to try to do one too. If we can hold off on additional warnings. We still have the tornado warning that's in effect right now. This is for McNairy County. That circulation rolling on in. That's still looking a little impressive. You got a pretty good view of it on the link system. You want to talk about it, Patrick?
Yeah, Ron, you know, this storm we've been tracking for probably the last little bit. Let me move my cup out of the way because we got to stay hydrated, guys. But needless to say, it's going to be a pretty active day once again. That storm does have a shear marker associated with it now moving across into southern portions of McNairy County. Again, McNairy County has been hit time after time over the last couple of hours. As we've noted, we've got damage. We just heard that at least one dead there in McNairy County. Don't know exactly where we have got that information or exactly where in McNairy County, but we can only assume based off of what we've seen so far that Selmer, which got hit very hard here tonight or early this morning, definitely the place to watch out for. Let's look at that storm. It's about to cross Tennessee Highway 57 near Raymer. And just got a report within the last couple of minutes. That storm also can, EMS officials say they can see a funnel but can't confirm that it's down. So again, a funnel with this storm, meaning that it could very well try to produce a tornado very quickly. It is about to cross Highway 57 near Raymer, Eastview, out there by the Love's truck stop. That's going to continue the way off towards the north and east. It looks like the circulation should stay south of the town of Selmer, but barely, maybe by about 2 or 3 miles. But when we look at the rotation detector, it's not as strong as the ones that we saw earlier. But I'd say right now it's probably crossing over 57 here very shortly. That would be where it would be located at right there. And, that little line right there, that's Tennessee Highway 57. That's US Highway 45 right there. And again, lifting off towards the north. So when we put on that shear track and then move this back over and kind of look at the skit. Again, Raymer, guys, here in the next couple minutes. Time right now is 3:38. 3:43 would be in Raymer. I'd say basically Raymer, it's on top of you right now. Guys by about 3:47. Eastview by 3:48. Mickey by 3:54. Stantonville 3:57. The Crump area as you're moving over into Hardin County by 4:05 this morning. We've been talking about the BTI a lot here today, and again that one is currently sitting at 4.6, but we have at least some indications that this storm is trying to produce something over here in far southern portions of McNairy County. If you're in Bethel Springs, this is not going to be a storm for you. You hear the rumbles of thunder here at Action News 5 here in Midtown Memphis. But this wouldn't be a storm for you if you're up around Bethel Springs. If you're in Adamsville, I'd keep an eye out on this. I would even keep an eye on this in the town of Selmer. We're trying to get some word of power outages. That's with Pickwick Electric, and I don't see a way that we can see the outages there. That storm in northern Hardin County also rotating as well. I do want to go back down south really quickly. Of course, we were watching that storm in eastern Tate County. It's now moving into portions of, that's going to be along 309 south and west of Holly Springs near the Chulahoma community. And that one has some shear with it, but it's not looking as organized as it was a couple of minutes ago. And we'll look back over at the velocity product, and it looks like it's kind of messy.
It's more like straight line wind, some brief wind gusts along it, and just check out the way that's kind of the little striations there. Yeah. The north-south alignment of that tells me that what we're getting is just a gust of wind, because we were seeing wind speeds in the top of these storms, Patrick, right around 60, 70 miles per hour. So some of that traversing down to the surface, coming in probably about 45, maybe even 50 miles per hour. So that wind could be just as destructive on a more wide scale perspective than a tornado itself. But at the same time, I am encouraged by the fact that I'm not seeing that stronger rotation. But I want to point out a little area, and let me see if I'm on your map. I think I'm on, let me go to mine right here, because I want to point out something that is just right here. This is in Panola County, all right? We need to watch that little area closely, because it's still warm in Oxford. I think we've got temperatures in the 70s there, and we could see a little something start to try to rotate right there as that makes its way off to the east, northeast. But right now, it is good to see that there are no additional tornado warnings at this time. But this one right here, the folks in McNairy County, there's some storm anxiety there right now, especially after taking an overnight hit in the town of Selmer from a tornado. Let's put a quick track on this. let me give you an idea of where that little area of circulation is likely going to go. Again, as Patrick mentioned, should stay south of Selmer, but man, you're getting some heavy rain. I think we just lost our signal. Did we take a lightning hit?
Yeah.
Is that...
I don't know if that, because Max is still up over here. There you go.
Okay.
You're back up now.
All right, here we go. So Eastview, and by the way, we're going to take a Midtown camera in just a moment. So guys in the booth, as soon as I get through tracking this, I want to go to that Midtown camera. It's getting loud here in Memphis and Shelby County. Look, 346 into Eastview, 350 into Caffey, Mickey, 355, Stantonville, 358, Adamsville, 407. We'll see that move into Nixon at 410 and then get into Savannah right around 416. Should move into Bucktown at 421. Right now, this tornado warning set to remain until 415, but I'm still seeing a pretty distinct area of rotation that remains on the backside of that. But as I mentioned, it's loud in Memphis. No severe thunderstorms at this time, but we've got a lot of rain moving through, a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning in there. We also have flood warnings in effect. There's a flood warning for Shelby County. That's going to go until 4:30. But let's take that Midtown camera right now. Let me show you what some of you may have just woken up to. And let's show you the, because we're seeing some pretty good lightning. Can we bring up the Midtown camera? There we go. Looking to the west. This is Union Avenue here on the left side of your screen. We're looking west towards downtown. You saw a flash of lightning there just moments ago. And yep, the storms continue to roll through the Mid-South, but I am happy to tell you no severe storms in the Memphis metro at this time, but there's a lot of rain. And Patrick, that's going to create some big issues with flooding. Thoughts?
Yeah, you know, and that was the concern, I think, as we're going to transition to over the next couple of hours, is that we are going to transition over into a lot of heavy rainfall and flooding as the frontal boundary continues to lay itself down and become perpendicular to the wind flow. Remember, we were talking about that yesterday morning. It seems like it was just yesterday. But, of course, we're talking about how the front basically was going to lay itself down. Remember, we had a pretty strong south wind all day long yesterday. And even right now, if you're south of the frontal boundary, you still got that strong south flow coming in at this hour. That is going to pin down this frontal boundary, at least for a period of time. And at some point in time, it's going to start to pivot back towards the north. I do want to go over, we're looking at the rain. This is the impact right now for Memphis and Shelby County, from Frazier down through downtown Memphis, midtown Memphis. You're just on the precipice of getting this. South Memphis back down towards Boxtown, heading down towards Westwood as well. But this is just outside the 240 corridor. It's about to move into 240. That's why we didn't see the rain from our high five camera here in Midtown, because the rain's just on the other side of I-240 at this point. But I want to show you the excessive rainfall for today. And they've expanded this. This is the latest update. So remember, we had a high risk for severe weather yesterday, and really still ongoing right now. Now the flood threat becomes the issue. And you see the corridor, and oddly enough, from yesterday evening, it is the same corridor that got hit by the severe weather last night. We'll have the flood threat today, and the severe threat will be anywhere south and east of that flood threat. So again, if you remember back in February, when we had the high risk for flooding back in mid-February, that was the day that we had the issues with the dam up in Reeves. Along the Obion River. We don't get this very often either. And a lot of times, high-risk flood days are the biggest impact from the standpoint of damages from flooding. So take this also seriously. Remember, today was going to be the transition to flooding, but it's not just flooding. I'm going to switch over to the storm potential. Today, an enhanced risk over the same area. So this is a double threat today, and it's going to be a long-lived threat. We might catch the slightest of a lull. You hear the rain coming down now as it's now moving across 240 Midtown. Good morning to you. It's 3:46 in the morning. You just got that. But again, just be prepared that today is going to be quite active from that standpoint. Let's go back over to the tornado warned storm that's moving out through southern portions of McNairy County. And again, I don't think that it will be constant rain. There are going to be these pockets of rain that we're going to deal with, and they're going to be heavy. Think of tropical downpours.
Yep.
Think like if we're in a hurricane or something like that. Now, thankfully, hopefully we're not dealing with hurricane force winds, but we're talking about the downpour potential. This is a moisture that's coming not only off the Gulf, but also it's Pacific moisture. And Pacific moisture always tends to lead to flood threats here in the Mid-South.
Yep.
Does not matter how it plays out, but every single time that seems to be the case. Want to go back into the storm, look at it again with the tornado warned storm. Does not look as impressive as it was a couple of minutes ago. They've trimmed back that warning a little bit to get Alcorn out. So it's just for southern McNairy County, southern portions of Hardin County. And I don't know if Monte's in the back, but we can go ahead and give Stephanie Douglas the all clear. We had her stop in Bolivar. I did not want her to get involved with this just yet. We had her stop in Bolivar. She can start heading towards Selmer because by the time she gets to Selmer, this will be out of the way. But I do want to let everybody know in the back to go ahead and let Stephanie know she can start making the way down 64 from Bolivar down to Selmer so we can get a live report from her whenever. We just had Gardner Montgomery come back from Senatobia. It's been rough, and we got T. Wood, he's up north. Imani Williams, she's up north as well. She's up in Dyersburg. Yeah. We've got a full team coverage here as we go through this morning because guess what? Unfortunately, while we may be, we gave the team a heads up that we may be in active situation this morning from the flood threat, and then at the same time trying to deal with damage reports that are coming in. Again, Memphis, Shelby County, it is loud right now. It's not severe though. But keep in mind that the heavy rain that's going to be pummeling the area here in the next couple of hours, the transition over to the flood threat is going to be realized pretty quickly. That's why we do have a flash flood warning, or I do believe that we have a flash flood warning out for Memphis at this point. But this is a look at the 24-hour rainfall. Doppler radar indicated 4.6 inches of rainfall at Parkway Village. That's 24 hours. Remember, this is 4 days, really now 3 days of more rainfall. Tomorrow we might catch a break, my friends, but today it's the flood threat and it's going to be realized quickly. We know we have some early dismissals and late starts coming up here today. We're trying to get that information also out there, Ron. It's a lot going on.
That 4.6 that we have confirmed there, Doppler radar indicated precipitation exceeds the 4.4 inches of rain that the European forecast was showing for the extent of the period.
Yeah.
It was a bit of an anomaly today with that, but at the same time, that forecast model was showing Memphis being in a pretty good spot. But now, this is day one. We've got 3 more days of rain to go. Flooding is going to be a big issue. But we've got several more hours of severe weather threat. And the bigger issue is this boundary right here between Corinth and Oxford. It is 75 degrees. It is warm. It is juicy. And we are seeing the potential for storms to develop right there along that line and create some big problems for us, especially as we get into the remainder of the early morning hours as this system continues to move on through. Right now, our first alert Doppler radar, still a lot of activity to show you this morning, and the tornado warning that remains for another few minutes. This is for McNairy County, and this tornado warning remains for primarily southern McNairy County. I am encouraged by what I'm seeing, but it's going to go for about another 25 minutes. Hopefully we don't see any more tornado warnings issued and we can transition into more of a rain, severe thunderstorm pattern. But at the same time, there's still a lot of rotation, and the potential for some of these storms to continue to rotate is certainly there. Let me take a look at this. And yeah, Patrick, do you see that little area right there?
Starting to wrap back up.
Yeah, that's starting to tighten up again as that makes its way towards the Tennessee River. So I want to continue. Let me put a quick track on that and show you where that's going to go. You can see it right there. Should exit McNairy County soon. So even though the tornado warning is going to continue until 4:15, Stantonville should be out in 3:56. Then we'll see it move into Gilchrist at 4, Nixon at 4:10, takes it into Savannah at 4:14, and then into Bucktown right around 4:19, Saltillo at 4:25, then into Gillespie's Mills, did I say that right? That's going to be at 4:28, and then into Bath Springs at 4:37. So this warning right now, and just to give you a first alert, Selmer, I think you're in better shape. You're still dealing with rain, but at least the rotational aspect of this is looks like it's moving to your east. But Patrick, you've got a pretty good view of it right now. What are you checking out there?
Just as you were saying that, the shear marker had gone down on it and then popped back up again. I still got a BTI of a 4.6 on it. Stantonville, it's time to act now, be in your safe place now. Again, this thing is trying to wrap up quickly as it's moving into the eastern extent of McNairy County before it moves over into Hardin County. But Stantonville, safe place now, interior room, away from windows, lowest floor of your home. Now, I've got debris detector on here. This is a really messy look here, so I can't tell you with certainty. This may be what we call side lobe contamination, where we're getting an inflow from the storm blowing into the storm, and it's making it look like there's something there. But we go back over to the shear rate, and let me pop that off so you can kind of see it. And there you go. Shear rate starting to pop up a little bit higher there. That would be State Route 142. Tennessee State Route 142 runs between Selmer and Stantonville. And then that's Tennessee Highway 57 right here just to the south of it as you move past Mickey and then moving out towards Stantonville. So again, safe place now in Stantonville as that storm is starting to rotate a little stronger now after it took a little bit of a moment there as we look through there. Again, it'll cross the Tennessee River here very shortly, moving over into Hardin County, and you see Savannah there, the next big town in line, which would be about 4:08 in the morning. Time right now is 3:53 as the storm is moving off to the north and east at about 45 miles per hour. We just got word that we got our Stephanie Douglas. She is on the road. If I'm not mistaken, she's over in McNairy County now. Is that right, Monte? Okay, we've got Stephanie Douglas on the phone. Let's go to her really quickly. I want to hear what she's seeing right now and figure out where she's headed this morning. Good morning, Stephanie. Hopefully you can hear us this morning. How you doing so far?
Good. Good morning to all of you, and Patrick, Ron, Eric. You guys have just been doing an amazing job keeping us safe and up to date. Right now, I'm on the road. We're in Bolivar. We are heading to McNairy County. We had to pull over for a little bit because, Ron, you were earlier talking about storm anxiety, and I definitely, my photog and I, we definitely felt that all the way. Traveling on Highway 64 heading east. Again, we're heading to McNairy County where several confirmed damages have happened, and earlier our anchor was saying that we have one confirmed weather-related death. So we're heading up that way to survey and see some of the damages that has happened out that way. But on our way here, we heard several rumblings and saw several lightning strikes in the sky. But the good note is that, it's in the dead of morning, and not a lot of people are on the road. So they're indoors and hopefully watching our weather team to stay up to date and safe about, what time everything is happening and where it's heading. So that is what we're seeing right now. Again, we are heading to McNairy County where one confirmed weather-related death has happened, and a tornado has went over. So we are heading there. We're staying safe. We're listening to you. I will say, when we were on the road, there are some spots of when our signal was going out. So that is another thing that we are experiencing. So we're doing our best. We're driving a safe, a safe speed and watching the sky because storm anxiety is real.
All right, Stephanie, please be safe out there this morning. You are I think you're in the clear now. That storm is now moving off to the north and east, but be careful out there because the rain's probably still going to be coming down. A lot of lightning still popping off there this morning. And to your point, I was out there in Hardeman County yesterday, and yeah, the cell service gets a little bit wonky out there along 64. So she's heading out towards Selmer, and of course we'll get a live report for her once she gets there this morning. Thanks, Stephanie. And let me know if we've got T-Wood somewhere in here as well. Because
T-Wood should be up around Monette. He's going to make his way up to Monette. He was in Lake City earlier.
He did send us a picture. I was just trying to figure out if he was ready to go or not. But y'all just let us know. Jerry, what did you say?
At least, or something to give us some updates.
Yeah, so
there's no power up there.
Gotcha.
All right,
Yeah.
so that's something to keep in mind. Their cell service may be extremely limited up there, and so it may be tough for him to get a live shot out of there right now. Patrick, how are you looking? What are you thinking as far as the radar? The look of the radar goes right now.
I'm really hoping that this is the last warning, but at this point we might as well just roll in, start off the 4:30 newscast and just roll from here as this storm is about to exit into western portions of Hardin County, but a heads up for our friends in Hardin County, again, Savannah. That storm's starting to wrap up. Again, it looks a little more organized now as it's moving off towards the east. It's going to parallel Highway 64, but I'd say if you live in Savannah, this may be right on your back doorstep here. 4:12 in the morning right now, 3:57 is the current time. That BTI has clicked up ever so slightly to a 4.7, and hail size up to about 1.25 inches. As we look back over at the reflectivity, how hard it's raining mode, you can kind of see the hail potential is sitting in between Adamsville and Stantonville right there. And again, that would be heading towards the city of Savannah here in the next little bit. I want to zoom back out and give everybody a broad overview of where we are right now. Where T-Wood is, he's up near Monette and Lake City. That area was hit extremely hard last night by a large, violent tornado. We saw the video of it. I mean, we saw multiple videos of it. And if you guys have the video from that area, let me know so we can take it. But that area was hit extremely hard. We had the storms then move into the metro area. It was very active for a couple of minutes and hours, heavy downpours. And of course, right now we're dealing with very heavy rain moving across portions of DeSoto County, northern Tunica County, and it stretches into Shelby County, basically from southwest Memphis all the way up towards Bartlett right now. Very heavy rainfall and tons of lightning associated with this. As we mentioned just a couple of minutes ago, I just took one pixel query and near Parkway Village, and it was close to 4.6 inches of rainfall. And keep in mind, we still got a long way to go. This is just the beginning of a very active period of time coming up here over the next little bit. So they'll probably trim down the warning here very shortly. I do want to give a top of the hour update. It's coming up on 4 o'clock in the morning here on Action News 5. You're watching WMC Action News 5 here in Memphis, Tennessee. Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers is here. Meteorologist Eric Brill, myself, meteorologist Patrick Ellis, Jerry Askins here on the desk. I just saw Taylor Tucker walk in as well. We got crews out in the field here this morning as we're going to go through a kind of a storytelling of what happened and what's to come over the next couple of hours, my friends. This has been a very active day from yesterday. And again, I heard Eric say this because I was in the truck for a long time yesterday. But if we're not talking about your area, it's probably a good thing. It's probably a good thing if we don't name out your town. And it's not just today. Unfortunately, this is going to be a risk that continues for the next couple of days. I do want to go back over here to the warning. I want to get it out of here. And then what we can do is kind of reset really quickly and go from there and kind of get everything kind of re-racked up and ready to go for the morning show. But it looks like the circulation itself, and I'm going to make sure before I give the all clear on that, but it looks like the circulation is now into Hardin County. So again, moving past Stantonville, but I will tell you that thing has wrapped up a little bit tighter as it's been moving eastward. So again, hopefully we're not getting any reports, any further reports of any damage from McNairy County. Like we said, our Stephanie Douglas, she is on the way to McNairy County. She's been working her way down Highway 64. She stopped in Bolivar, gave her heads up and said, look, do not get involved in this. Wait until this passes. This is a pretty active period of time. I do want to look over towards Jerry Askin. I see you've got chicken scratch over there on your page, but I know there's a lot of notes to kind of run through, so I want to get a quick update from you about what's happening right now, and then we'll just kind of work our way through the rest of it here in the next little bit.
That's right. Good morning, Patrick. Time now is 4:01. If you're just now joining us, our First Alert meteorologists have been around the clock working to keep us safe. Today will be a very active weather day. We're about 12 hours into 86 hours of storm tracking. We're waiting for the sun to rise to get a better glimpse of the damage in our area. Our Stephanie Douglas is now on the road to McNairy County. We just spoke with her a few minutes ago. She said she's heading there now where there's lots of thunder, lightning, and very spotty cell service. The good news, she says, is that thankfully not many folks are on the road right now. That's a good news. We have confirmed there's one person dead in McNairy County, one weather-related death there in McNairy County, according to Tennessee Department of Health. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee, we know, has also declared Tennessee a state of emergency, so we're working to find out more about that. Also, I want to say we don't know exactly where that weather-related death is in McNairy County, so once Stephanie Douglas get there, she'll give us a live report from that. Again, we're waiting for the sun to rise to get a better glimpse of the damage there. We also know there are several power outages. In fact, thousands that are continuing to rise. I checked the outage map. Well, actually, they're going down. We're now at 5,455. We were at 6,000 about 30 minutes ago, so that's a good thing. Power outages are going down here across the Memphis metro. Again, we have our Stephanie Douglas right now heading to McNairy County, Imani Williams in Dyersburg this morning. Our Tavarius Haywood in Arkansas going to give us a live report, but that is very spotty service there as well. So we are checking in with him as soon as he can. But again, we're talking possible flooding, lots of lightning, and several confirmed tornadoes overnight, according to our First Alert weather team. This is a very serious matter, so we want to make sure you all are weather aware. Please go ahead and get our Action News 5 weather app to stay up to date on the very latest weather conditions in your area. I believe I heard our weather team say in the Memphis metro there is no severe threats. But again, you want to make sure you have our Action News 5 weather app, and stay tuned to actionnews5.com for the very latest. But today will be a very active weather day. Again, that's our weather app there. Go ahead and scan that QR code there to make sure you download our Action News 5 weather app. We are being led by Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers, First Alert Meteorologist Patrick Ellis, and First Alert Meteorologist Eric Brill. The time now is 4:04. We are standing by with our First Alert weather team, bringing you all up-to-date information about these several days of First Alert weather days. Patrick.
Yeah, Jerry, of course, we've been mentioning this last couple of days. It just kind of evolved over the last few that this was going to become a long duration event. And that's what we said even in our social posts and, on the website when we had to do Facebook Lives and things of that nature. You've got to be prepared for a long duration event. I wish that we could say that this is done. And I made a quip last night about, somebody had asked the question, when are we going to be stable? Anecdotally, but truthfully, Monday. It's a long time here. I think Sunday, really, we do kind of come out of it. And the way it's looking now, the latest data that came in as we were kind of in this transition, because I got to let Ron and Eric get a nap, okay, because it's been a long day, and we got a long day ahead. So we got to transition from one team to the next. But I want to give a kudos to Ron and Eric. They've been up here for 12 hours straight, dealing with this morning and last night. And of course, this is now transitioning from one thing to another in a very active period of time. And as Ron said earlier, we're going for comfort today because it's going to be a long day across the Mid-South. As we mentioned, this is going to transition quickly out of the issues of severe weather for a little bit and then transition over to a flood threat. I do want to go down towards the south. And again, the storm that had the tornado warning for McNairy County, that is done. As we will get an update once Stephanie Douglas gets there, hopefully the signal will hold out. But again, when you get to those situations where tornadic activity has happened, a lot of times cell phone signals will get muddled. That's why we're having some issues. And guys, I need you to get the picture from Teams that T. Wood sent to us. and try to upload that and get that into a still so we can show them show the viewers at home what's going on there in northeastern Arkansas. Again, he's up in Monette, Lake City, that area here this morning. That took a direct hit from a large tornado last night. I ran into a man yesterday when I was over in West Memphis who was heading to the Wynn area in Cross County after they got hit by a tornado yesterday evening, and he was mentioning that his mom's house had been hit and he was getting over there to try to help out with that. You know, this is that time frame right now that a lot of people are going to try to get out and start helping and understand in these places where people have been affected by tornadic activity. I know that our natural reaction is to get out there and help. That's what we do here in the South. That's just what we do. That's our nature. Please take a moment for a second, okay? I understand that you want to get out there and help, but some folks, you know, you may be impeding the first responders getting there. So, you know, we've been mentioning Selmer and taking it there within the last little bit. And I want to go back down here to the south really quickly because starting to see some indications with this storm. This was the storm that we were talking about coming out of Tate County not terribly long ago. It's now into northern portions of Benton County, moving across Highway 72 here shortly. It's starting to show a little bit of an interesting look there. Let me go over to the shear rate, and yeah, you know, this is a storm that's trying to get its act together, to say the least. That's going to be Mississippi Highway. I do believe that's going to be, is that 15? Either 15 or 30, but that's running through from Highway 72 down towards the south. It's just past, so right here is where the roundabout is. So that's where the roundabout is on Highway 72, Lamar, Michigan City. That's going to be moving off to the north and east. And oddly enough, it's following the same areas. If you were watching about an hour ago, you know, the Brody area, that was one area that that Ron had named out. And this storm is starting to get its act together here in northern portions of Benton County. So again, that storm moving off towards the north and east, and hopefully it's just, you know, it just looks interesting on the radar, and that's about it. But seeing some signs that it's trying to get its act together here shortly. Now again, let's go over to, actually, let's do this. Let's go over to the wall. I want to go over to Max 1. So if you guys can punch me up at the wall, I'm going to walk over there here in a second because I want to go step through the forecast as well because, like I said, there's a lot that's going to happen here today, and we've got to kind of be prepared for what's up next. And while we are in a relative lull in the activity when it comes down to the severe weather potential, let's step through a forecast and kind of get you ready for the next situation that will unfold, because guess what? The potential for flooding is the next thing that's in line. As we mentioned earlier, this is going to transition into the flood threat. This is the flood threat for today, and that is a rare high risk for flooding. Remember, we had the rare high risk for severe weather today, yesterday, and really still ongoing technically. But now we transition to a flood threat. Anybody from I-40 points northward, that's where the heavier potential will be. And as I mentioned a few minutes ago, you know, this may be a situation where you're seeing these downpours that are going to be kind of similar to what we would see in tropical downpours. I mean, we just had one come across the station here not terribly long ago that was super heavy. And it's still raining here at the station, but, you know, there are pockets of this where it is super heavy down through North Mississippi, and that is going to be kind of the corridor for where we set up shop there. Then you have the enhanced risk for severe weather that will erupt later today. This will be highly dependent, I think, on the placement of the front. If the front lifts back northward closer to I-40, anywhere near that front, that's going to be the launch point for severe weather. And that's actually what's happening at the present. See how there's just a line here of storms that are just lined up from Nashville back down towards Sardis Lake, basically. That area is where the frontal boundary is currently located at. And when you look at the temperature map, that makes sense here this morning. So let me switch over and look at the temperature map, because that gives you another view of ultimately how this is playing out. And again, right there through that corridor, there's Sardis Lake, there's Nashville, there's the corridor. That's where the frontal boundary is located at. So wherever that front is going to be located at through the course of the day, that's where your severe weather potential is going to lie. So if that lifts back northward closer to I-40, that's where we're going to have the higher potential for severe weather later today. That is the question mark. That is the caveat with the enhanced risk forecast for today. But anywhere near and north of that boundary, that's your flood threat. And that's what we're dealing with here early this morning, is the flood threat now beginning to emerge this morning. So let me go back over to the radar, and you see, if you were to draw that line, like I said, right in through here, anywhere here south, prime for severe weather. Anywhere here north, prime for flooding, for now at least. The question mark is, how long will that last? Time right now is 4:12. All right, so like I said, let's transition over to the wall. I want to take Max 1, and we're going to step through the forecast and kind of give you a first alert of what's happening. Of course, this is now kind of moving into forecast mode, because this is where things are going to get a little bit more interesting as we have multiple days of severe weather potentially. I think the only saving grace here today, folks, is that Friday we have a brief lull in the activity. But Friday night, I think it gets active once again. So just be prepared that there will be a multi-day, multifaceted event between Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Today is the flood threat, but still there is a severe weather aspect that will come along with it as well as we head through the course of the day today. So let's take a look at our high five camera, and I'm going to try to move through this. Y'all are seeing this in real time. Remember, if y'all watch any time in the morning, I try to move the computer and it just wants to lock up. So hopefully we'll make it through here with no problems. Best Care Home Services high five camera, that's coming from downtown's perspective. Heavy rainfall coming in right now. It's not in every portion of Shelby County, but man, when it's coming down good. And actually, I was trying to see if that was actually live, because it looked like it had frozen. Never mind. I think it's not frozen. There's the lightning strike that just went off there. So again, lots of lightning associated with this. There's your temperatures. Again, 61 here, Memphis, as well as Olive Branch. There is your stalled front. And right there, anywhere south and east of that front is where we're going to probably see the potential for strong and severe thunderstorms at any point between now until that thing starts to either move south, which I would love for it to move south at this point. But unfortunately, it does not look to be the case. It's probably going to lift back north. And as it lifts back north, that's what's going to set off the potential for strong and severe storms later on today. There's your rain chances through the course of the day. Not everybody will see rain at the same time. Again, as we go through the course of the day, there will be periods of time where you're going to have heavy rain that may train over the same areas. And what we mean by training is that those cells are sitting on top of each other. Think back to what I was just talking about with the tornado warnings basically lined up from Nashville all the way down south into North Mississippi. That's the train. That's the front. And that will be the same thing that's going to happen with the other side of the system. That would be the system that would be the flooding portion of this. So we've knocked off Wednesday. Remember, I showed you this graphic yesterday. We've knocked off Wednesday. We got through Wednesday, okay? Technically, we're still in the midst of Wednesday, if you really think about it, but at least we're off of it right now. Flooding and some severe weather potential coming back again this afternoon. That's an elevated risk, enough that we've gone ahead and issued that first alert weather day. Tomorrow may be the day of a breather, but not in the morning. The morning will be active, I think. At least about the same time tomorrow morning, we'll probably have a band of showers and storms close by to the I-40 corridor that then will get shunted northward through the course of the day. Okay? So more than likely through Friday, we'll start to open things back up. It is going to get warm. It's going to get muggy. It's going to be back in the 80s on Friday. And then we get ready for round number 3 or 4 at this point. But I do believe that Friday, there's going to be some severe weather regionally and possibly impact eastern Arkansas. That'll probably be the highest risk area for Friday, will be eastern Arkansas, at least during the daylight hours. That will then transition eastward. There probably is going to be a round of storms that will work its way across the Mid-South through Friday night, and then kind of get ready for Saturday as the last push comes through here on Saturday. There's the SPC outlook again for today. Enhanced level 3 out of 5 risk for severe weather. That goes from Jonesboro all the way down south to about Sardis Lake and all the way north to almost Nashville, southward past Little Rock. So again, firmly inside of the enhanced risk for today. And all modes of severe weather would be possible with that one as well. So let's go hour by hour with our first alert futurecast. And the model's picking up on this pretty well, okay? So it's initializing well. You got your storm that's exiting McNairy County into Hardin County, moving up towards Nashville. There's your boundary right here. And anything north of that is where we're going to start to see the flooding threat. So then we'll push this forward. Notice as we go through the next couple of hours, we might get a little bit of a lull. You might be able to get out without much fanfare. But yeah, I think there's just still going to be some rain and storms. And then it's just training cells over and over again. We get to about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Oxford, Mississippi is almost 80 degrees. Low 70s here along I-40 and then 60s north. And notice how these cells all start to show supercellular indications. And this is why we think that anywhere near, wherever that boundary is going to be located at, when we get to the peak of the daytime heating, anywhere near that boundary is going to be suspect for severe weather. Push it forward. Again, another surge of heavy rainfall and also the potential for strong winds, blasting eastward through 10 o'clock. And then again, the flood threat continues near north of I-40 through the early morning hours of Friday. I think severe weather may be done by this point. And then look what happens as we head towards Friday morning. Boom. Front goes all the way up to the north. Cape Girardeau gets involved. Poplar Bluff, Springfield, Mayfield, and Paducah. We actually get a little bit of a break until Friday afternoon. Now, this model gets a little bit more active than others when it comes down to Friday afternoon for our local area. I think that there could be still some strong and severe thunderstorms around the area. I think especially north and west of the city of Memphis. And then look what happens. Another blast of wind and rain and storms come through the area on Friday. We're hopeful that none of this is severe, but we have to be prepared for the potential that it could be. Saturday morning, 6 a.m., showers and storms ongoing. Maybe a little bit of a lull, and it kind of opens up for what's coming up behind it. That would be the last push that will take us into your Sunday and finally clear us out. There's the SPC outlook for Friday. And again, you've got the enhanced risk to the north and west. There's Saturday's risk, slight to enhanced risk there. And then we'll push it forward there for Saturday. And if this is correct, Ron mentioned this a couple of minutes ago. If this is, if the SPC is correct, then these storms will probably be about 60 or 70 miles farther south. But if this is correct, then they need to expand that risk farther north by about 60 or 70 miles, that enhanced risk in the very least. Because look what happens. That is a strong band of winds, embedded spin-up tornadoes, a possibility. Afternoon and early evening hours of Saturday, and then heavy rainfall through the remainder of the night before everything begins to calm down. We showed you this graphic the other day. Again, the potential for over 5 inches of rainfall. Really and truly, it's closer to 10 inches of rainfall during that same time frame. This will run through, I think, only Friday maybe. Yeah, I stopped on Friday. But between now, on top of what we have already gotten, through Friday evening, an additional 4 to 7 inches of rainfall along the I-40 corridor. So you see why the high risk potential is there for flooding here today. Remember, again, we've had a lot of power outages as well, kind of coming and going. As I was coming down Union, I'm going to look and see real quick. The other side of Union, over close to Idlewild Elementary, that whole side of Union is dark right now, at least from McLean down to maybe Cooper. I didn't go that far down, but that part of Midtown is without power right now. Power is going to come and go. So make sure you have your devices charged up, have multiple reliable sources of information. Again, do not rely solely on social media, but be prepared that there could be active weather, that you will need to check multiple sources through the next couple of days and know what to do if and when warnings are issued. I updated the forecast for the next couple of days, keeping the first alert weather days going today, tomorrow, and Saturday. Look at the rain chances. I brought them down for Friday. And the reasoning why is because we're going to have that front pushing north. Now, the only question I got about Friday is when we get to 82 or 83 degrees, do we have enough juice in the atmosphere to just get random storms that could be strong to severe flare up? It is a possibility that we'll have to watch out for. But you notice the rain chances in the overnight period kind of coming and going. And then finally we come to an end and a stop point for Sunday. Rain showers on the exit, temperatures in the 50s, and a reset next week. And some great weather will be ahead for us next week. But this gauntlet, Jerry, is going to be here for the next couple of days. Flood risk emerges here the next couple of hours, and then we transition over into the severe weather risk, back and forth over the coming days. Not everybody will see severe weather. Not everybody will see flooding, but where it happens and occurs, it could be significant. And unfortunately, from what we have heard and seen so far, the severe weather that has occurred, and we have ground truth observations of it, has been significant here in the Mid-South, Jerry.
Time now is 4:22 on this Thursday morning, the First Alert Weather Day. Our First Alert Weather Team, led by Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers, Meteorologist Patrick Ellis, and Meteorologist Eric Brill, working around the clock to keep us safe. We're on now 13 hours into 86 hours of storm tracking. You just heard Patrick tell us there could be heavy rain at times today, depending on where you are, and we are under a high-risk flood threat. The biggest news this morning, we've just learned in the past half hour or so, one person dead in McNairy County, a weather-related death. Our Action News 5 Stephanie Douglas is heading to that scene and will bring us a live report when she gets there. You can see behind me, this is our High 5 Midtown camera. Lots of rain, lots of lightning. We hear thunder here at the Action News 5 studio. We know right now there are several thousands of outages now with MLG&W. I'm checking the outage map right now. I just refreshed it. 5,657 people without power at this hour. Again, 4:23 this Thursday morning. Our First Alert Weather Team has declared Thursday, Friday, and Saturday now as First Alert Weather Days. The biggest risk they're seeing, possible flooding, lots of storms on the way, and this could be a big risk, a high-risk flood threat is what they're saying. Action News 5 Stephanie Douglas will give us a live report when she arrived on the phone. She told us there was lots of thunder and lightning, but thankfully no one was on the road when she arrived. We also just heard from our Taylor Tucker. She got here a few minutes ago and told us in Arkansas on I-55 between Burdett and Osceola, traffic is stacked up in that southbound direction. She's checking to see if it's a crash or a construction, but we know on I-55, according to those traffic cameras between Burdett and Osceola, traffic is stacked up in that southbound direction. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee has declared Tennessee a state of emergency at this time based on the storms that we saw here overnight. But again, this is a very serious matter. We're talking confirmed tornadoes, lightning strikes to a home in Olive Branch, lots of possible flooding. And right now we're waiting for the sun to rise to get a better idea of where the damage is and what exactly happened here across the Mid-South. We know we have our Tavarius Haywood in Monett, Lake City area, Arkansas, and he gave us a picture. Do we have that to show right now? Okay, he gave a picture that we're waiting to show you all in any minute now, but he's in that Arkansas area. Imani Williams in Dyersburg, and we have our Stephanie Douglas again heading to McNairy County, where one person was confirmed dead. Stay with us. We'll see you back here shortly. I hear you. Okay. Okay, is the 4:30 rundown, or are we just ad-libbing? Okay.
Just so you know, Steph does not have the storm tracker. She's in a regular vehicle. Garner had the storm tracker, so storm tracker is here. Trying to wrap up. Also, I need y'all to be ready that we might get another tornado warning here shortly.
So 4:30, are we just flowing or is it a